It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the code red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in
If you're out in the hallway, please come in, take your seats, or stand in the back row. Hope everybody got breakfast. It was really good today. Welcome to the strategic planning workshop for 2024. So where we set the vision for the next calendar year. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and let's ask Mr. Lee French to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I was reflecting back a little bit. This is the 172nd year of county leadership. And I just was thinking about all the change that we've undergone as a county, as a region, as a community. Looking forward to making more change with you in 2024. So I thought that was a fascinating piece. And I think Steve was commenting that this strategic workshop's been going on for about 25 years. So I'm really proud and honored to be a part of it. And I know each and every one of you in the audience are as well. So looking forward to working with you today. I just want to thank everybody who's worked so hard to put this on. Flawless, we're all here and we all assume that it all functions like this, but weeks and months of planning have gone into it, and publication and computer and tech support and staff leadership. And I just want to thank Allison for her ability to empower all of us to do better every day and to support the county and support our community. So thank you, Allison. Thanks to your staff. We'll do that every day, by the way. I talked a little bit when I took over as chair about my intentions for 2024, and they remain unchanged, having given it a couple of weeks of reflection. It's essentially to support the board objectives that we've created. We've done a lot of work to get here. Also to support our staff in continuing the great work in our core services that we offer to our county and our community. They're not static and sedentary. Just because they're core services, they change and grow, and they take a lot of creativity and funding and willpower from all of us to keep that support going to our community. So I just wanted to note that. And I'd offer to each of you, please think about your intentions for 2024 and bring those to bear on our conversation here today. I'm really seeing the workshop as our opportunity to set the course that will change our county for the better. And I think that the course will change over time. I think good government is nimble in its ability to react and serve people and change as our community changes and as everything around us changes. So I'm excited to hear from everybody in the room today, my colleagues on the board, senior staff, our community. We've changed it a little bit. We have public comment every morning because we want our community to help us create decisions and a path forward that reflect the community that we all serve. So thank you for coming today. There will be an opportunity for public comment every single morning during this process for the next 3 days. I do want to mention that, our goal is really to speak candidly as a board, to talk, to share where we think we want to be in 2024, have a dialogue with each other, and then really end this process with some direction given to staff so we can make a productive 2024 work plan. We do want to kind of avoid designing programs or initiatives from the dais, rather just give policy direction, allow staff to program resources and allocation to meet our needs. ARPA and CARES Act funding has already been allocated, so this year it's a little bit different. We're going to talk about moving priority resources around to cover our needs, and so we just want to put that in the back of our minds as we review Martin's fiscal stability presentation this morning. With that, I'm honored to be your chair. I'm honored to serve in this role, and thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this process and to serve you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Allison. She's going to give us a few details.
Great, thank you. Well, welcome Chair Bullock and members of the board and valued community partners and attendees. Over the next 3 days, the board will be actively participating in discussions concerning policy objectives set for the upcoming calendar year. I too would like to express my appreciation to staff for the comprehensive reports that have been put together and to really elevate the coordination that happened with our community partners and experts. This will facilitate a deeper understanding of the complex issues at hand and set the stage for meaningful policy discussion. So I want to take a moment to talk about process over the next 3 days. So 1, there will be no formal action that will be taken during the workshop. Any formal action proposed by the board will be taken at a future agendized board meeting. This workshop serves as a platform for in-depth policy discussions, so the agenda has been structured to allocate time for meaningful board discussions. Now, following the board workshop, staff will return to the board on a scheduled meeting for them to consider and take actions on finalized policy objectives. Once approved, charters will be developed to guide the implementation of these objectives, including staffing recommendations, budgets, actionable steps, and performance measures. So to the public, first, I just want to extend my appreciation for being here. It's truly part of the public process. Every morning, there will be time for public comment. And then this year, to facilitate participation, we established an informational kiosk in the lobby where you can seek answers to your questions, access relevant meeting materials, and staff who are here, raise your hand. We have senior staff here are here to assist you when needed. So on behalf of our executive team and to the board, we look forward to supporting the next 3 days and leveraging collective expertise and constructive dialogue for the betterment of our county. So thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Outstanding. We'll turn it over to Lori. She's going to talk about our mission, vision, values, a little bit about our agenda, and then a little safety briefing on the room and the venue and anything else you want to talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Bullock. I'm Lori Burkhart Frank, and I'll be facilitating these meetings for the next 3 days. And we are going to start with announcements. So as the chair suggested, we just a reminder of safety. We have 2 exit doors right here that go out then to there's exit back there, and then 2 formal exits there if you needed to exit. And there's actually an exit door back there as well. Restrooms are right directly across the hall. Let's see. Another announcement is please silence your phone so we don't have disruptions in the meeting. And I know it's easy for each of us to forget that. So please take time to silence your phone. Those are my announcements. And now I want to go through the agenda, what to expect for today. So I guess I do have it right here. It's in the binder. It's also, if you have your QR code, you can get a QR code that downloads all of the presentations, as well as there's an iPad in the back, and there's iPads right out front that you can get our county librarian to help you with so that you know exactly what's going on. But we're going to start with, at 9:20, we'll start with, so in another few minutes, we're going to start with public comment, and then we'll have a Board of Supervisors State of the District. We'll hear from each of the Board of Supervisors. We will then hear from the mayors, the city managers and town managers, state of the cities and towns. And then we'll have a discussion with the Board of Supervisors and our leaders from our cities and town. After lunch, we will have a financial update. Core services will be presented, organizational development, priorities and strategies, capital facilities, and emergency preparedness. We will wrap up by 6 o'clock tonight. So that's our agenda. And again, it's in your binders. It's posted outside, and you've got QR codes, or you can use one of the iPads to download the program for today. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Thorsby to review the mission, vision, values, and the order and decorum.
Thank you so much, Lori. Pleasure to be here. Jeff Thorsby, your Chief of Staff and Clerk of the Board, and excited. One of the things that we do every year at this workshop is we kick it off and we go through and walk through your vision, mission, and value statements, as well as your order of decorum. So we'll start with order of decorum this year. And again, as Allison mentioned, no formal actions today, but we are making some recommendations on just some slight changes to your order of decorum. So I'll walk through those briefly. So in your binders, you will find, and we have it up there on the screen as well, outside of just some small kind of corrections in terms of grammatic corrections, really the 3 substantive changes that we would be proposing start with section number 6, the use of e-communication at public meetings. Previously, the board had articulated in its order of decorum policy to not use any electronic devices while on the dais during meetings. However, as we shift towards to electronic uses to minimize the impact of paper, we wanted to make sure to update this order of decorum to allow for the use of your laptops for the sole purpose of for the sole purpose of using for your board packets. So that's really what's articulated here. The second change that substantive change that we would be articulating would be under number 25, and that's for the role of the chair and vice chair in 25 and 26. And to just include a provision that articulates that the chair and vice chair participate on various committees. We've articulated as county executive operational advisory meetings. So those would include your budget subcommittees, your capital facilities. And so those are normal committees that the chair and vice chair are participate on. And so we wanted to articulate here in your order of decorum. And then the final recommendation change was under section 29E. And this is really just to provide further clarity on the use of board orders for the clerk of the board. And so that's when the board, during substantive discussion on the dais, wants to provide direction to staff. And that's a way to track that so we can make sure that it comes back to you in transparency. So those are the three provisions that we're recommending. I'll stop there and take any questions and of course, or any comments.
Anybody from the board have comments for Jeff? No. Okay.
All right,
We're good,
perfect.
Jeff. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Chair, board members. And so then following that, I just wanted to just remind the board of your vision, mission, and value statement. We're not proposing any changes, but we want to make sure every year we bring this forward to you because this really does provide direction for us and the county staff. And this is our beacon, if you will, from policy perspective from your board. And so we have it here on the screen. I wasn't planning on walking through it, but I wanted to just provide an opportunity should you have any comments.
Comments? Nope. Let's work on that before. So, yep. Thank you, Jeff.
All right, and now, thank you very much, Jeff. We're just going to check in with each board member for your expectations because you're investing your 3 days. And if there's something that we want to make sure that you experience or that we provide for you in terms of expectations. So if there's something specific, we'll just note it and keep our eyes focused on it. There's always something. Thank you.
Lisa?
So to follow the agenda and to stay to the time that has been allotted for all of us.
Okay. And Ed? Okay. Heidi?
Yeah, as always, having enough time to have the full discussion that we need.
And Lori, for me, I think it's being candid, being able to give clear direction back to staff so we can formulate our annual work plan.
All right, was there anything else from any of the other supervisors in terms of an expectation that we want to just make sure we touch base on every day? All right, excellent. So now we can reset the timer. And we're at 9:15, so
Yeah.
go ahead and start public comment. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna allocate 3 minutes for public comment for each speaker. At the end of your 3 minutes, the mic's gonna turn off, so step down after that point. We're welcome to either make a line or jump up, come one, come all, jump up there and go ahead and open public comment this time. Then we're gonna turn it over to Teen at the end of the closing and public comment to mention a couple of brief items the board's received via email. Is there any public comment this morning?
Check.
Good morning, Michael.
Morning, board, supervisors. I would like to make a suggestion that future workshops have a theme for them, for county staff to kind of be working towards. My recommendation for the theme for this one would be economic resilience with measurable metrics for that, as well as looking at 1, 5, 10, and 15-year goals as part of the workshop. I understand that the workshop is for helping staff understand how to put their budget together for the next fiscal year, but I'm thinking we put more emphasis in long-term economic resilience. Study after study, economic study after economic study has told us we need housing. We need all types of housing, and we've needed all types of housing for for a decade or more. So I think, again, as part of economic resilience would be adding housing and having metrics that actually show that we're creating these goals and meeting them, meeting the housing element plan has goals that we're not meeting. And I think that we need to somehow figure out how to start meeting the goals of the housing element plan. Also, as part of the economic resilience, the average staff makes $150,000. If you take $135 million, divide it by 875 staff, that's $150,000 each. The median household income is $40,000. Household income, sorry, it's 80,000. Median income is 40,000. We've added 85 staff over the last few years. 85 staff works out to almost $12 million at $150,000 each. We've actually recently added 2 department heads at $500,000. We're going into a recession that's already being telegraphed by the state. And I think that as part of going into a recession, we should be looking at how to pull back, not add staff. My one recommendation or ask is that we prioritize evacuation corridors, identifying all the corridors, scaling them on a 1 to 10, and then using our resources to improve those corridors at our earliest convenience. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Matthew Coulter, Nevada County. Coming here to these meetings year after year, I always think that they should be at the Vets Hall and we should be saving money versus renting this out. I really appreciate Gold Miners Inn and all they do for the community. Maybe it's a thank you to them for the expense of renting this facility, but I still think it's an expenditure that could be used for housing. When nonstop on the scanner, you can hear homeless people without pants going from business to business with multiple police responses. And this is like an individual that had like 9 calls yesterday. And without some place to shelter these folks, they end up in doorways and then they get police calls and then they end up at the hospital and then the hospital kicks them out and the police return. And it's just extremely vicious cycle for the mentally ill to have to endure the weather, feeding themselves. I always like to come here and see what you guys are eating. And it's a catastrophe because we're watching what's happening in Sacramento, in Chico, and all the surrounding areas where there's a lot of homeless, and they are squeezing them out. So a lot are going to be coming here. So please be prepared for that. I've been saying this for years, and it seems like we're way behind the mark on this. We need a safe space for people to park, as well as a safe space for people to camp. I like to look at our county government as a step above the city government, but for the county government to allow the city government of Grass Valley to go completely rogue and spend over $200,000 on punishing me for doing nothing more than what I'm doing right now is speaking my opinion in the United States of America. I've spent 4 months in jail without any charges or conviction. 4 months. The elections department had to step in from the county for the next election to try to get Grass Valley to follow the law. They didn't last time. Locally, the speeds on the roads are out of control. I expect AB 43 to be implemented immediately by the county and the cities to save lives. I also encourage you to go to my Facebook website, Concerned Citizen. I post a lot of videos on there and pictures, and there's a good video on there of a couple of years ago of the Nevada City Police breaking my teeth out on the sidewalk. Everyone enjoys that video. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Hello. Hello, my name is Josh Wolf. It's been about a year since I came to speak to you guys. In the past, I've spoken about two issues, and I'm here to speak about those same two issues that we haven't really moved the ball as much as I'd like to see. And most recently, I spoke of the need to create protections for those that are living in unpermittable housing. We heard earlier from Michael how we need more housing. Well, we have a lot of housing that exists that technically isn't legal, but there's people living in there, and each of them is a single phone call away from being on the hunt for the very limited permitted housing that does exist. And so I think we need to do whatever we can to address that and figure out what safeguards and safe harbors can be put in place to protect those. I see that that is listed in your housing element for later this week. So just a little quick mention of that before we move on. The main reason I'm here today is to speak to the outdoor housing element, the outdoor recreation and resiliency master plan. That was started a year ago, as I understand it. And one of the things that was raised to that was the idea of permitting low intensity camping on private land. I know for a fact that that went through the process. There were a lot of people that spoke of it, but when it comes to the final recommendations, I don't see that listed anywhere right now. And I think it's important to consider. Not only is it a way to provide additional revenue for homeowners and property owners that may be struggling during this downturn. We have many people that used to make their living and a comfortable living growing cannabis on those lands and now are unable to make that same comfortable living. Hip Camp is one option to provide that economic resiliency for them. Beyond that, it is a great opportunity. Our campgrounds are often completely filled. This extends the opportunity for people to come from out of the area, share in the beautiful nature that we have to offer. And one of the restrictions or limitations listed in the outdoor recreation plan is enough money coming in, and this is a great source of revenue. Finally, I just want to speak to the fact that the Santa Cruz County has moved forward on an initiative to do this. So there is a leader demonstrating this is possible. And beyond that, Governor Newsom's Outdoor for All, a state initiative, actually directly addresses this and saying that it is imperative of our local governments to ease the limitations for property owners to provide low intensity camping on their property. So we have numerous counties coming along with this in the state. The state itself has spoken to this, and it's been raised and discussed since last year. I'd love to see it move forward, especially with you all as president of the board. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Josh.
I'm Julie Cobden. I wasn't planning to say anything, but I was planning to come because I'm very interested in this. And I wanted to report on something the county did really, really right. And I'm going to acknowledge Heidi Hall for this. My partner, Eric Tome, and I brought in a homeless friend who was in her 80s right before COVID, before we knew COVID was going to happen. Her ex-husband couldn't help her pay for her housing anymore, and she found herself living in her car, and winter was coming. And so we took her into our house to help her find housing that she could afford. And we couldn't find anything for months and months and months. I called the state, all the programs, all the money for all the programs was already spent. So she stayed with us during COVID, and we tried to figure out how to find her housing. She was in her 80s. She got, I guess, $1,000 a month Social Security. And it was just impossible. So finally, what we decided to do was build do a garage conversion, which we thought we could do on the difference between the the money we sold one rental for and what we bought the next rental for, which had a freestanding garage. And we thought we could do it for a certain amount of money, which we had. And we knew we might go over, but we didn't know we would triple the expense by making everything right according to the state and the county and the city. But we did provide her with a really good place, and she is very happy, and we are very happy with what we did. But in order to do that, we had to take out a loan, and then the interest rates went up, and then we couldn't even afford to pay the property taxes. So I called desperately. I called the assessor, and the assessor couldn't put us on a time plan. So I called Heidi Hall's office, and she sent me to exactly the right place, which was Brendan Phillips. And Brendan Phillips found a way to get some subsidies for us to pay the difference between what she could pay and what we had to pay for the place that we built for her. And what I would really like to do is help the some
Thank you, Julie. We appreciate your comment.
My name is Barry Pruitt. I'm a constituent of Suhook in District 2. I appreciate Mr. Bullock saying that we're going to be candid here today, and I intend to be very candid right now. Our population is stagnant over the last 20 years, yet the county budget's more than tripled and ballooned to almost $400 million. You're getting this money, at least half of it, or over half of it, from the feds. The feds and the state. And the state's getting it from the feds, and the feds printing it. And you're participating in that inflation. You're the part of the reason that there's $8 for a roll of sausage. You're part of the reason that housing costs are so high. I hear this argument from many of you that if we don't spend it, someone else will. This argument is the most amoral and unethical argument I've ever heard. Waste is waste. There's no free lunch. Somebody always pays. This is basic junior high school economics, not rocket science. In this case, the people who put you in office are paying the price. Anyway, are the Nevada County residents 3 times happier as a result of these outrageous budgets? No. You haven't fixed the homeless problem in 20 years. Housing? No. People in our community are flooding out of the most beautiful county in the nation. We've managed to make the best county in the country, Nevada County, an undesirable place to live. Imagine moving to Idaho and Texas and leaving this place. It's insane. Salaries here are some of the highest I've ever seen. The highest paid employee here makes almost $500,000 a year in salary and benefits. All senior staff make over $250,000 a year in salary and benefits, in addition to receiving extra pay between $40,000 and $100,000 during COVID while people in the community struggled to survive. This is an amoral, improper use of taxpayer dollars. In 20 years, you haven't fixed any of these problems. And now I hear wildfire. You guys think you can stop wildfire? Are you kidding me? If you would have cut staff by 10%, you would have had your $12 million. If we must do our little part to solve climate change, why can't we do our little part to curb inflation by spending less money? All this is really just virtue signaling. The cost you're incurring doesn't come close to equalizing the benefits. Again, basic economics. And this actually harms the public. So who benefits? The experts here in this room are not experts at all. The only thing you guys are experts at is wasting this money on stupid projects and crazy exorbitant salaries with taxpayer dollars. And it's disgusting. You need to get this under control. That's your job. And right now, in this economic situation, Nevada County's government is decidedly out of control. Think about this when you're presented with another nearly $500 million annual budget. I hope you keep the consequences of your actions in mind while you are here for the next 3 days and how what you're doing negatively impacts our county.
Barry, thanks for your comments. Any other public comments? Yep, you're welcome to walk up to the mic. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. So I just left a meeting of concerned citizens and they said, go over there and address this group. So what we're concerned about is, will you research and plan for the impact of resource extraction in residential areas? And this is referencing the ongoing struggle with Rise Gold and the public reaction. And we are thinking that it might be time to have a referendum. This is just one of the ideas. I know you're not going to sponsor a referendum. That's probably going to come from the public. But a closer look at the general plan, because as this issue developed, the general plan became the most important thing to look at, already listed about mineral extraction, what to do. So it seems like there could be like a firewall that would prevent this type of conflict happening again. So I would encourage you to look at how you could put the stop on it before it gets to the costly circumstance that it was. And people at the meeting that I was just left said, encourage them to look at mineral extraction as fire, because fire is on everyone's mind. What would the impact of fire be on our community? And then homelessness. How does that relate to the impact of the mine on us? Because we all got activated, many of us, we were afraid of what would happen to our quality of life. If there was a fire, we'd have great impact on the quality of our life. If homelessness expands, and it would be like it is in Portland and other cities, it would impact our quality of life. Mineral extraction, active mineral extraction that would disrupt the peaceful economy would have the same impact of a major fire or a major social upheaval. So please put that in your objectives for us. Thank you.
Do you mind providing your name for us for the public record?
Oh, I didn't say why. To do that, I bet. Hi, I'm Rondell Snodgrass. I live in Heidi Hall's district and have lived here for some decades. Thank you.
Thanks, Randall. Appreciate your comments. Got public comment time available. If anybody has another public comment, please come up to the mic. If not, we'll turn it over to Teen to do a brief summary of any of the comments we've received by email.
Thank you, Chair Bullock. Your board received 3 written comments by email. We forwarded them to the full board. They're also available to the public online and in the binder out front. With your permission, I would love to read 3 minutes of one of the comments.
Go ahead, thank you.
Okay, this comment is from Jezra. It reads, instead of finding new ways to spend our tax dollars, the board should be following the approach that has been proven to succeed in regions all over the nation, the ratepayer-owned utility district. Broadband will come to our rural areas when there is a ratepayer-owned broadband utility district tasked to do so. That can come in many forms, such as 1, NID creating a plan to utilize federal and state funding to get the job done. 2, the county creating a broadband division in the Department of Public Works and utilizing federal and state funding to get the job done. The county creating an independent ratepayer-owned utility utilizing state and federal funding to get the job done. What won't work is spending public tax dollars to perform an EIR or fund the infrastructure for AT&T, Comcast et al. From my neighborhood to the fiber cable running along Highway 49, there is utility pole after utility pole providing electric and telephone utility service. There is no need to have an EIR for adding a broadband utility cable to the utility poles. Doing so is a waste of tax dollars, especially considering that investor-owned ISPs simply won't install fiber service when the population density is as low as it is. What we need is a solution that will quickly result in the creation of a map on the county website where citizens can look and see exactly when broadband is slated to be installed in their neighborhoods. That map doesn't exist, and until the board implements a proven solution, the map will never exist. There are millions of dollars being doled out at the federal and state level to complete this task, and it is imperative that Nevada County do all that it can to use that funding to actually provide broadband. Thank you, Chair Bullock.
Thank you, Teen.
Are we concluding public comment?
I think we're going to conclude public comment at this time, and we could take a brief break.
Yeah, we're
if
going
you
to
want.
take a brief
Okay.
break, and then we'll come back with the presentation by the Board of Supervisors and then the cities and towns. So a brief break.
10 minutes. Is that right, Lori?
come back from the break. Go ahead and get seated, and we'll start with our presentation with the supervisors report on the state of each district. Got all of our supervisors here, and all right, and we've got our cities and towns seated, and we'll be doing introductions in the next section. But we'll start with each supervisor is going to have 8 minutes to give us an update on their district, and we're going to start with District 1, Supervisor Heidi Hall.
Thank you so much, Lori. And thank you. I always love this portion. I'm going to try to stick with my 8 minutes. And welcome to the cities in town for being here. We're so excited that we've included you in this process in the last couple of years. It's so helpful. So that's wonderful. I'm going to talk a little bit about the state of District 1, but what I think we'll all find is that we have so many cross-cutting issues across our districts that you're going to hear the same thing from all of us on some of these issues. But one of the things that stands out for my district is the courthouse. You see the little courthouse icon up there. One of the challenges that we're all going to be having in the future is the building of a new courthouse and a decision-making process and figuring out how to economically and culturally do the right thing with the existing courthouse. So that is in the future, but we're already engaging with it. And to that end, I want to just remind folks, this is not our meeting. The county is not having a meeting about the courthouse, a public meeting yet. But on the 24th from 4:30 to 6 at the current Nevada City Courthouse, there is a meeting to take community input, and I want to encourage folks to go to that. Okay, can we go to the go ahead and go to the next slide? So this is a word cloud of the issues that I have highlighted as the main issues in my district. And again, I think you'll see a lot of this across the other districts, but I'll try to hit these briefly. So I'll start with mental and behavioral health. I'm on the mental and behavioral health board. I'm the representative from the supervisors board on that. Monthly, we have a monthly meeting. I've been on it for a number of years now. This continues to be a challenge throughout our community. We have really good, robust programs. We have some huge changes coming down from the state that we're going to have to manage. And we want to continue to keep an eye on our vulnerable population, our youth, our elders, and we'll have to figure out how to incorporate substance use assistance into our programs without any additional funding. I'll jump over to communications, internet, and phone. This has been a huge issue again in my district this year. We just had, for example, a meeting not too long ago out on Cooper Road where we had more than 70 folks show up and talk about the concerns, all the progress we've made on broadband. There are still broadband issues. We have a long way to go. And now there are phone access issues with AT&T sort of shutting down lines. So even though we don't have control over some of these big corporations, we continue to engage them and work with them and try to help our constituents so they aren't losing communications. And then on the broadband issue, I have the expert right here. I wish I could just turn it over to you, but we'll be hearing more about that. That we actually have positioned ourselves very well. While we haven't seen the rollout of as many connections, the middle mile growth and the last mile connections that we want yet, we have positioned ourselves really well. This EIR that we have done is going to help our local providers apply for and get the money that is coming down the pike to expand our network because it will mean they don't have to spend the money to do that EIR. This is an innovative program that we did and other counties are looking at copying that. So lots more that's needed on that. Emergency preparedness, that's obviously continues to be a high priority. I know it is for the city as well as they look to have their own measure to help bring in funds to deal with this. We have a Deer Creek Canyon Shaded Fuel Break project where we're looking for funds to deal with that highly volatile area. There's also the Woodpecker Ravine Shaded Fuel Break, phase 1, which is undergoing. It's on track, and phase 2 of the project is being planned. Both of these are really, really big, complicated projects, but they will help protect our towns and cities, as well as the folks around where the clearing is happening. But wildfire and emergency preparedness with snowmageddons and so on, will continue to be a challenge for the district. Affordable housing, obviously a huge, huge issue. We're so pleased and proud that we got Cashin's Field built in Nevada City. And we're going to need to be very creative to figure out how to get more folks into workforce housing. I think that's the next big place we have to look. Continue to be a huge challenge. This just a challenge for the entire state and for rural counties specifically. So we'll be talking more about that. Public land management. I'm advocating at the state and federal levels on making sure we get our PILT and SRS funding, which is up to 800,000 last year to help us. And this is funding, by the way, that goes to all rural counties, and they all accept the funding and need it. And then I'm also, as the chair of the Agriculture, Environment, Natural Resources Committee at the state level, advocating for our outdoor recreation businesses and challenges. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. Quickly, cannabis, obviously we've come a long way. Our businesses are still struggling. We've done a lot to implement our permitting program and get people up and running, to help them get up and running. And we've really taken a huge step forward thanks to the sheriff's office, especially on the illegal growers, to level the playing field. And we look forward to some updates to the ordinance and continuing to try to make it easier for our legal growers to succeed. So fire insurance, one of the biggest issues we're all dealing with right now. It's feeling very hopeless on the short term, but we are engaging deeply on this issue. I moderated a panel at the state conference last year where we had experts come in and talk about the huge challenges there are there. Looks like I might be moderating a national panel on that in February. We finally are seeing our representatives at the federal level get engaged in this issue, but there is no good news in the short term on that, and we are trying to figure out how to help us all, help constituents and businesses and fire agencies. We're all struggling with this. Recreation, let's see, I think I've got everything on here. Public lands, we're also working with BLM and U.S. Forest Service and doing everything we can to engage our federal and state partners on wildland clearing and public land management in general, which also includes outdoor recreation. And then finally, it's under recreation, but I'm going to be talking about it a little bit more than that as we go forward, looking at our South Yuba River cohort and the challenges that we have on the South Yuba River at each of the crossings and each of the places where folks are recreating. We have it under the recreation category, but we all know that this challenge crosses over infrastructure, transportation, tourism, economic development. And I'm really, one of my big intentions for this year and the years going forward is to really get our hands around what big things do we need to do to make that work. Quality of life for us here who love the Yuba, and make it work for the tourism and the tourists that come in to see our river as well. I'm going to stop there and thank you very much.
Very much, Supervisor Hall. And District 2, Supervisor Schofield.
Thank you, Lori. Hopefully we've coordinated this, Carissa. One of the best things that happened, one of the most rewarding projects to me this past year was the conclusion of the Greater Higgins area master plan, area plan. And if you recall, I wasn't too excited about when we started this forming a municipal advisory council, much like Penn Valley has. But I have to tell you, this has been one of the most rewarding parts of the process. We finished that this year. We concluded the upgrading of the area plan, but out of it came the fact that the South County has a bit of a lack in identification. They don't have a chamber of commerce, as most of our areas do have. The voice of county government down there feels like it's kind of limited. So out of the Greater Higgins Area Municipal Area Council came the opportunity for more public comment from the South County into the county process. Since the area plan was approved, we've had several meetings, and I need to point out that we had said that when the area plan was approved, we would sunset the MAC. Since that MAC, since the process has gone through, we've asked that to be continued at least through the end of my term, which will be the end of this year. Since that time, we've had 3 special meetings or regular meetings that have brought forth projects that are coming to the South County. Projects that normally with the constituents down there would not really be able to see until they really start to go through the planning commission process. This process brings it at initial stages where the community can come in and say, hey, this is great, this is or it's not great. The applicants really get the opportunity to hear from the community members to see just how they feel on the projects. So it's a really plus thing. I'm kind of hopeful coming into 2025 that the board looks at this and says this is a real asset for the county, South County, and that we can continue it. But this, of course, will be up to the next Board of Supervisors at 2025. The next thing I had down was the library. We can switch anytime if you want, Carissa. The library, I'm really excited about that. In the fact that we've been waiting for a new library. We've had a partnership with Bear River High School for many years. It's a wonderful partnership, but it's very limited to the public. When the school's in session, the public can't go in. The new public is going to be, or library is going to be open in the Lake Center, hopefully in February. So I'm really looking forward to it. We've had the opportunity to walk through it. It's really kind of a special area. You're going to love it. Emergency preparedness. We've been focusing on the South County fuel break. This is one of the areas where we can really see some progress being made as far as this type of fuel break. It's a break that goes from Highway 49 in the Golden Oaks area up to Buck Mountain in the shape of a Y down to the Lodestar area and connects with the Bar Meadows or Dog Bar, I'm sorry, Dog Bar Road. And again, in talking about evacuations and our ongoing concerns there, the shaded fuel break is primarily an evacuation route out during the major forest fires. Cannabis on there. We took that away as, yes, it is. We took it away as one of the priorities last year. And we've been dealing with cannabis for a lot of years. And in many ways, we can look at it as a success in District 2. We've got some great permitted legal operations down there. And at the same time, we understand we still have some major problems with neighborhoods that are not pleased with having a commercial activity within their neighborhoods. They're looking at road issues and other issues that may come along with this. And we know we have at least one appeal being planned on a permitted process that is in the process of going through. So that's one that's still going to need a lot of work down there. High density housing, very quickly, high density housing comes where service areas are. That's why you tend to see them in Grass Valley and Nevada City. South County has Lake of the Pines, so we do have some high density areas. We have one area, the Cameo area, that it's kind of been an on again and off again. My understanding is at this point that they're back on track. So I don't know how well that's going to go over down in the South County, but the fact is it's badly needed. And I'm hoping to see that go forward. Very quickly, Bear River Recreation and Park District, or the recreation plan. We have that under new leadership now, and we're kind of excited to see that going forward. A large grant that helped put in a new playing surface in the Gary Clark Field. Participated with that. The county had a lot to do with helping the district with the funding there. Fire insurance, Heidi, You hit on it. We're all in the same boat on that one there. And Highway 49. Highway 49 is always an issue in the South County. And we did, through the Transportation Commission, just received a grant for funding of widening the shoulders. So in the case of an evacuation, we'll have additional rooms. We're not necessarily adding lanes in that area, but it will widen the shoulders, which will give law enforcement the opportunity to create additional lanes if need be. And of course, the main areas that we're focusing on funding is right outside of District 2, going into District 3, and that's from the Bar Meadows Road up into McKnight Way. And we're very close, very close. The funding is all coming together, and I cross my fingers that by 2026, we might be able to see the start of that, where you'll have the continuation of 4 lanes all the way from La Meadows Road into McKnight Way and into the existing freeway. So we're pretty excited about that. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Supervisor Schofield. And District 3, Supervisor Swathart.
Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to present the state of District 3 this morning. I'm going to say that District 3, I think I have a little bit of what we call the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I think I'm going to start with the bad and the ugly first. In February of 2023, I met with representatives from PG&E who explained that they were going to be doing this small little project on the Hell's Half Acre site on the corner of Adams Avenue and Old Highway 20. And it was very downplayed to me that it was going to be some undisturbed. It was mostly underground work that was going to be done. And within 6 weeks, PG&E came in and they clear cut the whole property, destroying extensive native plant environment and some cultural historical artifacts. So my phone started ringing off the hook and emails, and thanks to some help from the Bear Yuba Land Trust and from the Native Plant Society, we started meeting with PG&E to try and figure out what could be done to help restore this property. So, and to make sure that it didn't happen again. Unfortunately, PG&E were not great partners on this one. They are not required through the planning process to have to follow certain guidelines that we would make other private developers do. And our first response from them was very negative. Since that time, we've continued to work with them, and the county did file in December a formal complaint with the California Public Utilities Commission, because while there's no way to completely restore this property back to the way it was, I think we want to make sure that this doesn't happen in our community again. Let's see, so that's some of the pictures that I have up there. In October of last year, after some meetings with the sheriff's office, who actually initiated this, we did a homeless camp cleanup October 26th off of Bennett Street. And this is an interesting situation because the property that we were cleaning up is in the county, but it borders the city limits, and the people who are having a lot of issues over there, the businesses, are all in the city limits. So there was a great collaboration with the property owners, with the sheriff's office, with my office, to go out there and do some cleanup. And you can see we have a lot more work to do. We filled, I believe, 3 of those very large dumpsters that you see sitting there. But a big thanks to the sheriff's office for helping us, and for a lot of county employees who showed up to help. The good, and I'm not going to take credit for this, but it is in my district, and I'm very pleased to collaborate with the city of Grass Valley. There's 3 pictures up there. The permitting for In Concert Sierra's new facility up in Whispering Pines is a fantastic thing. It's going to bring great economic development to the community, as well as provide a wonderful performing arts and event venue. And I think they're looking at opening this year in September with any luck. The Target opened in the city of Grass Valley, which is a huge economic boon for our community, not only the sales tax dollars that are contributed to the city, but also keeping people shopping locally, not having to go down to Placer County to do all the things that they need to do. And I just, a big shout out to the city for the Mill Street project. You know, as a lot of people know, I've not always been a huge fan of this, but I am so pleased to see how successful it is. And it really truly was a Christmas winter wonderland that you guys created down there. So although I didn't have a hand in doing a lot of that stuff, it's great for me to be able to collaborate with the city since the majority of my districts resides in the city limits. We'll change the slide, Krista. Thank you. So a couple other things I've been working on is the animal shelter collaboration. Pleased to say that last week, the county and Nevada City and Grass Valley all signed MOUs moving forward to figure out how we can run a joint animal shelter. Currently, we have 2 shelters that are both, you know, not up to current standards. So the goal is to create 1 shelter for the whole Western County, working with the cities, the county, and then some of our animal rescue organizations. I've also been working on the fire district consolidation. I have 4 fire districts that reside in District 3, Grass Valley Consolidated, Rough and Ready, and Ophir. And right now the consolidation consists of Rough and Ready, Penn Valley, and Consolidated, and we're hopeful that we'll have an agreement and all the specifics will be worked out by sometime by the end of our fiscal year. We did hear that Idaho Maryland mine vested rights in December, and just an update for people who might be listening and not aware, their use permit application is still in front of us, and we will be hearing that in February 15th and 16th, I believe is on the calendar for. So 2 all-day meetings up at the Reed Center. The Navigation Center is on its way to being up and running, and this is a facility that is down the street from Hospitality House on Sutton Way. And the goal here is to create a place for our homeless and unhoused population to have a centralized space that they can go to for help, for potentially services that they might need. The goal is to really make that facility a great day facility so that people have a place to go if they are unhoused, and you know, gives them an opportunity to be indoors and to be working on some of the things they need to find housing. Arts and culture, they're big in my district because I have the Center for the Arts and I have In Concert Sierra, and there's several big art galleries, and just a lot of the activities that happen around arts and culture are kind of centered around District 3. A big shout out to both the city and the county for some of the work that they've done in helping nurture those different organizations that bring the arts to the community. Truly is a huge part of our economic development, of our quality of life for residents and for the people who visit us. And everything there. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Swathart. And District 4, Supervisor Hook.
Sue, is your mic on?
Can you hear me now?
Better, thank you.
Right in my face here. Sorry about that. Okay, so it is interesting how our districts all kind of touch each other at some point with issues. So I'm going to start off with one that's a little different that nobody else has, but affects everyone, and that would be our MERTS, our transfer station. I'm really excited that we broke ground in May and everything is on schedule, which is interesting. And if you have the opportunity and happen to be one of those people that goes out there, you'll see a lot of work going on. And we want to give out a shout to David Garcia. He has worked so hard on the success of this project, along with everyone else. I mean, it's a major undertaking, and it's exciting. In 2024, we'll be able to start seeing the building and the scale houses start to go up. So really moving along out there, and we're looking forward to making the changes that are going to affect all of our county on this west side. And again, looking at how we're going to move forward with SB 1338 as we move forward with our new food waste issues. So stay tuned. There's going to be some town halls on that, and I think that'll be interesting as we move forward. Let's see. You guys have covered a whole lot. I would just say it's interesting. Cannabis in my district is very big, and they have some wonderful operations that are going along. I'd like to give a shout out to the sheriff's office for doing such a great job with collaboration of different agencies and doing some of the illegal illicit grows have been taken out. They've really done a good job, and I'm excited to see that happen because it's only going to benefit my legal growers in the long run. I think we still have work to do. I think it's a process. I mean, we talked about what's going on in Ed's in my district as far as neighborhood issues, and we do realize that there's things that need to be done and ongoing process. I'm proud of what Nevada County is doing, and if you look all through the state, you'll see that really we're in the lead for making new decisions and trying to come together so that we make this an economic driver as well as a thing for the neighborhood as well. Even I would say our Penn Valley Chamber even hosted a chamber event and had a grand opening at one of the facilities, and it was well attended. And I think people see and do the research and see that it's not always the illicit things that are in the back of everyone's mind. So appreciated that. We had a tour there with our Penn Valley MAC, and this group is actually very open to having tours to help educate people. So that's been great. We all talked about a little bit about broadband and what the issues are here. Heidi went the overview of that, and I think the bigger issue for me is the need for those hard lines. They're still very important for rural areas at this time, and so the thought of having the pot line decommissioning has made a ton of complaints. I'm doing a little survey. I have people call me and or send me the email with their name, numbers, and addresses. We're turning that into the CPUC on a basis to show that it's not true that we all have service for broadband. And so that's really important, especially when I get out into the areas of my rural areas in North San Juan. That's challenging. I would say Starlink is helping some of those, but it's very expensive. And so it's not really available to everybody for sure, especially on fixed incomes. And I want to thank the work from, well, not only our departments that's working on this and Steve Monahan, but Gold State Connect and RCRC that's putting in a lot of work to that. I'm a representative to the Rural Counties Coalition, and I feel like that's been really beneficial and the work that we're doing to bring some dollars back into our area. And we sit very well to start some projects here at some point. Another fun thing that's not happening anywhere is my Penn Valley Community Center. That's been working very diligently. It's a process when you have a grassroots group of people, and that's the kind of the picture of the building. It's really going to fit our area well and help really bring a community feel back to Penn Valley that we need. It's gone through a lot of transitions from probably way more than what it should have been for a little community like this. This has a barn setting. It's going to be a real hometown atmosphere. We're excited to work with the county. They have been the pre-application. We're finally making those steps to get to those with environmental and the traffic. And so I just was at a meeting the other day. So it's really exciting to see that move forward. I can't wait till we have the application fully in and can actually break ground. So I really appreciate that. And then in another picture in Penn Valley, you'll see that's the Lone Oak. And so Lone Oak Phase 2 has actually made it through the process. Now I just have to find some more funding to get that built, and that will add another 31 units of senior housing in Penn Valley. And it's full every time, all the time. I love going out there and meeting with the residents and hearing their stories about how this keeps them just very independent, and it's affordable, and it's a beautiful, beautiful facility. Another big project that's going on is in North San Juan. I'm very thankful that give a shout out to Sarah Hollyhead, because when we had an opportunity to apply for earmark projects, she got right on these projects, and we did so well. And Doug LaMoffa happened to pick this as one of their projects. And then it was back to the county. How do we do this? And yay, Public Works. It's been a challenge, but we're excited. And in December, we actually did vote that it's going to go to LAFCO, and we're going to try and form a county service area, and that would help to fund this, because we have to have a way to be able to manage it. What it would do is it would add a 330,000 gallon water tank. It's going to be about 4,200 feet of water mains, 10 fire hydrants, and hopefully we get through there and we find the rest of the funding for that, and that could happen in 225. And what this would do is actually help North San Juan be able to have economic development. Because without fire suppression water, they really are kind of stuck. You can't really build, you can't open a new business. So very excited about that. There's only about 142 parcels that's going to affect, so that's always a challenge too, because it is a more lower income area in my district. But they're very excited. And with that, we also in that district formed the North San Juan Coalition, and doing a lot of work up there with the park, mental health, and I love the work that they're collaborating with all the different other agencies and 501c3s to help folks have the ability to have medical and safety and mental health help up there. Really, really done well. That little community center is just thriving. It needs work. There's always things that need to be rebuilt and redone, but they've opened up and been able to have a warming shelter there. And during when we did have PSPS events or those types of things, they've been able to have that work, and along with teaching how to a generator to help facilitate that. We also put in a new well there so that they would have good potable water. So the county's been working really well. I can't even begin to thank everybody enough for being creative and innovative and finding the funding to help those folks. And gosh, that went by way too fast. How come it didn't seem like you guys talked that long? And I haven't even hardly got through my page, so I must ramble. So thank you, and I look forward to working on a lot of these projects that we're all working on right now.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Hook. And our next presentation is by the Chair Bullock on District 5. And you wanted to come up here?
I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
good. Thank you. Thanks everybody. It's always a pleasure to hear what everybody else is doing, and you get pieces throughout the course of our work together, but it's always a pleasure to sit here and look at it together. I'm just going to jump. I'm doing a command performance type of deal. So we'll see, Carissa, see how this works. We'll go to the next slide. Okay, we're just going to do it one at a time. So, first I'm going to start off and say that District 5 is incredibly diverse. It ranges all the way from the border of Rollins Reservoir all the way to state line, north to Sierra County, and then south to Placer County. So the diversity included in District 5 is quite remarkable. And it ranges from farming, ranching, off-grid living, multiple river corridors, and then obviously the town of Truckee. So it's just a pleasure to be a part of it, but it is challenging to cover that whole area. Sustainable tourism has been a focus of mine ever since I got into office, and essentially speaking, we convened our CCC group that meets monthly. We've looked at different topic areas, tried to align ourselves around both tactical solutions and also strategic elements. So trying to handle whatever comes at us. Sometimes we talk about traffic, sometimes we talk about trash, sometimes we talk about the fire season. It's been an incredibly successful group based on the fact that it's virtual. So anybody can call in. It doesn't have to be a big meeting that drags you away from your daily schedule. Call in and touch base. I think my favorite part about it is there's a bunch of cross-pollination and organic connections that happen between the people on that meeting. So people have gotten to know each other. And one of the good examples is Chief Renfro has created the PIO working group through that CCC that now we all kind of communicate. Our PIOs are communicating. Critical when it comes to peak season in Truckee, when we all need to talk about daily emergencies or issues coming up every day. So sustainable tourism. Also, I'm going to mention VTT, and Councilmember Paul is on the VTT board still, I believe, and it's been a great partnership with Colleen Dalton working with us. Traffic congestion, right along the same lines. We had Placer working with Cindy Gustafson, Placer County. We're kind of working with Caltrans, trying to understand how to move chain control, how to keep Old 40 open, how to reduce pressure on surface streets. The county doesn't have a big amount of roadway that's included in our kind of controllable jurisdiction, but we play a role because we're a regional partner in that. Working with the ski resorts as well on changeable message signs and things of that nature. Workforce housing, I think you're going to hear that threaded through our entire workshop for the 3-day period. The board last year committed $600,000 toward workforce housing in District 5. And so we're really looking at our Hobart Mills housing project, administrative lease with the Forest Service, looking at trying to build some workforce housing units there. We also have a membership in the Workforce Housing JPA, and again, looking at whatever solutions we can bring to bear in East County. So climate resiliency and ad hoc, I share that with Supervisor Hall, and I was really honored to have that placed on the board objective last year. And I will forget the name, but we just got a grant in concert with their other CTA partners in East County, which we're really proud of. I think, you know, I was looking at the town of Truckee as being a leader in that space, and we've really been able to forge great partnerships there. And as we kind of move into expanding those partnerships and that cross-pollination to West County, it's really exciting to me to see the work that we're doing together. We do have a work plan and a number of different plans coming out of that ad hoc. So I think good things are going to come in 24. On the teen mental wellness front, we focused 2023 was a great year for our Heart of Gold bike ride. I think we raised about $90,000, and it really kicked off our HOG free teen therapy, which is a free teen therapy program in East County, where teens experiencing mental health crisis can have immediate access to free therapy. It's organized through TTUSD, and that funding goes directly to getting them set up with long-term counseling and support. So I'm really proud of that. It took quite a bit of organization on the part of multiple partners, including Tahoe Forest Health Systems and others, but it's off the ground and it's working, and there's teens being treated today with the funds that were gathered from that bike race. We already talked about CCC. The Sustainability Summit, again, was a great opportunity. I think the best part for me was really connecting regional leaders and state leaders back to our local initiatives. I am really proud when I look at the partnership and our ability to work together on climate change, sustainability. It was a great event. I think next year we're going to try and change it up a little bit so people can attend for the second half of the day. So maybe sit down, have lunch, gather, go throughout the day that way. We have a lot, there's this tug of war between regional connection and local connection of groups already doing good work here. So that balance is what we're going to strike in 2024. On the emergency preparedness front, I think one of the biggest pieces since I've been in my seat is really trying to get the Fire Safe Council engaged in East County. They've just hired an East County representative in concert with Firewise Communities, a little bit of support from all the different partners, really trying to integrate that person to bring us together collectively on a quarterly basis around the table so we can talk about all the things that affect us in East County, specific creating fuel breaks, ingress, egress, emergency response, and others. And I know the town obviously does a lot of work in this space, and so we're looking forward to developing that partnership in concert with this hub developed by the Fire Safe Council with our new East County coordinator. Truckee Library has made great strides in 2023. I think the JPA is going to our board next meeting as well with the town of Truckee. So the partners have really come together there, and Ariel Levitt's led that project since its inception, since I've been involved with it, and great work bringing the next piece together. So funding, selection of the site, obviously organizing the MOUs and the JPA to make it all fit together. The recreation master plan, I checked with Erica to make sure I'm using the right words, but essentially our outdoor visitor safety fund is the piece that the 800,000 we were able to move along in grants that directly affected District 5. Many of those are trailhead improvements, kiosks, restrooms, parking, and trash facilities for Donner Summit and areas surrounding and within the town of Truckee. So we're proud of the work that we've done there. I serve on the ad hoc with Supervisor Hook, and we strike a great balance because we tend to look at organic outdoor recreation in East County, and Supervisor Hook is looking specifically at some more organized recreation groups in West County. And so the master plan is, I think, set to come out in the next month or so. So it's looking good so far. The Clean Tahoe program is a trash pickup program that we're still working to get off the ground. My hope is that in 2024, we can expand the program to West County as well. And then homelessness, I'm going to just focus on our warming shelter. I just want to give a shout out to Jasmine Bro, who's really spearheaded the creation of that warming shelter when Kathy Foley exited the scene there in October. and that's at our Joseph Center. It's a good facility, not without its challenges, obviously. Our friends and neighbors who experience homelessness in that part of the county obviously need a lot of support. So more to come there. And we also have a group that's meeting, the homeless working group in town, Placer County, Nevada County, and others joining around the table to find a more permanent solution to our homelessness issue. With that, I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair Bullock. And thank you for the state of the district. Now we're going to introduce our panel. We're going to hear the state of the cities and towns, and they're going to be talking about their goals and priorities that include the county, the opportunities and challenges that they see in furthering these goals and priorities that the county can affect, and specifically the opportunities to serve shared constituency. So we have Vice Mayor Hodge and Tim Kaiser, the city manager from Grass Valley. We have Mayor Daniela Fernandez and City Manager Sean Grayson from Nevada City. And we have Mayor Pallavi, apologize, Mayor, and then City Town Manager Jen Calloway from Truckee. We're going to start with Grass Valley. There is your clicker, and we're going to set the timer to 8 minutes for each area, and then we'll have discussion afterwards.
I'll be really quick so I can turn this over. I just wanted to thank the county for having us and for all of the collaboration, especially on rural broadband and all the work you're doing on economic development. And I know we will continue to work to come up with creative solutions to housing. Our mayor, Jan Arbuckle, would love to be here, but is recovering from surgery. She will be up and buzzing around shortly. I know that she will be recovered by March 2nd, which is our annual St. Piran's Day celebration. And we would love to challenge our other mayors and the chair at our annual pasty toss. So please mark your calendars for March 2nd. We would love to have you here at City Hall. And yeah, I want to thank everybody for having us. And I want to remind all of our public officials to please spell out acronyms for the public, because we don't always know what things like LAPCO and CCC are. So appreciate that. Take it away, Tim. Thank you.
We'll go through these slides real quick. Over this fiscal year, the city of Grass Valley has had one consistent theme of building community, from constructing the Mill Street Plaza, which is thankfully nearing completion this month, to redesigning and reconstructing our city skate park, to recreation opportunities and education classes. Okay. Sorry about that. As part of building community, transportation projects are key. We are moving forward with construction this year of 0.4 miles of sidewalk that will connect Mill Street to the fairgrounds along McCourtney Road. In addition to starting the design for the ultimate roundabout in our downtown that's been called the Peanut Shaped Roundabout, where several freeways connect in several city streets, which has actually also been funded for construction. Wolf Creek Trail is one of our other priority projects and something that we're hoping to build our community. We finished the first segment from Carriage House to Highway 20 a couple years ago, and now we're looking to finish the remaining 5 segments that will take this project clear through Grass Valley out to Loma Rica Ranch and hopefully connect into Nevada City and Glencoe Basin. One of the things our community is constantly looking for is more open space and recreational area. Thanks to working with the Loma Rica Ranch folks, we were able to secure 170 acres of open space that already has biking trails and walking trails that the city is very excited about also, because it will help us provide some shaded field break areas. One of our biggest community projects has been the Mill Street Plaza. This has been an opportunity for the city to construct our own town square for our community to meet, and also allows our restaurants and businesses access to the street. Just for kind of an idea of how this has impacted our community, just the 2 blocks of Mill Street, we saw in 2023 1.2 million visits. 238 separate visitors and a single high day of 15,000 single visitors. Just to get the orientation on this map, the lower right-hand corner would be 80 near Lake Rollins. The upper right-hand corner is Scotts Flat. The far left side would be Penn Valley, and the bottom of the map is Alta Sierra. Average length of stay downtown with the new improvements is about 1.5 hours. As part of our community is how do we build parks for our community? And we're working with Sierra College to build 2 additional soccer fields with a baseball field in conjunction with them. And also redoing our skate park, which is grant funded for $1.5 million. And there's 4 representative proposals here. We're looking to break ground on that in 2024 in the fall. Parking has also been a huge issue for us. We've worked with a private-public partnership with 3 banks, the Downtown Association and the city to create and use these parking lots during non-business hours and weekends, which provides an additional 60 spaces. And then for the first time in my tenure at the city, we're actually building 32 new spaces about 2 blocks from Mill Street, which is currently under construction. Recreation is one of our big items. With the pool being completed last year, we have seen our existing programs from Open Swim, swim lessons, masters programs, Northern Sierra Swim, and Orcas continue, but we've also added with the Wise Help lap swims, water aerobics, family night swims, lifeguard classes, amongst a lot of other things, including pool parties. One of the cool things that the Y has brought to us is some unique events like the floating pumpkin patch, where pumpkins were floating in the pool and kids were able to go out and swim. Soccer is another important element of one of many groups that use our fields. You can see by the numbers here, you know, we had a almost between competitive, which would be club soccer and recreation soccer, we're almost 1,300 kids played soccer this year. That's 360 games played in Grass Valley and over 50 to 60 competitive club games. At Memorial Park itself, since it has now been complete for a year, we have seen an uptick of visitors. We average about 3,000 visitors per week. That's what this graph shows, with a high during the summer of about 6,500. And this is just another heat map specifically for Memorial Park, how our parks deal with the community. We had 34,000 distinct visitors visiting our park 169,000 times. Another element of building our community is also protecting our community, and our fire department does a lot of things, including responding to 6,100 individual responses and incidents last year. If you've averaged that over 365 days, that's 16.7 incidents we responded to. The other things they do that are not so well known is providing CPR classes, fire extinguishing training to our community. And then they have a goal of reaching 5,000 individuals, public education and school events about fire safety. At 2,800 last year. In addition, we're also looking to protect our community. And we were fortunate with a grant to get a full-time park officer for the first time, and we were able to purchase the remote control masticator that is allowing us to get into areas where we normally couldn't because of its ability to go up steeper grades and work on slopes. The lower right-hand corner just shows what has been done in Condon Park recently. It shows before and after photos for folks. And just real quick wrapping up, most of these projects are thanks to our Measure E. The collection of funds for our parks, for our streets, buying fire equipment and fire personnel. All those vehicles shown in this picture were purchased through Measure E. And obviously through our police department purchasing vehicles, a new radio system, and body worn cameras. With that, I'll leave my 2 seconds for Nevada City.
Thank you. That's very generous, and we're now have Nevada City.
As we're on a break. Perfect. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Bullock and members of the board for having us this morning. I'm honored to represent my hometown of Nevada City here with Mayor Daniela Fernandez this morning. In November of 2022, our city council adopted our first community-driven strategic plan. It had input from more than 1,000 community members, roughly a third of our total population, which we're pretty happy to see. They told us some things that we wanted to hear and some things that we didn't want to hear. Put that together, our strategic plan has 4 embedded strategic initiatives. Those are the things that we consider in everything that we do. And those are the Nissan climate, technology, and community engagement. And we have 7 priority strategic initiatives. Those are the things that we work on every day. As you can see, color coordinated, but not in any priority order. They are housing, fire, water, business, vibrancy, infrastructure, and parks. So as you can see, our strategic plan, both the 7 priority initiatives and the embedded initiatives are pretty well aligned with the board's priorities, with what Grass Valley is doing in their neck of the woods, and I think what you will hear from Truckee in their strategic focus areas. It's been a little over 21 months since I got to come back to town here. It's been a whirlwind for me and for the city as well. I think we've accomplished a lot of things. A little over 1/3 of our 5-year strategic plan was accomplished in 2023 alone. It had a lot of firsts. A first arts ordinance for a town that's been all about arts. We've never really had anything that enabled it. First public arts commission, first employee dedicated to make Nevada City safer from wildfire, desperately needed. And the first move-ins to what Supervisor Hall mentioned, Cashin's Field. Nevada City in 2023 is the only city compliant with the regional housing needs allocation for low income. I'd love to say that that was Nevada City that did that, but that was really a community wide initiative with the heavy lift from county staff, and we're very appreciative of that. Among the firsts was securing more than $6.5 million in grants in 2023. That really is going to be a springboard for us in 2024. If you look at our budget, that grant allocation is bigger than our budget. So there are areas that the city already partners with Grass Valley and Truckee and the county on, and we look forward to more of those partnerships in 2024. Truth be told, much of what we do is stolen from other things that you all do better than us already, and we would love to continue to steal from you. But even when we are trailblazing our own path, unique for the needs of Nevada City, we still would seek partnership with all of you in the threads that bind us together, no matter what we're doing, largely in economic development, housing, and tourism. With that, I'd love to hand it over to Mayor Daniela Fernandez to cover what we're going to do in 2024.
Thanks so much, Sean. Hi, folks. Super happy to be here. Thanks for always including us. Let's start off with fire. The city is sending a tax measure to the ballot, March 5th ballot. It is a special tax. We like our special taxes in Nevada City. And of course, that will require 2/3 vote, and meaning only funds will be exclusively for wildfire prevention and risk mitigation. It includes a 5-year sunset and an oversight committee, and we are expecting about $900,000 annually. We also aligned with county efforts, working to develop a community wildfire protection plan. And how exciting that we hired for a new position in Nevada City, Community Risk Reduction Officer, who will exclusively oversee activities funded by the tax. Next, we're going to move on to housing. We are super focused, looking forward on workforce housing, like many others. We're excited to launch a Lease Local program. It's an incentive modeled after the program in the town of Truckee. Thank you so much for paving the way and always being a model. We'll essentially pay property owners to rent long-term as opposed to empty spaces, which there are far too many of in Nevada City, or resorting to short-term rentals like Airbnb and VRBO. We have partnered with the county as Supervisor Hall and Sean had mentioned with the macro project of Cashin's Field, and we're looking forward to the potential of continued partnership with the county on some micro workforce housing projects. And next, we're going to move on to vibrancy. Sean had mentioned that at warp speed, Nevada City just in the last 6 months passed an arts ordinance, a public arts ordinance, and established a public arts commission with members of several stakeholder groups, including the Chamber of Commerce, Chirp, the Arts Commission, the Historical or the Arts Council, thank you, the Historical Society, and 2 artists at large and a youth commissioner. So super excited to have our first public arts commission meeting at the end of this month. And we're excited to launch their initiatives with the 49er Rotary Club is sponsoring a sculpture competition. We're also looking to some mural projects and hopefully some other exciting things in both the Downtown Historic District and Seven Hills District. We are also, excuse me, I'm not going to move on yet. Our Planning Commission is gearing up to hold a public hearing, gathering community input for a dark skies ordinance, which of course will then go to the City Council. And we're looking forward to working with the town of Truckee and their Planning Commission for some dark skies activities in the fall and maybe a competition. So look out for that. And then additionally, I look forward personally to continuing engaging youth in our community, particularly the folks at SAIL and their government class, helping to bridge that gap between what young folks are feeling and needing from their communities and politically and local government. Thank you to the board for your work on engaging youth and look forward to continue engaging youth. If anyone's tuned into Nevada City meetings recently, we know that they have a lot on their minds right now. Move through real quick. Infrastructure, the Nevada Street Bridge replacement is coming up. We hope to have that, the closure will start February 1st, and we hope to have that done by October 31st. Super excited that the final project will match the original 1860s bridge. Excited about that. We did conduct a parking study last year in our historic district, so too are our parking meters. So we're looking forward to some projects there of updating our parking meters, kiosks, that sort of thing. Moving on quickly to parks. Proposition 64 money to begin phase 1 of a skate park on donated land in Nevada City. And then phase 1 of the Seven Hills Middle School field upgrade, which will be a city park for the public after hours. And also just the long-awaited Sugarloaf Trail, 1 mile Sugarloaf Trail, looking forward to that. And also just in general, looking forward to continued partnership with the county and also the city of Grass Valley and the town of Truckee on all things recreation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the City of Nevada City. And it's just going to take us a moment to set up a video that the town of Truckee has. So actually there's probably an extra 20 seconds Truckee gets. But we'll go ahead and get that set up. And oh, looks like we're already got there. Okay, town of Truckee.
Great. Thank
There.
you and good afternoon or good morning, I guess. We're really excited to be here and share what we're doing and how we already are partnering together and how much more partnership opportunities we have going forward. True to form, they always freeze on really awkward poses. So we have about 2 minutes. We want to talk a little bit about our strategic planning efforts and where we're headed and wanted to give you an opportunity to see all of our elected officials that are part of the team and leading in Truckee. Start the video, that would be great. Okay, I'm gonna hop right into the presentation that we have prepared because 8 minutes goes by a lot faster than you think up here. While they're pulling up the presentation, just want to ask you to take a little bit of our journey back about 8 months to help better understand how we fed into our work plan and what we have planned for 2024 and 2025. In May of 2022 or 2023, I'm sorry, the council unanimously adopted our Truckee 2040 general plan. And for anybody that's not familiar, the general plan for a community is it's really a 20-year blueprint of how we're moving forward. Sorry, I forgot I need to click. Can you do that for me? Thank you. In the general plan, we highlight a vision for our future. And just reading the vision, there's a lot of natural alignment in the county and the region and being it's really four-season economy that's focused on inclusion and belonging and just thriving activity and environmental preservation. I think everybody that spoke in this last hour spoke to things like wildfire preparedness, climate initiatives, housing, and we're all facing the same challenges and we're all trying to move those forward in ways that make sense for our community. A couple of highlights from our Truckee 2040 plan that we thought were important to highlight. In this general plan, we have our first climate action initiative, and that's outlining actions and policies of how we're going to move forward to reach our climate goals and become carbon neutral. And we have our first mobility element. Prior to that, the previous general plan had a circulation element. And there's a nuance there that I think is really important to highlight. Circulation elements are focused on moving cars throughout communities, and our mobility element is focused on moving people throughout our community. And what that means is sometimes it's personal vehicles, sometimes it's biking, sometimes it's hiking or using our trail system and walking. Sometimes it's using our shared transit program, which is essentially a free Uber program in our community, as well as our fixed routes. So we're really trying to comprehensively look at our transit program in Truckee and really advance that forward. And then our safety and noise element. This is an element that was also in our 2025 plan, but really bolstered in our new plan, meaning that in early 2000s, when the previous general plan was being discussed and adopted in 2006, we were not focused on things such as these massive wildfires that we have now. Climate change has really impacted our weather-related events. And so the previous general plan said, partner with the fire district on addressing wildfire, which is a great idea, but not very specific. So the 2040 plan focuses more on defensible space, vegetation removal, policies and guidelines about building materials, home landscaping, home partnership on evacuation, using programs like LADRIS and Flock, which the county and some of our other partner agencies up here are using. How can we coordinate that? Understand fire better, understand how it moves through communities, how we can communicate to all members of our community in case of an emergency, if we need to communicate about evacuation or preparedness. So we've really bolstered this section, and this is a fundamental area that we're focused on, I would say, throughout not only the county, but the region as a whole. We're all going to be impacted by this at some point. How are we going to respond collectively and in partnership? And we've made so much progress. I'm so proud of the work that we've all made in this, and we're all having open communication, constant communication, and really appreciate that. So what's next and how are we moving forward? I'm going to turn that over to Mayor Paulby.
Thanks, Jen. So really quickly, you saw our video, and thanks for having us here today. We adopted our focus areas and our 2-year strategic work plan. That's what we just went through in the video. We use those focus areas to guide the work plan. We use the work plan to then guide our staff and all the things that we are doing. We check in on that every 2 years and make sure that we are adhering all of our council agenda items and all of that to move forward. Just to go over a few of the coordinations with the county. So really looking at enhancing those partnerships and investment for emergency preparedness, including wildfire readiness and mitigation. Our advocacy efforts, our discussions about funding needs, programs, grants, all the shared technology, is really the opportunity that we all have before us. We all heard all 5 of you talk about it, and you've heard all 3 of us talk about it. So we do believe there's an opportunity for partnership there. Moving into, yep, cool. Housing, which is obviously one of my top priorities. It's super limited, it's super challenging, and really a lot of the state programs are very challenging for us to manage up in the town of Truckee with our different income levels and just some of the obstacles to cost of construction. So we want to thank the county for working with us on a lot of temporary solutions, especially our unhoused neighbors. You were able to stand up an emergency warming shelter in what I think is record time for local government. It was shocking. And we're happy to be participating in the bigger homeless advocacy working group and really look at advocating together at the state level to move this forward. And we're already partnering on so many of our climate initiatives, including membership in the Climate Transformation Alliance, which we really appreciate, and believe that there's a lot of synergy going forward along some of the other mindsets that you see up here, whether that's becoming a county of reusable materials, communication, litter, fostering a more sustainable outdoor recreation opportunity for all of us is a great opportunity. And with the last 2 seconds, clearly our infrastructure investment we've gone over, and our dark skies you heard about, and thank you very much. I'll wrap it up. Jen took all my time. It's not my fault.
Thank you. You've all done very, very well. And at this point, we're going to have discussion. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Bullock.
That was great. Thank you. I just want to thank all of you for coming down and being a part of it. We see each other in broken pieces at other events and situations, and we're all tied to our own communities, but just thanks for taking the time and putting together the material and being part of this with us. We value the partnership we have with each of you. And I know each supervisor, regardless of where we're from, there's a lot of conversation about how our decisions impact the towns and cities. And so we just want to say thank you for the continued partnership. You know, what struck me is we all share the same constituency. We serve the same people. They want the same things. We hear the same things in our surveys. We're faced with the same challenges. We have different service provisions, and I think from my perspective, that can strengthen the way that we serve others first. And it's okay to be different. I think Sean mentioned this thread that binds us all together, economy and housing and wildfire, and really that sense of community character that I think you're going to see throughout our discussions over the next 3 days. How do we preserve that? How do we enhance our economy from visitors? It's a visitor-based economy in many parts of our county. And how do we protect our natural landscape and our environment? And so with that, I'm just going to open it up for our discussion, and I'd be happy to start with our stakeholders and our town partners and then go to the board if anybody has something they'd like to kick it off.
I'll start. I think one thing that we touched on slightly, but really maybe could talk a little bit more about is advocacy efforts, working together, and funding opportunities for some joints. Can't hear me? You want me to? Okay, there we go. One thing that maybe we could talk a little bit more about is the advocacy efforts, both state and federally. We have good partnerships established, but continuing that and advancing that further, as well as the funding mechanisms that maybe countywide we can talk about, whether it's transit or other related priorities, and how we can partner on that.
Yeah, great point. I think, and I don't know the exact date, but I want to say it was 2 years ago, we aligned our legislative platforms and both the state and federal level. And I know we share similar platforms and similar advocacy with our delegates. And so anybody want to take that from, Jeff, do you want to, you're in charge of our legislative platform. Would you like to weigh in a little bit?
Sure, absolutely. I think, I think we have the town participates monthly jurisdictionally. And I think to your point, the legislative platform that your board just adopted, we did reach out and work closely with every jurisdictional partner here. And so I do think there is room and opportunity to further extend and to partner with each of the jurisdictions. I am excited, for example, we're working and looking forward to bringing forward a letter of advocacy regarding a bill that would actually be looking for mountain counties specifically for an exemption on average median income. And so that's a major challenge for housing. And so we are looking at those partnership opportunities. Absolutely. So Yeah.
Jen, do you have specific earmark request type of language or?
No, I don't, but I think when we think of things like transit and how we can model that throughout the whole county, there's opportunities for some funding conversations there and how we can partner on that. Probably some advocacy efforts. We were really fortunate to get about just over $4 million to do maybe infrastructure in our mobility hub through grant programming, and to the extent that we can partner on grant funds to spread that into the county.
Expansion of that, handling that. Yep. I think an important piece too is also including Placer County, and I know Placer County is kind of integral. They're not in the room today, but it's critical because we share the county line right in the middle of our community.
Yeah, we certainly have this weird dynamic of we're closer geographically to Placer County, have some similar issues there, but definitely relate more to Nevada County and wanting to work with our partners here.
Yeah, can't agree more. Having spent 2 years traveling back and forth and delays on every single piece of roadway that's torn up or closed, and the town's done great work in that mobility space, and it's incredible. I drive past the rail yard, mobility hub every morning, and it's just grown, and finish that development. Any other town partners want to weigh in on potential?
I'll just hit one head on just because I know it's probably going to come up, and I think it's important that we all recognize it. Just on the revenue issues and the revenue measures and everybody's sort of different competing priorities and how we all move that forward. And, also just seeing some of the inherent conflict that's going to come from some of that as we move on. And we also just saw and then hearing the city's going for a March ballot measure. I think just having a more open conversation about everybody's, revenue desires, potential revenue measures as they're coming down the pike, having a lot of heads up as we're all pushing and pulling on a lot of different levers within our own jurisdictions of what that means and what the best method forward is. I think we could all agree we could probably do a lot better so that we could all be more aligned and we could all support each other as we move those forward and not get stuck in maybe some of the past and move that forward in a more productive way. For us, one of those is going to be transit moving forward. That's something we're looking to really promote, and I do believe there's a lot of opportunity there to expand that throughout the county, should the county be interested in partnering on something like that as well. Primarily because we're super limited in our town boundaries, and so much of our transit need does move outside of our city boundaries. So just wanted to throw that out there and make sure we have an opportunity to discuss that if folks at the county want to as well.
Dave, you covered the candid bullet. I think it's number 3. That's the part that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, you know me, Hardy. I'm pretty candid. So.
Measure B comes to mind. No, I think it's great. And it's okay to disagree. And the voter
Totally.
essentially reconciles all that. But it is, I think, our highest and best use of our role and our time to coordinate together on that. And I know we're facing all kinds of different special and general tax measures that people are entertaining to cover the needs of our community. So, yeah. Anybody from the board weigh in on? Go ahead, Ed.
Well, first off, I want to say how much I enjoyed and appreciated our mayors and managers breakfast each month. It's just been a pleasure to get to know you guys much better, and I've been truly impressed with the works that have gone on within the cities and the town of Truckee. And I'm thinking that I know we've talked about a joint county and cities town meeting, and I think that's a great idea. And in fact, I think we might look at that and go even further with it and say, let's put together a day and an agenda where we can bring up those items that we know we've got a common interest in and maybe come up with some solutions or simply working together. As I'm sorry, Mayor, I missed your name. You're new.
My second term, my second round, fortunately or unfortunately, but Mayor Pallavi is fine. Dave is also great.
Dave,
Yeah.
You're new to the breakfast group.
Yes, I
so
will be. Thank you.
I know Lindsay. anyways, I think that that's something we might think about. I think it would be beneficial to all of us.
So Supervisor Schofield, we've been working with the town and the cities and with staff where we do have a joint meeting scheduled per the direction. And I think it started from our breakfast meetings. And that's going to be on February 29th here in Grass Valley at the Center for the Arts. And the topic that was selected was emergency preparedness. So we're looking for, it is a half day from 1 to 4 o'clock. And we're working with the town managers and the mayors and the chair on an agenda. But it truly did stem from yourself and the mayors and the breakfast discussions in terms of how can we translate these monthly morning meetings to and be inclusive of all the elected officials to really do a deeper dive on these regional issues, and emergency preparedness was the issue that was elevated.
Yeah,
So I just want to say that Mayor Pulvedy and I were both mayors at the same time in 2020. I think we had one meeting and then COVID hit. And so we never met in person. I think this is probably the first time I've ever met David in person. So, but he did a fabulous job during COVID. We worked pretty closely together on some policies and things, especially around visitors and recreation. And it was a pleasure to work with you then. Unfortunately, we never got to do it in person, but I'm glad that you're here today and appreciate you and the work that the good work that you've done up in Truckee.
Thank you, and congratulations on your new seat. So.
Heidi.
Yeah, thank you. I also just want to say thank you for the presentations. I always learn something new. And especially, you know, so glad that we're all working together really well and that each of you are sort of taking the lead on some things that we can learn from. So it's really great to do that. And in terms of collaboration, I think that's always been our heartfelt desire and goal because we are still considered a small-ish county and we're smallish cities and towns. And so the more we work together, the better we're able to get the funds we need to do the work we all want to do. And when you talk about transport, so I just want to tee off of on the transportation issue, which clearly has a ton of overlap and connects with the tourism and recreation and even evacuation planning. So I didn't neglected to mention that in my District 1 overview, but evacuation planning is a high priority in my district as well, not having second egresses and making sure our first egresses are cleared. Obviously, the cities and the county are going to have to work really closely together on that because the population centers are in the cities, the roads are that to go out are in the county. And so I'm really looking forward to us figuring out how to really put together a robust program that connects us all on those critical areas and acknowledging that you know, we may not agree on everything and we may have some different priorities, but there are some clear baseline things that we can and should and hopefully will be doing together.
Thanks, Heidi.
Thank you. One of the things that I wanted to mention, because all of us mentioned this without directly mentioning this. You know, we know that small businesses are the backbone of a rural economy. And we would be remiss not to mention that our nonprofit organizations in this community are small businesses. They are feeling the pinch of the price of energy, the price of everything, similarly to the rest of our small businesses. And they are in the unique position where they support and inform our private-public partnerships. They are very important and sometimes essential parts of our community. So as we all go forward, and every single one of us mentioned a nonprofit organization or another who has helped support our efforts for achieving our goals and strategic planning initiatives. And I just want to make sure that we remember them, and as they continue to work for grant funding at the state and federal levels and at the local levels, that we remember that our nonprofit businesses are businesses that are essential to the work that we do and essential to our community and our quality of life here in Nevada County.
Yeah, great point. We did some 25 or so stakeholder outreach meetings in East County in December. A third of them were the nonprofit stakeholder community, either lands, animal welfare, people, places, food insecurity, all those different groups that we rely so heavily on to fulfill our mission and the service delivery that is important to the counties and the towns and cities. So thanks for pointing that out. Anybody else would like to weigh in? Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that I think we shared a lot of relatively large initiatives and some of the smaller initiatives, but I think the connecting points on small items can yield big results. And so you mentioned transportation and economic development, and just a little window into something that happened this year with a Victorian Christmas in Nevada City is the bus ran from Nevada City to Grass Valley and back. And that's seemingly small, but it's using existing resources. And Grass Valley is a little bit slower on Victorian Christmas nights because a lot of people are in Nevada City. So it brings them an opportunity for increase in tourism and economic development during the times that we have folks in town. It allows us to use that existing connecting, Nevada County Connects. And the opposite would be true too for busing from Cornish Christmas to Nevada City during that time. So I appreciate everybody in the room's willingness and desire to work together and collaborate. But we're the small player, but often the little tiny initiatives can have a tremendous impact. And that speaks to Hillary's point about the nonprofits that serve us and that we serve as well. A lot of times they are doing that heavy lift in the micro scale in our community, and so supporting them is important as part of our strategic plan. I know it's something that's baked into the cake, so to speak, at the county's level, and so we thank you for that.
Quick question to Grass Valley, Nevada City. Do you have a bike share program currently or looking at that at all? No, okay. Just curious.
We rarely have bike lanes.
Bike lanes, yeah. Good luck with the actual bike riding. No, it's always curious to me, and I know Trish Tillotson, our CDA director, and I have talked a lot about when multi solutions are applied to that. You have a roundabout or a roadway or a federal grant or infrastructure grant or a bridge. How do we integrate mobility, walking and cycling into everything we do? And it's hard in a big government organization when you cross paths with so many different disciplines that are funded in so many different ways. I think it's really incumbent upon the leadership in this room to really look deeply within our own organizations and figure out how to put those things in place to make it easy enough so you can ride around Nevada City, so you can ride around Grass Valley. Pines to Minds is great. It's not going to be a travel way, but it is an experience that we can share. Anyway, Jen, do you have something to throw in?
Well, just to kind of add on to that, we tried to transition thinking about our trail system in terms of fire and fuel breaks, shaded fuel breaks in some cases, or evacuation routes, or ingress and egress paths in case of an emergency or fire. So kind of shifting whether it's mobility and using the trails for recreation to get throughout town, but also thinking then in terms of fire or other emergencies.
Go ahead, Lisa.
So actually two things. I'm going to come back to the transportation issue, but in regard to what Hillary was talking about with our nonprofits. So just to give you an example of cause and effect of what's going on, the Center for the Arts, their fire and liability insurance went from $12,000 a year to $50,000 a year starting in 2024. That is a huge hit for a small organization. But what does that mean to the greater public? So 30 to 50% per month of the things that happen at the Center for the Arts are rentals. So all that's going to do is it will increase the cost for our other nonprofits and other arts organizations in the community to use it. So it doesn't just affect the center and ticket prices and what happens there. It does spiral out into the entire community because you have to, that cost has to be spread amongst all of the users. So something that I know, Heidi, we've been working on this, and unfortunately there's just no good solutions. I would say until maybe 6 months ago, District 3 was a little bit less immune or more immune to the fire issues with the FAIR plan. But now, because it was in the city limits, you have underground infrastructure, there's fire hydrants, across the street from many houses and in neighborhoods. But now we're seeing in the city limits, pretty much almost all commercial buildings now and many residential units are considered in the high severity zone, and they're having to go to the FAIR plan. So that is, it's not just in the wildfire areas now, it's really pretty much the whole county. So something that we need to be aware of. We look at the fire insurance issue as more residential, but it is across all avenues of purchase insurance. And my question for Truckee is, can you talk a little bit more about your Uber policy? I know I'm familiar with some Bay Area communities who've used that, who have really hard parking situations. So I'm curious as to how it's working up in your area. And then how do you entice the drivers? Because we've really struggled with getting people in this community to provide that service.
Yep, super quickly. So it's called TARC Connect. It was really spawned, and I'm not exactly sure, but I remember working with Sierra Business Council many years ago, talking about rural transit and how we were going to serve our rural counties, rural communities. Truckee's 32 square miles. It's gigantic. And so having a transit program that's bus served on a main line just doesn't work in a community like ours, and doesn't work in a lot of rural communities. And so what our TARC Connect model is basically, it's a micro transit model. So it's passenger vehicles, vans, minivans, things like that, going out as an on-demand service. So we say it's a free Uber because most people understand what that means, but really it is basically a business. So we currently contract with a company who we pay our drivers. So it's not fare based, right? It's free. Currently, the town has been funding that for the last, I think we're in month 12-ish or so. We have committed general fund dollars through June of our fiscal year. We do not have a funding plan past June 30th at this point, which is why I bring up potential ballot measure for us, either in November or next March, depending on how that all plays out, general, special, etc. But it's basically, we use the term free Uber because we have 6 to 8 vehicles. It's managed both internally and externally through an app. We have only seen ridership increase. So the way we get riders onto it is we tell them it's free. We do have limited parking, just like the rest of you in your historic downtowns or at your recreational sites. And so it's really proven to be an opportunity to reduce parking, allow for transportation. We have a lot of transient, both like J1 type of workers who come from out of town, but also just underserved community members, different places around town that make it challenging. And so it's basically, that is the model, is free microtransit in a rural spread out community that doesn't have anything other than a core historic downtown, which we all luckily have. But we also have these disparate parts of our community that basically were completely unserved until this program existed. And so our opportunity, and one thing, I'd really love to work with the county on, is how can we expand that program? We're already doing the program. How can we get it up to Donner Summit? How can we get it to some of our recreational facilities like Supervisor Hall was talking about, which are drawing the visitors, drawing all of these folks from out of town? We have PCT hikers obviously coming through. They had to hitchhike to get off the summit into town, and then they could use our TARC Connect, right? But because we were stopping at town boundaries, we were creating that disconnect there. So really looking at expanding that for things like Hobart, if some of the housing projects that the county puts in place actually come to fruition, how are we going to serve those new members of our community that are just inherently going to be like, well, we live in Truckee, we use Truckee, we need the resources of Truckee, but guess what? You're not going to be served by some of these programs. So that's a huge opportunity, in my opinion, moving forward. And that's basically the program, is to serve rural transit needs.
I can just add a little bit to that. It serves a great purpose in terms of shifting the mindset on public transportation. You're getting people in a very comfortable environment to move throughout the community using public transportation. So that's one advantage to this. Second is obviously as ride shares increase. So we get about 56% ride share at the moment. That means that on their way from picking up Mayor Pallavi, they stop and pick me up, and otherwise we would have been in 2 separate vehicles. You're having a reduction in climate impacts, GHG, as well as parking. And then from a safety standpoint, our fixed route traditional transit program serviced about 60 riders a day prior to microtransit. The mayor said we've only seen increases in our numbers. We're averaging around 600 riders a day currently. New Year's Eve, we did extended hours and had 841 riders. So we are very comfortable encouraging people to come downtown, enjoy their New Year's Eve, enjoy adult beverages and have a safe, fun evening and then take microtransit home. So we feel like there's a safety component to this as well.
I just, if I may, that sounds like an amazing program, and I hope you guys are able to continue to fund it after the fiscal year. And I also want to thank Chair Supervisor Hall, or excuse me, Bullock, for mentioning a more micro approach to, even the bike share program, right? I always talk about how policy moves a lot slower than culture. And so I see my work as catching policy up to culture. And usually when I say that, I mean that in a more of a social or social justice area, but this is one of those areas too, right? The biking culture exists. And if we can get policy and programming to match the culture that already exists and support that, we can continue to be, Nevada City specifically, to be a more walkable town. We had our parking study last year, and it was a lot of people responded to it, and we got a lot of really great information. And what we learned is that Nevada City doesn't actually need a bunch more spaces. We need to do a better job at directing people to the spaces that exist. And we need to convince people that walking more than a block might need to be done, right? So really, I was excited to see that. The last thing I'd like to see for Nevada City is some parking structure, some big concrete parking structure, and more opportunities to be more bikeable and walkable. So thank you. I'm excited to learn more about bike share programs, and maybe we can chat about that.
Any other board member comments? Yeah. Ready? No, the TAR Connect piece is interesting because was really glad you mentioned the piece about New Year's Eve, Jen, because we've traditionally never had on-demand, rideshare apps type thing in Truckee. So there's really there's no option. You're going to either have a designated driver or you're going to end up doing something bad. So it's an awesome opportunity for us to capitalize on that. It looks like a real area of cooperation and some fertile ground that we can work together on. The one piece I'd like to mention, we have about 4 minutes left, and I just want to throw out housing. I think the stakeholder meetings that I've been involved in recently, the common thread was housing. It was housing and transportation. The transportation we were describing was actually regional between Reno and Truckee, because workforce for Truckee lives in Reno. So these shuttle services, and also some of our staff members actually live in Auburn or Sacramento, going westerly. And so I think housing is one of those GHG reduction efforts that can bring and build a more permanent resident community that's here working and growing and living and creating a family. And I think that's kind of where we all want to head. I know that we've all worked a lot on that in that space, but I guess we just have to keep putting our thinking hats on and contribute additional resources, staff time, or work with our legislative delegates to try and figure it out, because it's just it touches every single piece of our economy, our environment, and our quality of life. So that's one of the things that I'm interested in talking about over the next 3 days. And I know you all have lots to talk about, and jump in there.
Just wanted to commend the county on that. Ryan Groover has been awesome to work with. I think that's an incredible area of trust that's been established and created specifically on our Pacific Crest Commons project. It was an area where the county really came to us more than anything and partnered on that project. Hopefully it'll get built this summer or next summer. But the more the counties personnel and resources can contribute to those, especially low income projects, we are going to always, all of us are going to struggle not meeting state requirements and federal requirements. Those are just going to continue to be challenging and need to be dealt with through legislative advocacy, I think, more than anything. But on the project level basis, where we are truly building that low income housing, which we also need and we can't overlook, having the county as a partner on that and providing those resources to Ryan's departments have been critical and really established an awesome level of trust that I appreciate in our community.
For mentioning that. And the town has been a great partner in some of our supportive housing elements, Coldstream Commons and the Artist Loss, obviously bringing additional stress from the town into that fold. And so you've all met the need and pivoted and been right there with us. So thank you for that as well.
I think every project we continue to learn another lesson. So as all of these projects continue, we are all learning together, and it's great to see that move forward and actually come to fruition. So it's good job. Thank you.
I'll mention it, and you may or may not know, but our board specifically described the management requirements going in on subsidized projects and having a greater level of control over that. So we understand the people that are managing the projects and how effective they will become and what support do we have to give to somebody if they're going to fail with that. And then really that's what it comes down to. And so I think we're all willing to get to that next point where we hold that community accountable.
And I just want to repeat, I know I mentioned our focus on workforce housing. We are in Nevada City, as we're thinking about infrastructure and density and evacuation routes, we're really geared for our community. We're really geared up to look at some micro projects kind of scattered about town and excited to talk about further partnership with those.
Yeah, this feels like just the beginning of a conversation on housing, and I actually want to suggest a kind of maybe it's a parking lot item, but these lessons learned that you're talking about, Dave, we ought to have a list of them that we can pass around and share and add on to, right? So we can all learn from each other's challenges. And then also sort of the roles that we each play and the funding and the numbers, like we get criticized for not meeting our RENA numbers. The RENA numbers go to the cities. We're happy to help build housing in the cities because that's where it needs to happen. So, you know, those sort of assumptions and facts and challenges, it'd be great if we could put something together that we could all share and keep working on. So we don't come, because we sometimes come at these things with assumptions that pitting us against each other, and they shouldn't. It's not our fault. We need to be working together, and I'm just excited about the possibility of that. Lori, do we have a parking lot? Thank you.
We like to call it a bike rack in Truckee, so that's GHG
You
friendly.
do. You're so far ahead of us. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Can I say something really quickly? I just want to, kind of to Dave's point about lessons learned in Supervisor Hall. It takes a lot of courage as elected officials to work in a space of creativity. And these are all really challenging topics, housing, climate, and we have to have space for creativity to ideate and come up with new programs. And I'm really fortunate that we have a council that gives us room to operate in this unknown area. This program may work and it may not work, and we're just going to try it. We'll learn the lessons and we'll adjust or pivot or end the program if it's not successful. But I think as a county, we're not kind of stuck in these doldrums, if you will. Everybody is really solutions oriented and trying to be creative with solutions and how to advance these initiatives. And I think that just takes a lot of courage, and we should acknowledge that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the fear of failure can keep us from doing great things if we're not careful. Anything else we want to touch on or bring up? We can throw it into the bike rack, the new bike rack, Western County bike rack. Anything else? I would just hope you stay for lunch before you jump to Summit or head back to the office. Please join us for lunch. And I just wanted to give a big round of applause for everybody who's been involved this morning. Great so far. So let's hear it. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair Bullock. And before anybody moves, before we meet for lunch, we'd really like to take an opportunity to get a picture since you're all here and bring our supervisors up there, and then we'll break for a 40-minute lunch. So if we can go ahead and get our cities and towns to stand up here and our supervisors and Allison come up. Let's see, 25 and 35. We reconvene at 12:15. All right, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Let's get in position, and we've got a wonderful presentation on financial update coming up in a moment. Make sure we get everybody at the table. See, we've got, there we go. We have all of our supervisors in place. And Chair Bullock, did you want to say anything to get this started on this?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, I wanted to give a quick second to Supervisor Hall, and then I'm going to say a few words about Martin Polk.
Thank you. Sorry, Martin, just a second. I just want to comment on, that was a delicious lunch, by the way, but comment and thank you to the staff for providing so many recycling bins this time. This was an issue every year for me, and they're everywhere, so please use them properly. Super excited, and we'll take it a next step, maybe next year. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Nice work. We're about ready to turn it over to Martin Polt, our CFO, but I just wanted to acknowledge that Martin has served this county and this community for 19 years in a multitude of different roles. And it's, you know, it's with great, there's some apprehension because Martin is going to retire soon, and this is his last official Board of Supervisors workshop. And I wanted to acknowledge and say thank you for your steadfast leadership in our financial planning and your role as our Chief Financial Officer. You're leaving the county in a great position. You're going to outline that for us today, and you've left us a bunch of flexibility in the way that we assign our priorities and our fiscal responsibility and use of funds to support our community. So I just want to give you a round of applause to say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, thank you, Hardy. It's been all my pleasure. I love these meetings and the supervisors, the staff, everyone who supports me. I can't tell you how much it means to me. So, yeah, my last and final, I've got no surprises here, I should say. So let me get into it. Thank you, Hardy. So we're going to do fiscal stability and core services, a board objective for this year. And I'm going to give you an update on 22-23. So that's the year end just passed. We'll talk to you about a current year update for 23-24. And I'll give you a first look at the 24-25 budget update. We'll talk about some fiscal challenges. We'll touch on core services. And then we'll talk a little bit about the next steps for preparing for the 24-25 year. Please, Hardy.
And Martin, a quick question. Would you like hold our questions until the end of the presentation and during the board discussion, or do you want us to stop you and ask a question here or there?
Ideally would be at the end, Hardy.
Okay.
Afterwards, we have definitely time for questions.
Let's do it that way.
Appreciate that. Thank you. So I want to open up by describing a few themes that you're going to see throughout this presentation. One of those is that in the past years, at least 10 years, we've had positive general fund results, revenue over expenses. So that's a credit to how the county is operated. We have very strong levels of services that you'll see in many of the presentations throughout this workshop. And we have very strong current financial position that you'll see in the upcoming slides. We also have some policies, including a fund balance policy and budget policies that you're going to see more of. Those are linchpins for our prudent fiscal management. You'll see the revenue picture is mixed. We'll show some slides on that. And expenses are more predictable than revenues. We do have more control over expenses, so we'll show you sort of how that's going to play out over the next year. And we do need some strategies, and we'll talk to you a little more about that at the end of this slideshow, for managing resources, prioritizing projects, services, and commitments. Underpinning a lot of our decisions and the board's practices, thank you, board, for adopting these various financial management policies. So first of all, we have budget policies. We'll talk to you more about those. Really guide department and other efforts in shaping budgets throughout the year. We have a fund balance policy. Fiscal management and prudence is a cornerstone of that policy, and it also allows us to assign various funds in the general fund for key purposes. We have a debt management policy, including a debt advisory committee with the county council, treasurer, tax collector. We have a best practice methods of issuing debt that are very fiscally prudent and sound. And we also have a pension management policy. We'll talk to you a little about pension challenges in upcoming slides, but we have a lot of steps that have been taken to try to prudently manage our pension activity. So jumping into 22-23, you can see here, beginning of 22-23, that is last year, we had a $40.1 million general fund balance. Our results for this past year ending June 30, 2023 were 1.1 million to the positive, revenue over expense in the general fund. We also had some accounting related changes and restricted and non-spendable dollars. So we end up with 41.7 million available balance for 6/30/23. That was a look at the general fund. This shows you for our major operations in the county, the actuals, revenue and expense for that year ending last year, and shows you the variance between revenue and expense as well as fund balances. So you can see roads ended up revenue over expense a positive $1 million. That can go into key activities for the roads department and their CIP plan. Community Development Agency ended up positive $700,000 with a $6.3 million fund balance. Transit, significant revenue over expense, $3.2 million variance. That fund balance doesn't fully reflect that because some of those expenses were capital purchases of buses and paratransit vans. And they also have about $5 million in Nevada County Transit Commission that can be used. So that fund balance doesn't reflect their full resources. Library, you see $500,000 positive with an $8.9 million fund balance. Health and Human Service Agency, a negative 8.2 million with a 19.2 million fund balance. There's some timing issues related to some of the housing projects that HHSA has, as well as Medi-Cal revenue. So we're thinking there's about $6 million probably due to timing issues there. And realignment, we often look at realignment along with Health and Human Service Agency. A lot of our realignment is HHSA related, about 3/4 of it. And combined, you see there a $6.5 million positive in realignment. So overall, these major operations, you see a $68.8 million fund balance over $164.5 million of expenses. That's about a 40% fund balance to expenses, which is very strong. Looking at some of the key revenue for results for 6/30/2023. So this is actual versus budget last year, whether we were better or worse than budget. Property taxes came in strong last year, 7.1% total increase versus 5.5% budgeted. Transfer taxes, real estate related, we saw a decline last year. You'll see some future slides that show how we're doing this year. Transient occupancy tax, give a lot of credit to Michelle Bodley and her team collecting Airbnb and other revenues, hotel motel taxes there. Cannabis tax, where we saw a decline last year of $118,000. Recording fees, also real estate related, negative $555,000. Prop 172 and sales tax in the general fund were positive generally. Prop 172 was positive. That's a kind of a statewide sales tax collection where the county gets a part of that. And then our local taxes, we saw a decline last year for the general fund. So kind of a mixed signal there. Transfers in from other funds, special revenue departments and special revenue funds put money into the general fund as needed. But you see down below, as expenses were lower than expected, we didn't have to transfer as much money from those funds. So salaries and benefits, we saw $2.8 million to the good. We saw to the good also in charges and reimbursements from various departments to other departments. So some savings there. And other revenue and expenses net negative $1.2 million. So the bottom line is, as you can see, that $1.1 million positive. And looking now on the 23-24 budget, how we're doing this year. This picture shows you what we came to you in June for the adopted budget. Shows you that budget, $369.8 million total budget. 2011 realignment continues to play a big role in the size of our budget. That was about $22.4 million. We saw an 11.8% increase for 23-24, 9.4% average. And you can see there, yeah, their state and federal budgets, and you'll see here a lot of talk about mandates, legislative activities, and legal requirements that the county must comply with, somewhat driving those state and federal dollars. So those have been increased by 10% over the past 11 years. And that was that's that light shaded line, 164 million of revenues. You can see here a picture of our general fund reserves today. We saw $41.7 million, 6/30/23. Our budget is flat for this year, so we're looking at a 41.7 continued. And you can see the assigned dollars. Most of our general fund, based on our fund balance policy and other policies, is assigned for specific purposes. You see general purpose for emergencies and economic uncertainties. That's the largest share of those assigned general funds. And you can see board priorities, 3.9 million. We'll talk significantly more about that in a few minutes. Facilities planning and information systems infrastructure have 5-year plans that we update these assignments based on those plans. Pension contributions for pension stabilization. You'll see more about that. And justice services, there's significant sheriff's capital projects that we have a formula that funds that assignment. Other assignments, 5.9, and then unassigned are $6.4 million. So we do make recommendations about shifting these assignments from unassigned to these various assignments, again, mostly based on 5-year plans, for example, or various formulas. So facility planning, based on, they spent significant money last year, for example, on that property, LeBar Meadows. We're trying to replenish some of those funds. So $1 million increase in facilities planning. Board priorities, you'll see the formula again related to TOT. We're trying to true that up. So 294 there. And then also we have a formula for the Justice Services Fund. So 800,000 increase there. Total out of the unassigned, shifting to these other priorities is 2.1 million. So you can see still the total fund balance, $41.7 million, and unassigned has been reduced. Looking at the current year through December 31st, 23-24, we do have caution on our revenues. You'll see a little more to that picture in a few minutes. 42% of the revenue has been received this year. Expenses, we are on target, 56% expended. That's consistent with prior years, and mostly because of a lump sum payment of our unfunded liability to CalPERS. We save about $500,000 by paying about $20 million up front to them. So looking at this year, you can see another picture of how we're doing this year, and this is kind of a health indicator. Year to date, December 31st, 2023 versus the first 6 months of last year. Sales tax, both the general fund and Prop 172 continue to see some softening and reduction. That's about a $303,000 less this year than we saw last year in Prop 172 in general fund. We're looking at a sales tax in other funds. The library is the green arrow. We're seeing about a 2% over last year for library sales tax, but other sales tax in realignment, for example, have seen some softening as well. Business activity, we see some positives and some ups and down arrows there. Fee development, so those are mostly development fees for major projects, like the Idaho Maryland mine, for example. So we're seeing less development fees there. And we also are seeing building inspection fees and plan check fees decline about 10%. So you can see there overall about 202,000 reduction in the first 6 months this year versus last year. But we also have some positives in the CDA departments. Building permits is up and planning and engineering by $156,000. Our gas tax, we know we're going to hear some challenges later in our workshop about gas tax formulas, but at this point they are strong and at multi-year highs for both roads and transit. Property taxes are down this year. And we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. We also are seeing transfer tax continue a downward trend, but we're seeing continued increases in trends in occupancy tax. We're seeing increases in cannabis tax from last year. Last year was a low. and we're picking up a little bit on cannabis taxes. And federal marshal jail beds, we lease beds to the federal marshal from federal marshal inmates, and we're seeing some increases there, and that's a 46,000 increase. Overall caution for the rest of the year, and you can see that little trend line. We did see sort of some peaks, a jump in 2021 and 21-22, and we're seeing some declines in various revenues. As you can see from those dotted arrows, there are some bright spots, some increase, some still trending upward, but also trending downward. So you see overall a downward trend. Looking at the 24-25 budget. So we're extending this out by a year. This picture, you see that $41.7 million, 6/30/24. We're looking at about a $39.8 million general fund balance for 6/30/25. And you can see the breakdown on those assignments there, $39.8 million. And again, we will be coming back to the board in the adopted budget to true up for 24-25, again, based on various plans. So for example, assigned for board priorities, you'll see a formula we used for $1.3 million to be added to that assignment, as well as IS infrastructure to meet the ongoing IS needs. And that money comes from unassigned money, so $1.85 million shift from unassigned to assigned. And so as promised, looking a little more closely at the board priority assignment, you can see here the formula we've established, the board has established over a number of years. And first, let me focus on that total funding. The total funding that goes into the board priority assignment starts with the total TOT, and plus the board, as has been the practice the last several years, added $500 of unassigned general fund to that priority. So that total there, for example, for 24-25 is our $1,057,000 transient occupancy tax projection plus $500,000. So $1,557,000. We then take out other items that are directly paid for with the TOT, and that includes small business council contract, the tourism local freshies contract for the website management. And this year we've added the Arts Council $30,000. So you take that out and we're left with $1,285,000 essentially to go into the board priority assignment. And breaking that down a little further, you can see the beginning balance of that board priority assignment for this year was $3.258 million. We added in that $1,204,000 on approximately for 23-24 increase due to that TOT that you see there. And we spent $400,000 on the outdoor visitor safety. So that was part of that formula. And then we adjust to actual, basically, if the TOT was higher than we budgeted, then we do a true up. So all those things together give you $4,356,000 balance at the end of 23-24. And then the 24-25 estimate is $1,285,779. So that gives us about 5.642 after all these machinations for the board priority assignment. And how that has played out, we come to the board each year with some allocation priorities from the board. You can see these allocation priorities in the past: $500,000 for the Soda Springs area plan, Donner Summit, $868,000 for Penn Valley Community Center, Higgins Sidewalk. The biggest item at $500,000 for broadband grants, last mile grants, $1.35 million for North San Juan project, $250,000 for Western Nevada County Community Foundation. So after all is said and done there, subtract those commitments from the available funds, and we're left with about $2.2 million that's unallocated based on board direction previously. We will talk about this $2.2 million on our last day. I think it's 3 o'clock. Allison and I will present some options for you as far as next steps on those funds. So looking at budget highlights from the 24-25 preliminary estimates versus last year's budget, we are looking at about $81 million of discretionary revenue in 24-25. That's about a 4.9% or $3.8 million increase. That includes a 6% increase in property taxes from last year's budget, transfer tax continued decline, sales tax continued softening, our TOT stable, And cannabis tax, a slight reduction. We had a pretty high budget estimate in 23-24 this year, which we're not going to meet. So we're lowering that in the coming year. Out of that general fund discretionary revenue, that $81 million, the largest share of that is property taxes. So I wanted to focus a little bit on this property tax growth rate. Over the 30-year period that you see there, historically in the top chart, the average over that period is a 5.5% average property tax growth rate. And you can see in the last 2 years, we've come close to that, slightly below in this current year, 5.4%. And we're expecting a continued decline in property tax growth and property taxes to 5%. One forecasting tool that we use is that chart below, which is transfer taxes. So we look at transfer taxes, which we've talked about in previous slides this morning, just now. There's continued softening there. And you can see our projection for transfer taxes continues to decline. And transfer taxes has a 2-year predictive ability to forecast growth rate, meaning you can see those arrows. Transfer tax bottomed in 08-09, which was coincident with the recession, right along with the recession. 2 years later, we had the bottom in property taxes at negative 7.5%. So we are projecting that we are going to see continued pressure on property taxes for the next couple of years. Yeah. So moving on with the general fund balancing plan, so to speak, for the 24-25 period, you can see there preliminary estimates of expenses versus a 23-24 adopted budget. We're looking at $82.7 million of general fund allocations and expenses to various departments. That's about a 7.1% increase, or 5.5 million. 7.1% or 5.1 million is personnel costs. We'll talk in a moment about one of the most significant drivers of that is pension costs. We'll talk about some of the dynamics of that. And we're seeing 11.7 increase, 440,000 in general liability and workers' comp. Election expenses net, we're providing less funds to the election department because it's a presidential election and they receive more revenue. So less pressure on the general fund, and that's a positive. We're also seeing 379,000 of other expenses in this budget. So looking at the general fund forecast, you can see the base case, which are the dark green bars, pretty stable there, $41.7 million again, 23-24 and 24-25, and then some slight reductions there over the following 2 years. There are additional projected expenses. There's still some uncertainty as we move toward the final budget adoption. Potential other expenses are, you can see that green line there, potentially bringing our fund balance down to around $31.6 million. You can see there the target general fund balance is right at that 31.6 million. That target is 30% of our general fund expenses, which is a very strong and healthy, according to Standard & Poor's, for our bond rating. That 30% is kind of a target there. We certainly can take steps and take actions. As I mentioned, our expenses are under our control. We have various policies and procedures in place, and we definitely would have control over that in the next couple of years. But still, as mentioned in our themes, a strong fund balance, and we have good policies behind us to make decisions. Some of our fiscal challenges and opportunities, you can see here, as I mentioned, pension costs. We're seeing a 10% increase from that 23-24, 28.7 million pension cost to the $31.5 million. It's very much driven upon the health of our pension plan. And you can see here, largely driven by investment returns by CalPERS. We get an actuarial report each year from CalPERS. These numbers are directly from their actuarial report. And you can see the funded ratio, which is essentially how much money we have in the bank as a percent of how much we owe to our current employees and retirees. We have this year 63% going into 24-25 versus 73% in 23-24. Our unfunded liability has increased from 197,000 to 268,000. And you can see those returns drive our assets as well. The biggest driver of these are the CalPERS returns. There was a negative 6.1% 1% return in 22-23, which is driving that 24-25 fund, basically numbers there. And we saw a 5.6% return in 23-24. I'm sorry, at the end of June 30th, 2023, which is a little bit lower than the CalPERS estimated required rate of return, which is 6.8%. So we are still going to see a little bit pressure, at least from last. Yeah, there's a lag between when we see that impact. Hopefully this year we'll be watching closely. Investments are doing well, and we'll hope that CalPERS has a positive return and kind of reverse this deteriorating situation. State and federal budgets, we've talked about us being a political subdivision of the state, whether it's state mandates or other legislation that impacts county departments and activities. We definitely keep a close eye on that. So state budget process is in the beginning stages. The governor's budget proposal came out on the 10th of January. There still will be a May revise of the governor's budget, a lot of activity between now and then, and a lot of committees and committee assignments and wrangling going on at the state to end up with an adopted budget on June 15th. The governor's budget that just came out January 10th shows a $38 billion shortfall in 24-25. The legislative analyst's office analysis showed a $68 billion shortfall in ongoing deficits. That difference of 30,000, LAO came up with a subsequent report just this week explaining that $30 million difference, and partly is because of how schools were treated, about 15 million of that 30 million difference. And then 15 million was due to the differences in revenue forecasts. So the governor has a less conservative revenue forecast than the LAO, and we'll see how that plays out over the rest of this year going into those next milestones. The governor's solution were to largely tap into reserves. They built reserves up over a number of years, helping them bridge that budget gap. There's also some slight reductions, modest in climate, housing, and education. Largely these other mechanisms of borrowing, delays, and cost shifts on the part of the state to bridge that budget gap. We were surprised when the state budget came out that there was minimal impact on county departments and our operations with that proposal. So there's ongoing spending reductions are a possibility. We're keeping very close eye on this. And as far as federal budgets also impact us, there's a continuing resolution in place now. The federal budget year ends on September 30th, and ideally with October 1st, there would be a new federal budget. There's been a couple of continuing resolutions kind of to push the can down the road and keep federal operations in place. And those are in place until this Friday for some of the budgets, and for others, February 2nd. There is a deal on the table to push those to March 1st and March 8th for the two tranches of various department budgets. So again, we're keeping close eye on that and just hoping for stability there. And this, you can see here, looking at recession, we do think about recession clearly. And last year we had a little more serious thought and discussion about recession. In this case, economic forecasts are much more moving toward the likelihood of a soft landing. If anything, a very mild recession. We do not have a recession built into our forecast at this point. But again, we're monitoring that closely as our departments. So core services, the kind of the next piece of this presentation I wanted to talk to you about. This is an entree into the next segment that you'll see in this board workshop, discussion about core services from the various agency heads and sheriff. And I just want to read this definition. This definition is brought to the board each year and adopted by the board. It changed slightly last year. A core service is that which is fundamental to the mission of departments and the county to meet mandated and essential community services. Areas funded by the county in this category include state mandates, emergencies, and services that support community health and safety, such as county infrastructure, roads, jail, justice, basic public and mental health services, and other social services. So some pretty important fundamental areas of the county are core services. Some core service highlights that fiscally based, but also you'll see a reflection in some of the discussion coming up. Core services provided to the community by departments and contractor partners are strong. We have very strong services provided by the county. Customer service is a focus, as well as communication and collaboration with our partners. We saw evidence of that just this morning. And continuity of the operations are key for agency staff. Delivering and improving existing services and infrastructure and prioritizing resources for those existing services and infrastructure is a key that you'll hear more about. Being mission focused in these core services and having strong fiscal and budget planning and pacing opportunities and change and growth is important to us to maintain our fiscal health. Increasing core service demands, you'll see evidence of that, including unfunded mandates, emergency responses, legislation, and litigation all put pressure on our department core services. And all of those elements together do put pressure on our staffing and workforce capacity. So grant resources, talking about core services and talking about some of the limited resources that we have and continuity of existing services, these play a key role. You can see the opportunities to impact county services and capacity through grants opportunities. So in wildfire, we've certainly seen OES taking advantage of key areas of operation that are grant funded. We see other operations in the county that are plan driven. You're going to see, and you've heard, for example, with the Economic Development Action Plan, we have the Wildfire Protection Plan, the broadband EIR, and other plans that county departments are putting in place really to position us to capitalize on some of these grant opportunities. So you can see particularly the State Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act. It was a $1.2 trillion bill that was passed in November in 2021. Still a lot of funding being activated through that plan. And the Inflation Reduction Act, another plan that included climate resiliency and other elements that we are still seeing play out. So we're trying to use our other plans to capitalize and hit those opportunities. But at the same time, we want to make sure we do this prudently. So you can see that bottom piece about grant best practices team. We have had an HPO style. You're going to see more about high performing organizations and sort of the structure of how we improve county operations. We've had for about the last year a grant improvement team that has been looking at, number one, consistent grant applications, whether that's budgeting or other components of grant applications to allow us to be successful. We're sharing amongst departments the best practices in those grant applications. And part of that is we've built a tool or a couple of tools to get the full range of costs and staffing impacts identified for a given grant activity. We want to make sure we can capture and put in a grant budget as much cost as possible, actual costs of the county, to make sure we're being whole on our grants. So we also want to include grant management and administration costs in our grant applications, again, so that we're covering all of our costs. So again, the key themes, I just want to reiterate here over what you've seen over the last 30 minutes. The past years, including 22, 23, we ended positive. Our service levels and fund balances in the general fund and other county major funds are strong. Revenue is mixed, and our expenses are more predictable and in more control of the county than our revenues are. We did expand here on managing resources. Some of the themes that you'll see also in the core services are prioritizing existing programs, board priorities, core services, and related administration and infrastructure. For new or expanded programs and expenses, look to new resources, whether that's grant or other revenue, or reduction in existing programs when we embark on those newer expanded programs. And also building in contingencies, which would mean while there's a period of uncertainty here with revenues declining, delay commitments until resources are available, or create limited term projects that end unless additional resources are found. And again, monitoring the situation and acting accordingly is a hallmark of the county fiscal practices, and we will continue to do that and using our fund balance and budget policies as guidance. So I've accomplished most of our report agenda. The last piece is really preparing for 24, 25. So I'm going to go over a couple of key dates with you, and then we'll also check in with you on our budget policies. So our key dates, we have already pretty much completed our request for staffing change process. That started in October 2023. We are continuing to do budget training and budget improvement. That's going to happen toward the end of January and February. We have the workshop, which is very important to us, giving direction to staff going forward. Budget kickoff is on the 31st of January, and then we hold budget subcommittee with the chair and vice chair, Heidi and Hardy, April 26th to May 17th. And budget hearing this year will be June 18th. They're planned to be, and budget adoption on June 25th. So the final piece I wanted to discuss with you, you do have in your binders a red line version of these budget policies as well as a clean version. I'm showing you the clean version here. Numbers 1 through 5, there was no change on those. And number 6, we did move and change a little bit. So I'll just read this one. There will be a high level of fiscal discipline by department heads, budget subcommittee, county executive officer, and board of supervisors. Every effort will be made to comply with adopted financial policies and prioritize existing programs, board objective, core services, and related administration and infrastructure. And then newer expanded programs and expenses will be contingent upon either new resources or a reduction in existing programs and services. So that has been modified from what it previously was. We took out a prioritization of economic development. And the reason we did that is over the last really 2 years, economic development has become part of the board priority and board objective funding and focus. So essentially treating economic development as one of the board objectives and assigning and allocating resources through that process. I want to thank not only our fiscal staff, but our controller's office and others in the county that have allowed us to get to the point where I'm presenting to you today. So really appreciate all the effort. And with that, I'm open to any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, very comprehensive, great information. Is there any of the board members that would like to ask Martin questions or kick it off for discussion? I can. I have questions as well, but okay. I just a couple of general questions. On slide 11, there's 3 major allocations at the bottom: justice services, other assignments, and unassigned. Could you just summarize a little bit about the other assignments and unassigned? Thanks, Martin.
Thank you, Supervisor Bullock. Yeah, the other assignments include, for example, the litigation. We have, I think there's $500,000 in case civil litigation like we had with Cascade Shores. We use some of those funding for that. There is one for leave balance. So if we have an unexpectedly large use of leave balances, we have fund balance in there for that. There's also a chunk of that money, that other assignments, based on the auditor controller, and when we encumber projects from one year to the next, there's a piece of that general fund that's reserved for that. So those are the bulk of the other assignments. The unfunded is basically when you subtract out all of those assignments, there's a piece in there that's unassigned. And based on our fund balance policy, we do try to assign as much as possible. And, you know, the board has similar authority to direct the assigned money or the unassigned money. It's just kind of an accounting mechanism of keeping track of those dollars.
So the unassigned fund balance obviously includes the portion for board objectives that you highlighted. That's contained within the unassigned.
The board priority is separate.
It is.
Yeah,
Okay.
you see an assignment there, I think.
Oh, yeah, right at the very top. Thank you.
Yeah. And so I think it started out with $3 million at the end of 22-23, and then using that formula cumulatively, it ended up about $5.7 million in a later slide, and I'd have
Okay.
to look at the slide numbers here.
Yeah, answer my question. Thank you. Just, and then on slide number 18, it's the board priority assignments. I just had a question. There's the 500,000 for Donner Summit, the match funding with Placer County. And I just had a question about how we account for carryover, because this project has been carried over from year to year, and obviously it's in there based on that. Could you just describe how, you know, obviously if we allocate it this year, we previously allocated a different year, and how that factors into the bottom line?
Certainly, Supervisor Bullock. As it stands, we've spent very little, if any, of the funds on that Soda Springs project. I think there's a request or upcoming for modest dollar expenditure on that project. So essentially, as we go through the board, I'll call it direction, and we've had previous board direction. So that $500,000 will change year to year as the funds are drawn down, if that makes sense. So for example, last year, when I was before you, we had at least that $400,000 for the outdoor visitor safety grant was included in the top lines there. We spent that money, so it's basically that takes the money out of that board priority assignment.
Yeah.
Does that answer?
Yeah, it does. I was curious if it's just going to show up there until it's spent.
Right.
As long as the board priority unchanged, it will be in there.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Unless the board were to redirect those for other projects, it would stay there. Yes, it's carried over from year to year.
Okay.
And we keep track of it. If there was some spent this year and some spent next year, you would see a different number here as that money is spent down.
Okay. And then just one final question, but on slide 20, the transfer tax is a lead indicator of the actual sales tax growth. Is there anything unique? Obviously, 08, 09 was a pretty unique circumstance and snapshot in time, and we obviously don't face those same like economic headwinds today. Do you think that the data will perform the same way, given the fact that, like you said, we're in, you know, kind of a soft landing scenario versus a full recession scenario?
I think it's a really good question. I mean, it has been, as you mentioned, in some of these extreme situations, definitely a predictor. So transfer taxes are when properties are bought and sold, the county receives some revenue from that real estate transaction. So the softer the real estate market, kind of 2 years down the road, you're going to see that property tax increase because properties are lower value. Plus there's less transactions taking place to lift up the property taxes. This year, it remains to be seen. I would say it is a unique situation that interest rates have increased pretty dramatically over the last 2 years, really impacting the number of transactions that have been bought and sold. But we know that particularly next year, we think the Fed is going to lower interest rates. And that could be, you know, the economy is very healthy. If interest rates are lowered in a soft landing scenario and the economy is strong, definitely, you know, it's a wait and see to see maybe our property tax growth would somewhat defy that trend. Yes.
Yeah, the logic. I asked Michelle Bodley the same question. Yeah, similar response. Thank you. Yeah, that's all the questions I had.
Yeah, she's a smart lady. I would go with that.
Question?
Just thank you for your fiscal prudence all these years, for keeping us on track and informed and always doing such a great presentation. I have to say, after 7 years of these, you've worn me down. I'm stopped asking those detailed questions that are so complicated. But this is always super helpful. I guess I would have one question and maybe a comment. On the question would be to just, and maybe you're just repeating, but for the fiscally prudent thing to do is to keep the general fund at about 30% of the funds coming in and going out, correct? Am I phrasing that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then would that also apply to the fund balances in each department? Is that the same percentage you would be targeting as the fiscally, or does it depend? You know, I would think some departments need more cushion than others.
I agree, Supervisor Hall. It does depend. You know, a general rule, 30% is very strong. Definitely other counties, for example, would have a lower threshold for other departments. There's typically less volatility. I mean, departments that are based on economically driven revenues like the roads fund, some of the other CDAs that are economically driven might look to a higher threshold, which they have already achieved. HHSA definitely is subject to volatility, other different types of volatility, mostly state and federal, but not as much, perhaps. I mean, especially with the payments and mandatory payments from the feds. So it does vary, but I would say 30% is a good rule, and maybe 15% would be a second threshold for other departments.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay. And then maybe just a general comment on some of the comments that have come from the public or questions we get out in the public. And I think we come into this conversation with some basic assumptions that I think I might want to just state. One is, as we heard, you know, why are we spending money at all? Well, we're required to. That's our job. We're spending money that the state is asking us to spend on specific programs. Plus, we're spending money on issues and items and program constituents are telling us are important to them. That seems so obvious, but that's an assumption we make coming in here. And the other one I think that may be more important is, why are our costs going up? Even if population isn't, or staff is or isn't, well, our costs are going up because costs are going up. Just like our budgets in our house, you know, a gallon of milk costs more today than it did 2 years ago or 3 years ago. The cost of our services and the cost of materials have gone up substantially. And so we're going to see cost raises even when we are procuring the same amount of things. So again, seems obvious, but you know, it is an assumption we come into that given those costs and given the requirements of the state and what our constituents are asking for, we have to make hard decisions about where we're going to spend a limited number of funds. And so that's what's hard about all of this. But thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Supervisor.
Sue, anything? Okay. You know, along the same lines, I just wanted to point out the graph that what's not indicated here is the staffing levels that we're at in 2008. And as you see revenues climb, we're still not staffed at the level we were in 2008. Given the fact that our budget has increased and the cost of living has increased and the cost of employment and taxation, everything has gone up. So contrary to some of the things that have been said, you know, during the comment period, I'm proud of that. I'm proud of our staffing levels. I think we are doing community building work and a lot of really important things on behalf of our community. And so I just wanted to point out that despite, you know, some of the things that are being discussed, we're still not back to 2008 levels at this point, which is important to me when we talk about making staff changes to support programs and initiatives that the board's directing and that we're asked to fulfill from the state. So I just want to point that out. We can have another discussion about what is the appropriate staffing level, but I just wanted to point that one piece out that's important to me. And then on the policies.
Sure, Bo.
Yeah, go ahead, Ed.
Just be careful because you also have to look at your contracting levels too.
The other piece on the budget policies, I just want to talk about item 6 really quick, Martin. I think the red line copy and the addition of the newer expanded programs and expenses, and feel free to throw something at me after I finish talking here. New or expanded programs or expenses will be contingent upon either new resources or reduction in existing programs or services. That statement, in my opinion, is really broad for kind of the diversity of things that we're being asked to do as a county. I think it's hard to actually apply something that's kind of a blanket statement being applied to a lot of nuance in the budget process that's coming before us. The other piece is, I think, doesn't it depend on the fund balance use and the priorities we're going to select during this process today? Would it be something that we could visit at the end of this 3-day period? Because inside the packet, I don't necessarily see new board objectives or necessarily growing or changing board objectives compared to years past, just in my tenure here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Do you want to speak, Allison? Sure.
So this year, we're recommending that once the board selects their policy objectives, staff will come back with charters that would include recommendation on the budget, staffing, actionable items, and performance measures. As we are hearing from Martin and all our department and senior executives, we're currently monitoring the fiscal environment. We'll be working closely with the budget subcommittee, which includes you and Supervisor Hall, and then be making recommendations in terms of allocation. On the 3rd day, we'll reflect back to the board what we heard in terms of spending priorities, and that will help inform the charters. I'll come back to the board with specific budget numbers.
And yeah, thank you, Allison. We could bring this back at that time just to do a final review to make sure there's consistency with the direction the board gives us at that point.
Go ahead, Ed.
Well, I don't know that we can go through this without looking at one of our favorite topics, pension costs and unfunded liability. It's so frustrating to me to look at it since 2021, $1 million increase, and then a $2 million increase, and then another $1 million increase. And then next year, we're projecting a $3 million increase. And looking at our ratios, 23, 24 to 197 million unfunded and a $60 million. It's so frustrating. I know that's really not much we can do about that, except that I thought that we were told that we would continue to get these increases and then hopefully it would begin to balance out. I don't see that happening. Am I off on my ears, or is the state doing anything?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. Your board has taken, I think, many actions, and we continue to look at other possible actions. But I mean, having 3 tiers of various benefits for pensions, and now we're all on PEPRA, which is, a lower tier than we had previous that was more generous. So the board instituted that. We instituted a prepayment of our unfunded liability, which saves us some money. We have a pension trust fund, which is hugely important here. Our pension trust fund has about $3.5 million in it. That's going to allow us to flatten out and create some stabilization in those rates. We will draw down on that pension trust as needed to, at some point to try to stabilize that fund over a period of time. Those things are going to help. CalPERS themselves made a number of changes as well that I think will help the health of our pension fund. The biggest driver is the investment returns. We were 100% funded before the dot-com bust in 2000. We were over 100%, which led to some of the sort of decisions that agencies made, with being very flush. We haven't been flush. We haven't caught up. We're hoping the economy improves, and that's really going to be one of the most significant helps to us, is just a continued growth of the economy and with CalPERS returns. So we're hoping for that, but CalPERS has put things in place over a 30-year period that we would be 100% funded, and yeah.
Over 30 years.
Over 30 years, yeah. Oh. Okay.
I am not critical of what we have done as a county. I think we've taken some substantial steps to protect ourselves. It's frustrating, and you hear it often. the state especially, it's like, man, you're not balancing this budget. You've got this unfunded of billions and billions. Just had to make a comment.
I'm gonna check in here to stay on the agenda time. Are we finished with this? We ready to move on, Mr.
Any
Chair?
Additional questions? Okay, yeah, great. Thank you so much,
Okay,
Mark.
thank you, Martin. I
Thank
think
you.
you're up here for this next panel.
Yes.
So the next, thank you very much. Our next panel is going to be on core services, and Ariel's going to come up here and join us with Martin and Ryan Groover and Steve Monahan and Tricia Tillotson and Sheriff Shannon Moon. And I think we're just about, everybody's got their seat. And I'm going to turn this over to Ariel.
Oh, nice. Sounds very quiet up here, which is nice for me. Um, thanks everyone. I'm gonna stand, and I also invite anyone else, like if you feel like it, it's a long day. Super dynamic presentations, but also stand and move around. No, that's fine. Yeah, and as we kick off our 2024 board workshop in terms of the staff portion, I think it's really fitting that we begin with our intent and focus on our core services. And thanks, Martin, for doing such a great job kind of laying the foundation for that. Really, we understand that this is somewhere around 95% of our resource allocation in terms of budget, and therefore then staffing and focus and energy and our commitment to the community are our core services. So today we started this last year, and once again, we want to bring a panel of your 4 large agency directors here with us today. We have Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director, Ryan Gruber, Health and Human Services Agency Director, Steve Monahan, your Information and General Services Director, and your Sheriff Shannon Moon, to really share this afternoon their perspective on the delivery of core services. And again, Martin kind of framed what we're looking at from a fiscal perspective, and each of them have their perspective of what that means on the impact that both the opportunities and challenges that they're looking at as we enter into 2024 and beyond in delivering those core services. So in terms of framing this, we're going to ask really one standing question to each of those agency directors and ask them to answer in about 8 minutes. We can have questions throughout, but we have about 30 minutes for questions after. So that'll be the frame. And if there are questions we need to interject, of course, we welcome the board to do that. But otherwise, we'll move through the presentations and responses. So starting with you, Tricia. If we may, can you talk about the outlook and goals for the delivery of your agency's core services in 2024 and what threats and opportunities you see impacting that?
Sure. Thank you, Ariel. Good afternoon. I'm Tricia Tillotson. I'm the Community Development Agency Director. And I just want to start by saying, 2023 has really been a great year for the Community Development Agency. You might call it CDA for short, so I'll start to use that throughout the presentation. And it shows what we can accomplish, with board and community direction, good leadership, resource management, strong planning and funding, great staff, and great collaboration, both internally and externally. For the audience, CDA includes the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, Building, Code, Cannabis Compliance, Environmental Health, Planning, and Public Works. Public Works includes engineering, fleet, roads, solid waste, transit, and wastewater. We also have economic development and recreation as divisions with a total fiscal year budget of about 91 million. We have 153 full-time employees and up to 48 temps at one time. Jumping into core services, so these are mandated by state law or county code, constitute about 98% of CDA's budget. And it's really our main mission is our core services. So in addition, many less obvious tasks are that we're mandated to do include things like public information inquiries, fiscal reporting to state and federal agencies, providing public administration for 8 formal committees and commissions, in addition to ad hocs, town hall meetings, training workshops, etc. There are also increased service demands for new unfunded mandates from the state, such as energy and climate related, like Senate Bill 1383 that I know Supervisor Hook mentioned earlier. That's really related to organic waste. We also have more sophisticated fiscal reporting, mandates in environmental health, building, planning, and ag. that we also must plan for and respond to, and more seem to come every year. And we really need to utilize our existing resources to address these. There are also increased service demands from the general public, things like enhanced snow removal programs, enhanced road grading for rural roads, and more transparency. All very important things, but definitely, requires resources. There are, however, a few areas where additional capacity may be desired, and these will be brought forth through the budget process and include requested position reclassifications, for example, possibly additional positions where needed, really focusing too on temp or limited term positions and contracts for providing services. One thing to note, though, is that it has been very challenging to bring on seasonal and temp employees, such as with transit. So, we heard a lot today about transit, definitely want to look at how we can do more, but just recruiting can be a challenge. And then also just if you do recruit and you bring on new full-time employees, that's a long-term investment, really. So meanwhile, CDA this past year, we took an in-depth at our core services and we're able to make improvements and streamline and clarify processes. We improved our public service as well as built staff capacity by reducing workload, for example, in areas. I know environmental health was able to do that in a couple key areas. At the same time, we also must set a reasonable level of service standard. We have to prioritize issues, including public responses, projects, etc., and balance all of that with the upcoming and new issues that come up. Funding in some areas is also a concern, such as gas tax reform, which I know the board's heard about before. It's still coming, but slowly, thankfully. So that allows us and the state and actually the whole nation to really plan for that. There's also increasing cost in construction, fuel prices, cost plan costs, and then all of this results in additional fees, nexus studies, impact fees, studies that we have to do. The economy is also a current concern, and it was mentioned by Martin, we've seen a decline in building permits, for example. But on the flip side, we have applied for grants, such as several cannabis grants, that will hopefully help bring people in to get permitted. Other important work that is community driven but not mandated include, board objectives, some of those important legislative advocacy support, which is very helpful to legislators to hear from our people in the front lines, if you will. Leadership and non-mandated professional training, many types of emergency responses, for example, helping at community events, and just going the extra mile to help the public. So this unmandated but important work constitutes about 2% of CDA's budget. And it's really important in these to really define our county role and to identify funding. So diving like a little deeper into the unmandated, for example, recreation, economic development, and our very important public information officer work, that's really completed by 2 of our employees plus other staff members. So it really equates to about 4 people full-time almost working on all of these important components. As you will hear throughout the workshop, there will be discussion points for the board to consider where to, commit additional resources. So while many tasks can be grant funded, though, also keep in mind, not everything can be grant funded. So we are seeking grants where we can, but there's things like non-project or program oriented tasks that are still, will need resources. In addition, staff have obtained and continue to apply for funding for non-core services and have had success partnering with other departments. We've done this with cannabis with our sheriff's department very successfully, and Public Works has partnered with OES, for example. Also with the anticipated completion of both the recreation master plan and the economic development plan, we will also be in a position to strategically apply for grants and be more competitive. So this leads to CDA goals for 2024, and I'm just going to outline 3 categories. One is continuing to provide core services while seeking ways to continuously improve service and efficiency. This includes continuing to monitor available funding and adjusting accordingly, managing staff and consultant resources and also public expectations. 2 is strategically addressing board objectives, and that's another one of our goals, obviously. So this past year, with the significant planning efforts that were initiated, they're coming to an end soon. And with that, we're going to be really poised to go after grants and get projects done. And we're really looking forward to that. So for example, I'll just mention the recreation master plan. You know, we expect top projects to be identified there where we can go after grants and then implement the project. The last goal is really we aim to enhance community engagement and communication of the services we provide. This will help us meet the community's needs and priorities, manage expectations, and inform the public about what we do. And really, thanks to the board's previous direction, CDA again is poised to continue to provide excellent public service, working with our county, agency, and community partners, and is positioned to make progress on newer, board objectives or initiatives, as well as recreation and economic development. Thank you, Ariel.
That was amazing. Trisha just set a really high bar, the rest of you guys, with only 15 seconds on the clock for her time. So we'll move on next unless there are any urgent questions, and ask Steve if you can go next.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to talk about information and general services. We have about 9 lines of business across our agency, and really want to talk about some of the drivers and changes in the last few years that are impacting our services. And I really focus on about 3 of our core departments in the agency. And I guess the main theme is really, the demand for these services coming out of IGS exceeds supply or capacity to be able to deliver everything everybody wants. So it's really important that we have good, strong governance systems set up, such as the capital projects, the information system steering board, and other working with the board on setting priorities, what we work on, where we put those resources. So I'll start off with facilities. So the county's done a really great job in the last 15 years. We own more square footage than we ever have before. It's saved tens of millions of dollars in what would have been lease, that we now own these buildings and we pay less. But they're all aging out, right? They're all becoming older, like a lot of us are. And some of the main facilities, like the Food Center, the jail, the new Sheriff's Center, the old juvenile hall, the old juvenile hall, the warehouse, Crown Point. I mean, all of these facilities, the Joseph Center, we have 2 Carnegie buildings for libraries. They're all getting very old, in the 30 to 40 and older range, which is requiring major deferred maintenance, right? So we saw a brand new roof system, almost $1 million on the jail. We did one on the Root Center, and we're seeing these kind of go into that cycle these last few years. And we have that projected out for at least the next 5 years in these major systems on these facilities that have to be upgraded. So that takes a lot of capacity away from staff to be able to do things that are more fun and exciting, like reconfigurations of workspaces and new projects. Regulations drive demand. So we've been very proactive in doing ADA studies, deferred maintenance studies, security studies, and all of that drives a big project list of things that we can work on, which costs money to do those things. So we've been chipping away at that. Climate-related resiliency has been a big factor in the last few years. So through public safety power shutoff events, we've had to put major generators on our facilities. We did the Root Center. We're looking at upgrading the Sheriff's Jail Center this year, Crown Point, Brighton Greens, Joseph Center. All this takes capacity and resource on to these needs, as well as just vegetation management, like the whole community. We've had to do that on county property as well. Just looking at the park above the jail, above the Root Center, up by the library, we've put 6 figures, multiple 6-figure projects in there just to get rid of the beetle-killed trees from tree mortality over the last few years. Looking at the great work that has come out of Ryan's shop, working with Mike Dent, he's been really proactive. We had more progress in the last few years on housing projects, from expanding the Boast House, expanding the Odyssey House, to buying the Brunswick House, or what are we calling that now? The Orchard House, to the motel, to now the new navigation center. All of this great work is driving capacity out of our shop to be able to do those projects for the community. So it's a positive thing, but it's impacting capacity. Going down to information systems, we see very similar activities. Our IT systems are just like our facilities, right? They age out, they have to have continuous deferred maintenance and replacement of that infrastructure. The network equipment only lasts, 5 years, 6 years, and it has to be completely replaced because of standards and technology and aging out and vendor requirements for keeping them current. New regulations are putting pressure on that. We see a lot of it in the cybersecurity space. We see a lot of it in the privacy space, notification. We're seeing more and more pressure on this group for IT audits. We're seeing that from our financial audit that used to be, hey, how are you guys doing on security? We'd say, great. And they say, okay. And they'd leave. And now it's, it's a 3-hour interview on all of our security best practices. And I just see that increasing more and more. We're seeing it from the Department of Justice doing audits. We see it from the IRS doing audits in some of our departments that deal with that. So the strings that come with money, we're seeing the increase in the back end overhead in these services. So again, it's really important, and we have a good system of governance with the Information Steering Board, with the Capital Projects Committee, and taking it to your board for approval so that we're doing the right work. We know we don't have enough of capacity to do all the work, so we need to make sure we're doing the right work. So we have those systems in place. Looking at Office of Emergency Services, climate has really driven that, the wildfire impacts on that. We've shifted to a grant-funded program strategy, so that requires more back-end staff work to be able to manage all that. We're looking at, possibly $40 million a year for the next 2-3 years in grant activity coming through that office. That takes a lot of back office staff. Expectations of the community are high, so it's important for us to manage those expectations. We can't be everything to everybody. So what is the right work to work on? What are those right community meetings to go to? What are the right collaborations to get into? All takes capacity. We can only do so much. We do have a leading model working with our sheriff for our operations center. Other major counties are modeling after us, like Placer County, Yuba County, to do that best practice where we have sheriff staff embedded into our OES and our emergency operations center. So a lot of great progress there. And then, it all flows downhill, right? So our administration and purchasing group has to carry all the load of all of this increased activity. So every contract we do, every grant we do, it all comes back to our admin staff. So we have to be conscious of those impacts. And what we're seeing is the county's doing a really great job. And Martin really talked about how we're raising the bar in grant management and contract management and auditing. And all of that falls back on our admin staff and our program management staff. So while we're doing more work, we're also doing it at a higher level of quality and a higher level of sophistication, because our state partners and our federal partners are also raising the bar on what they expect for audits and paperwork and grant tracking. So it's a compounding effect. So our breadth of services are increasing, and then the sophistication is increasing. And I think we're doing a great job, but you just kind of have to keep that in perspective.
Thank you, Steve. I always appreciate your kind of arc of time and perspective and bringing us sort of up and across time when you speak. So thanks for that. Sheriff Moon, thanks again for being with us today, and we'd love to hear from you next as you look into 2024.
Appreciate it, Ariel. Shannon Moon, I am your Nevada County Sheriff. I'm also your Nevada County Coroner, and I'm also your Nevada County Public Administrator. So we add all those titles together to just showcase the core service that we provide at your sheriff's office. I'm also the Chief Law Enforcement Officer for your county, which goes into consideration when we start talking about mutual aid and how we can request mutual aid throughout the state, and then also through our federal partners if we come into a major incident. core services of government, the safety of a community. I don't know if that could be any more delivered within the mission of your sheriff's office than saying that. Our patrol staff are that public facing position that you see out in the community. They are responding to calls for service regarding crime. They're hopefully preventing the crime before it occurs, responding to crime, investigation of crime. They're in our community providing the emergency evacuations as soon as we get the notification for an emergency. They are the ones that are right there ready to serve in the community, providing that safety for our community. The investigations unit from our office, clearly the investigation of major crime, crimes against persons, that will definitely determine whether you have a safe community, is the amount of crime that is not only in your community, but do we solve them? Do we provide excellent investigations to our district attorney for filing those cases and keeping people accountable after we have successfully gone through an investigation? Our coroner investigations, very similar, with making sure that we care for the folks that die in our community, and that we're providing that best service for on a death from a loved one, also taking care of property and their remains, physically their remains, and then the property that they have. If we can find no next of kin, that's when my public administrator position comes into effect, with ensuring that the decedent's property is carefully taken care of before we can go through the probate court. The outlook and the goals that we have at our sheriff's office are pretty simple. Let's do what we can to provide the best safety for Nevada County, for those that live here, those that work here, and those that visit Nevada County. We accomplish that when we intertwine our services with our partners, the partners that we have in county government. Going through the executive workshop this year, staff came back and said what an incredible amount of support that the other county departments have when they work well with our sheriff's office. That has a lot to say about not only the services that we provide, but the staff that we have in those high level positions. But it also is intertwined with the partnerships that we have with our city services. And we got to hear from our city partners today, and really proud of the collaboration that we have with our 3 municipal police departments in providing that same mission. And also with our state partners, with our California Highway Patrol and our federal partners, with a lot of the everything that we do at your sheriff's office. Using that synergy, we can create a safer Nevada County. None of us can do the work alone, and making sure that we're always looking at ways that we can address issues more upstream and in that prevention zone, instead of waiting for a crime to occur. The relentless pursuit of solving crimes and ensuring that even if it is a misdemeanor crime, there's a lot of talk at the state level of priorities, and if you don't have enough resources, are you going to look at misdemeanor crime? Misdemeanor crime is very important, especially to a rural community. So we want to make sure that we are relentless in that pursuit for all crime, no matter how big or small. The threats that I see moving forward, I've been able to thankfully be able to present to you at every single one of your workshops. And when I say retention and recruitment, it comes, I think, every year with a little different face value. Our California legislature has been very busy on ensuring that we are updated with a lot of the mandates for qualifications. A lot of the mandates that have come forward for 2024, 2025 are going to be about education for staff. In this last legislative session, they passed the Peace Act, which is a peace officer. Specifically, it's the employment and education requirements that go through the California State Post Commission, which I also get to sit on. And that is a requirement of a modern policing degree for every person that comes into our organization as a sworn officer, which is fantastic, but it also comes at a cost. And whether or not we're going to get those qualified applicants to come forward and want to work in a smaller community. We just did a swearing in ceremony. It was fabulous to see so many local people that want to stay and work, live in Nevada County. And we make that a priority. But again, with the requirement of a modern policing degree, we're going to see that as I also don't want to just call it a threat. I do see it as an opportunity, but we're also going to have to look at our current staff and trying to make sure that we all across the board have the same amount of education. The differences that I see moving forward, again, Department of Health Services, we're seeing a shift in the delivery of medical mental health services for our incarcerated populations, and that it's not just the sheriff's issue. These are the folks in our communities. They've either already been having services or they are going to continue to have services once released. And how do we incorporate that in with some of the mandates through CalAIM, through some of the funding opportunities, so that it's not just based off of a general fund allocation for your sheriff's office. We are seeing high levels of mental health, severe mental health challenges based on our brief questionnaires and surveys that we do on every single person that is incarcerated. Besides that, we, clearly the expanded definition of gravely disabled is also going to be something that we're going to have to look through, and the collaboration that we have with our other county departments, I think is going to really showcase how we look at solutions and not just look at them as barriers, but how do we look at a different perspective so that we can provide better services. The state also mandates lots of requirements on reporting. We talk a little bit about PRA. We've been in the PRA world for several years now, and it keeps expanding. On every single contact we make, we have to report racial and identity information to go to the state. The federal government with an entirely new national incident-based crime reporting to get away from some of the other ways we've reported crime. All of those things take administrative time and staff, and we see those, again, not necessarily always as threats, but also opportunities to continually look at ways that we can provide better services in Nevada County. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff. I feel like I always learn a bit when listening to you, and thanks for, these really strong themes about, I think, the other side of challenge being opportunity and collaboration that I think we'll continue to hear. And I think you also teed up Ryan really well. So maybe Ryan, if we can close with you.
Thank you. Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director. I wanted to start with a little bit of background on HHSA. There's sort of three models out there statewide. Some counties don't have a Health and Human Services Agency. They have individual departments. Then there's another model that really has a health agency where you have behavioral health, public health, sometimes environmental health, all in one agency. And then you have Health and Human Services agencies, and human services in county land really refers to social services like welfare benefits or our Department of Social Services. And then you have Nevada County, and we are unique. We have in Nevada County Health and Human Services, we have child support services, which most counties don't have in an agency. We have social services, behavioral health, public health, housing and community services. We have the probation department and the public defender. Those are very unique for Nevada County and possibly throughout the nation as well. And then we have an administrative division that has about 30 staff that really, to Steve's point, in terms of the complexity of operating grants and state and federal funding, they're the ones that sort of glue all that together in terms of delivering our core services. So something that's unique about Health and Human Services, you all saw Martin's budget chart where he had the stacked bar chart with local versus state and federal funds. Something like 44% at the county level is state and federal funds. In HHSA, that's 92% is state and federal funding. And that's even higher if you look at sort of the traditional HHSA departments. And I want to make the additional point that those are mandated services for which we get state and federal funding. And if we don't pull down that state and federal funding, then that means that that's a general fund obligation. We have to provide that service by law, and we leverage state and federal funds in order to do that. And also to further Supervisor Hall's point from earlier, those services are definitely not static. So our biggest caseload in terms of direct services is Medi-Cal, where we have about 28,000 of Nevada County citizens. So almost a third of the population receives Medi-Cal benefits. That's vastly higher than it was before the Affordable Care Act. And so our services are constantly being expanded by state and federal laws. So our services, they range from eligibility for safety net programs such as social services, direct healthcare services, particularly in the behavioral health sphere, where behavioral health is mandated to provide services to Medi-Cal beneficiaries who have serious mental illness, and Medi-Cal patients who have substance use disorder. Then you have programs like public health that serve the whole community with upstream interventions, community health focus, and then we have our public safety departments of child support, probation, and public defender. We have 310 full-time equivalents in health and human services, approximately 71 temps, and a high proportion of contracted services. So we have about 65% of our behavioral health department, their services are provided through contractors, their core services. We have a $165 million budget, and some of that includes direct pass-through benefits like the cash aid benefits that go to social services customers, but mostly that's staff, and the staff at HHSA are the services. So you have therapy services provided by therapists who are funded. Social workers, the staff are the services in health and human services. And I really want to echo what my colleagues have elevated in terms of challenges around workforce and retention. The particular flavor with HHSA, because we do have such a high proportion of state and federal programs, is that we're deeply impacted by the state's legislative agenda, by challenges at the federal level, whether that's with a budget. If a budget's not passed, many of our services or the services that our customers rely on could run out of funding. I'll say one of the challenges and opportunities is that we have quite an ambitious current state administration in terms of their focus on health and human services programs. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on behavioral health because you're going to get a whole presentation on all the things that are happening in behavioral health. But this year for social services, during the pandemic, they did not have to renew Medi-Cal. So those 28,000 customers did not have to renew their benefits during the emergency with COVID. This year, they're having to renew all of those all at once. And so we have a deep impact in terms of the workload of renewing benefits for those 28,000 folks. We have expanded eligibility. So in a program like APS, which used to serve people 65 and older, they've moved that down to 60 years and older. And that's but one example. There's more populations that are eligible for Medi-Cal and other programs. Behavioral health, just very high level, has undergone a wholesale revision of the way that their funding structure works. That's called payment reform. We'll hear more about that. The implementation of CalAIM, which the sheriff mentioned, which has mandatory and voluntary components to it, and then various other reforms that you'll hear much more about in behavioral health. All those represent real challenges. They represent a need for new capacity to be able to deliver some of these services. They also represent a need for effective legislative advocacy so that somebody's telling the county or representing the county voice. And that's where we rely on you all and want to be able to give you the right information in terms of local impacts, because the county and especially behavioral health have really been in the crosshairs of the legislature in terms of their agenda. And so I want to make sure that we're being effective in the upcoming cycle with legislative advocacy. And then another challenge is unfunded mandates. The sheriff mentioned the expansion of the definition of gravely disabled. This is a vast expansion of the people who are eligible for 5150, which is the involuntary confinement, and then ultimately conservatorship where somebody's rights are taken away. And there's no new funding coming to counties to address that vast expansion of the population there. But we are a county that leans in to challenges. And I just want to highlight that because of the partnerships that were spoken about and because of the support that this board provides, we step up and we embrace programs, whether they're one-time pilot programs or whether it's just doing a great job getting things implemented. I'll use mobile crisis as an example. Through our sheriff's leadership, we were a small county that had mobile crisis already. The state came along and mandated that there be a behavioral health mobile crisis benefit across the state. We're one of 5 counties, despite being tiny, that was ready to go as of the deadline of December 31st. Again, through partnership, and you'll hear more about this in the homelessness presentation, behavioral health has a new program for called Behavioral Health Bridge Housing. And we're one of the first counties to be able to stand that up through partnership with Hospitality House and get that off the ground and running quickly. And we're really a model for the state in that. And so I just want to end on my focus for the coming year. It's been a cycle of enormous change, and that has demands on capacity. It creates a lot of stress for staff. It's also an unprecedented opportunity to revision what health and human services, what homeless services, what behavioral health services look like for our community in the future. I hate the word unprecedented, but I didn't bring a thesaurus, so I'm going to use it. There's unprecedented investment in infrastructure. So Steve mentioned all the new capital projects that are coming along. There's opportunities to expand the populations through participation in CalAIM that we're able to serve. And so this is a once in a generation opportunity to really think to what our services should look like 10 years from now.
Thanks so much, Ryan, and thanks to all of our panelists. And I think it's clear as we listen to our agency directors and our sheriff that even as our commitment to core services is fundamental and unchanging, the delivery of those core services is in fact incredibly dynamic in response to changing mandates and a changing landscape in terms of economic, environmental, or health impacts. So I feel like we just learned a whole ton, and what I want to do is just take a couple minutes. I also took the opportunity to connect with our other elected and appointed officials who aren't all here today, but our treasurer tax collector, Michelle Bodley, our auditor controller, Gina Will, district attorney, Jesse Wilson, assessor Rolf Kleinhans, and really kind of have this conversation with them, making sure that we're really able to reflect kind of this shared perspective and themes in terms of moving forward with these core services. So I just wanted to pull out 3 themes that really stood out throughout all of these conversations in summary. And the first key area is funding and fiscal stewardship. You know, through Martin's presentation, I think we really see there's recognition that we're in a dynamic time, some uncertainty, some caution, but also at the same time, and we heard this from Ryan highlighted this in closing, but we heard this throughout, that we want to be strategic in accessing the funding and reforms dollars and opportunities that are still coming down, that we know will come down, and be able to bring those to our county to benefit the priorities of our community. You know, for a rural community, we've been remarkable in some ways in our ability to access grants and earmark funding. And we understand that as this funding continues to be available, we want to take advantage of that. At the same time, make sure that we have the capacity to manage it in a sustainable way. So just underscoring that fiscal stewardship is key here. And we see that forecasting and analysis getting more sophisticated throughout the agency as we acknowledge the steps needed to really be nimble, effective in this time of change and manage fund balances, staffing resources, and grant funding. I think the second theme that we hear throughout is around workforce and staff capacity. So we have these exciting new programs that are responding to need, that are responding to community expectation, that are responding to mandates. And all of that impacts our ability to deliver those services through staff. So not only is valuing our staff a core value of our organization, but also meeting workforce challenges continues to be a theme from these increased core service demands through legislation, through reporting. And this impacts, as we keep front of mind, is not only the program staff, but also the administrative staff providing that backbone. So we've embraced an organizational development approach that we'll talk a little bit more about. So I won't say much about that right now, that really focuses on those efficiencies, making sure that we are doing this work in the most efficient way possible. And at the same time, addressing staff capacity means identifying appropriate compensation and staffing levels that are needed to address these mandates. And as we heard, build that right balance between county delivered services and contract delivered services. And then the third theme is really communication and collaboration. That maybe has been the theme of the day. I mean, I think we heard that Tricia talking about the work that her organization is doing in terms of PIO work, connecting with the community, from our sheriff talking about the absolute, how critical collaboration is in our ability to understand the needs and priorities, manage expectations. So, we need to be really intentional about how we address these pressures, mandates, and create those effective internal and external partnerships. I think another important piece that Martin has shared is really clarifying our role in these larger community issues. And I think we had some great conversations today with our jurisdictional partners in terms of clarifying those roles and opportunities to work together. And we also have our nonprofit partners here today, as well as within our organization. So I think those are three key themes that you'll likely hear throughout our next 2.5 days. And now we want to open it up to questions and discussion from the board with our panel.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, that was great. There's a lot of content there. Much of it we've heard in bits and pieces, but it's always awesome to get it combined into one. And core services is a term that I've heard a lot, but I don't think I've ever really gone through it at this level. So thank you for participating and prepping for this meeting and bringing forward all those details for us. I'm just going to open it up to the board for questions and then any type of conversation that needs to. Anybody want to start? Ed, would you like to start?
Well, I just think that this was an incredible summary of the core, not just the core services, but the core of the county government. And I think the amount of information that just came out of this was amazing. I just want to thank you for that. But I'm wondering, as if you have notes and you've written that out, if that's possible for each of you to give us that summary to us, because I'm thinking as we want to put our messages out to our constituents, some of that information, Ryan, some of the stuff that you said just kind of went, wow, click. Unfunded liabilities. Oh, wait a minute. Unfunded mandates. It's like, oh my gosh. So there's some great information. And if you're able to pass that on to us, I don't see it in here. I think that would be valuable to us, and we can get that out to our communities too.
You good? Sue?
Thanks. That was a great presentation. I'm always in awe of everything that we do and you guys do for the community. So it's like when you dig in, we have a question to reach out. I reach out to Ryan, I reach out to Tricia, and the depth of stuff that you have to deal with. IGS right down to what we do with safety and all the things that have to change in there and OES and what the changes are coming in the paperwork. That's the part that always just kind of stymies me, is how much work has to do to keep all of that in track for Martin and for the federal government and from the state, right? And I know a lot of people, we hear complaints about, oh, you're doing, what are we doing? These are mandates that come from these agencies that we have to do these things, and it's for our community, for our people. And so I'm just watching the change we're doing with our new Medi-Cal situation and what we've had to stop and pivot and make work through there. So yeah, I'm always impressed, and I think it's I like what Ed just said. Sometimes it's more thorough for us to be able to talk to our constituents and be more in depth about actually what happens inside each agency. I think everybody is overloaded most of the time. They're worried about how many people we have employed here, but everyone is doing their, I mean, it's an overload in some places, and we worry about people being burned out and the time that goes into that. So it's always very impressive. We talk about what you're doing in the sheriff's department and how that's spread out from mental health and how we're dealing with that inside the jail as versus probation. I mean, we didn't even talked about all of the people that have these issues going on, from the DA to probation. So it's really big. And like Brian just talked about, 28,000 people we connect with in just that part of the department. And I don't think that's really probably all of them. I think that probably is doubled in some capacity. So yeah, just really good. And I do like that. I think we know, but when we get to hear it from you all, and having those kind of talking points can help us really share what you guys do inside of this community.
Yeah, I want to echo what Ed said. I would recommend that we do this every year. It's just such a visceral reminder of the things we sometimes take for granted. And I think the percentage that I caught that two of you gave that, but the percentage of the work you do that is mandated, it's very helpful to have that statistic. I think that is one of those pieces of information we need to push out so people understand. I too appreciate how much you're all getting done, and you each have incredible span of control. Speaking as a former manager, you have a lot of different programs and people to manage, which takes a huge amount of your time and mental capacity as well. So I just want to thank you for that. All of you are excellent managers. You wouldn't be achieving what you are if you weren't. And then last comment, I'm intrigued, Ryan, by your sort of summary, which talked about opportunities, sort of these huge challenges this year and in the coming years, but also opportunities. I'm assuming we'll hear more about that as we delve into the topics. But I hear that every department, and to the sheriff, I know that's a specific challenge, has the workforce and retention challenges. I hear that, and I acknowledge that. But I feel like the department under Ryan, all the challenges you guys have this year might be one where we really need to dig in and figure out how to help get through these huge changes.
Yeah, and I'll just say, yes, you will be hearing more from Phoebe. There's a behavioral health presentation on deck, and she and her team have been working really hard at that visioning and what are the right resources and opportunities we need to go for to seize these opportunities. And then beyond that, of course, as well, when we look to CalAIM, which expands beyond HHSA, other opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just the one area I think that would be really beneficial to expand on a little bit for the community to understand is what are the state mandates, and if there is a way for us to be able to communicate in our work, you know, which ones are mandated. And just as an example, you know, every 2 weeks when we have our board meetings, there's you know, 20 or 30 contracts that go into the consent. And some of them are very large amounts, and they're budgeted things, and we realize that we have to do them. But it would be great perhaps to break down when those staff reports come out saying this is a state mandated program. I think that would go a really long way in people understanding why we're spending the money to do that. And you know, you mentioned that you have 28,000 people approximately who are on Medi-Cal. Well, then you have another 3/4 of the population who are not, and they don't often understand what goes into providing that service in our community and the importance of it. So I think, you know, just from a communication perspective, for us to let the public know a little bit more in depth about how we're spending the money and why we're spending the money, I think would be a great service to the community. And just, you know, you realize that although you are different department heads, you know, different executive managers of different areas, you all the work that you do, it all intersects. I mean, I've had issues with CDA where then there's a comment that, you know, it can be a law enforcement issue as well. Same with Health and Human Services. You know, sometimes you have to go beyond what just your departments are. So I appreciate the fact how well everybody works together, the collaboration that I see within all the departments. As kind of still the newest person up here, I appreciate how much help that you've given me over the last year in when I have had constituency issues in dealing with it and directing me to the right person, and the resolve. That's probably the most important part. The resolve I've gotten from all of you and all your employees has been very much appreciated. Keep up the good work.
Good point too. They have to come and do that in between all the other work they're already doing. So just nothing on a daily basis. This morning I called somebody at 8 o'clock because I had a problem with a constituent, and then they have to stop and look for that and find me a solution, which I've already had solutions today. So that, you know, and that's a stop in what you're doing for the day. Ryan, I'll call you. I've got this problem. And then there you stop and you have to go through all that department. And that's another thing I really appreciate is because you guys are always there and very seldom do not get an answer to the problem and a solution. And I think the public doesn't really realize that as well. So I'd like to thank you all for that because that's my job is to listen to my constituents. And then you guys help me fix the problem. I couldn't function without you. So I appreciate you all. That was a really good presentation.
I was gonna mention, Allison, did you have a thought on the communications?
Yeah, I think Supervisor Schultz made a really good recommendation that we'll take back to staff and explore looking at our staff reports that come to the board in terms of contracts and stating whether it's mandated or not mandated or a core service or objective, just to bring clarity to that. Because we often describe it as an iceberg and like 90% of what we do is mandated, you know, through the federal or the state government. But that's not always completely apparent when we bring these different items and large contracts to the board. So I think it's a great recommendation that we'll capture.
Going to mention on the warming shelter side, it's a testament to the collaboration, I guess, internal service to our departments within, you know, working together, essentially collaborating with your internal customers. Because I think the warming shelter touched every single part of our organization, and it was all. And some people had a very small piece, and other people, like Ryan, had a really big piece. We were laughing because we immediately consumed like 4 days of Ryan's time just trying to get that spun up really quickly. But I just want to say thanks again, because in my opinion, you know, having the Truckee folks here today and weighing in on the speed at which I think that's a testament to the health of an organization, the speed at which you can solve problems internally, identify them and solve them. So yeah, just job well done. If there's any other questions or comments from my colleagues, but I just wanted to ask a couple questions. Oh, okay. Just a philosophical kind of debate when we talk about the 65% being contracted out, Ryan, and then we talk about, you know, increase in staffing levels. There's some balance there's some economy in that balance. And I would just encourage us, and I'm not suggesting that we make changes or even, you know, but just think a little bit about the companies we contract with. They have general and administrative overhead, they have profit, they have their own employee benefits. That service may occur here in Nevada County, but it may be in Napa County or Sacramento County or some other county, where all the induced economic benefit, tertiary and direct and indirect, and all those ways that people benefit from businesses is going into a different economy. And I'm not saying it's not right, and I'm not saying we haven't looked very closely at it, because I know there's a lot of analysis that goes into those business kind of decision-making processes. But it's just something to think about, because we're simultaneously talking about economic development and how to bring business and the influx of revenue and services here to our county. So I just would encourage us to think more about that as time goes on. That's a big number. And to Ed's point, as we don't, you know, we maybe haven't increased staffing commensurate with increased revenues and cost, but we did contract at that previous point in time as well, right? In 08 and 09, we had contracts as well. So it's just something that I look at, because I do look at the contracts that Lisa, you mentioned coming up on our board meeting, and some of them are really, really big. I mean, they're big contracts for high dollar crisis stabilization and buying beds in other counties. And I just think that we need to look closely at it, because I'd like that money to be here. And the other part of my question is really, as we see state mandates for infrastructure, Brian, can you give us some tips where we can start focusing and forward planning to capitalize on that money? Because I think everybody has an idea of the dream they have about county infrastructure. And I know, Sheriff Moon, you've talked about the courthouse and how that relates to your ability to do your work, and the juvenile hall and what, you know, changes you want to make there to support your organization. But I think we all have those, but just what do you think, Ryan? What can we think about when we start planning to try and capture some of the?
Yeah, thank you for your question and for your comments. And absolutely, that's the same work that's being done in HHSA and within behavioral health right now, in terms of where does it make sense to go after infrastructure funding. I will point out that one of the changes in the governor's January budget is a delay in one of those key funding pots. And so we're talking maybe another fiscal year out. And then another piece is associated with Proposition 1, should it be passed by the voters. And, you know, we've all talked about some of the challenges with the impacts to behavioral health funding there. It also includes a bond measure to build specific behavioral health infrastructure. And like there is a cost benefit analysis and fiscal modeling that needs to be done to determine whether it makes sense for us to have certain kinds of resources here. The place where people go when they get 5150 to psychiatric hospital, requires pretty much a 16-bed facility. And we've done analysis where it shows that we have a typical volume of 6 people. And so how are you going to make sure that that's sustainable? But there's all kinds of new opportunities, new models, whether we're investing in the SUD system or with SB 43, which expands gravely disabled. There's going to be new models of infrastructure that are going to respond to that. So it'll be an ongoing conversation.
It would be fun if over time, when you see capital projects may be able to be utilized, you could just tip us off, or, you know, we're all on different boards and committees and things like that. It would be great. It would be helpful, I think, to understand where those opportunities may lie, because in the capital world, we all know it's like, it's not going to be here when I'm sitting in this chair. It's going to be some other person that's representing District 5. And I want to set them up to get something done in this realm. We know those timelines are really, really long. And as Steve mentioned, you know, taking all the lease expenses we have and then bringing those in through internal ownership, and then this kind of cost that's generated in the background of the deferred maintenance. And you know, cost savings, if we can build a facility or you know, do something where we're becoming the business purveyor of services instead of buying those services elsewhere, is something that really interests me. Maybe more we can talk over time, but. Sure.
Yeah, just to add to that, and I love the conversation when we talk about the further impact, when you talk about the economy of having staff within our own community instead of paying for something outside. And sometimes that is looking outside of your own lens of what is that operational expense. And there is no better example than through mobile crisis. The initial conversations were that we didn't have the work to have a full-time mobile crisis person. And I say that's from someone else's lens, who's coming into my door, not what we're seeing every single day out in the community. So having the conversations, having the ability to see outside your own lens of what you've seen throughout your experience, and not just relying on someone else, but truly understanding that there is another lens, to maybe come up with a solution that does make more sense for an entire community. Because once we build on that capacity, then it's not just the services of the sheriff that are going to be more efficient. It's going to be the services of the cities that are more efficient, and the ability for city people and county government workers in the law enforcement lens to work in law enforcement and not on issues that probably aren't a law enforcement issue. But I appreciate that conversation.
Yeah, the hospital conversation in Truckee comes up with what you describe, often from that Force Health Systems. And being so far removed from some of the facilities we have down here, you know, we have to get people between the two. If they need a certain level of service, we just have to go to West County for it. And it may not be appropriate to add services in that part just because there's not enough of it, but definitely we can keep offer the right service at the right time. It avoids all these cascading effects in other departments and other people that need to serve that person, or end up in a homeless shelter, or end up in a behavioral health components added in. Anything else? Go ahead, Ed.
Just one more thought that I have looking at you guys up there. You know, we're often criticized, we hear it most recently anyways, for the amount of salaries that our department heads get and some of our leadership people. But I'm thinking, I look at every one of you guys up there and look at the people that work for you. You're working with very highly professionalized people. People that in many cases could probably step out of county government and go into private business and make more money than they're making here. I just want to say something about the people that work in this county. Is that they're very, very dedicated to what they do. And the amount of money that is made by them and you and us, it's not that high. If you want to go elsewhere, you can probably do better by going down the road a ways. But more than anything, it's just a comment that says, look, these are professional people that work for the county. It's not just come in and spend your time near 8 hours a day, it's a lot of work and it's dedication. So you need to pass that down to the folks that work within your departments too.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yep, thank you for pointing that out.
I think that about concludes our time. So thanks again to our panelists and maybe a round of applause for them. And I'm going to turn it back to Lord for a break.
Yes, thank you very much, panelists. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. We have 3 presentations: organizational development and strategies, capital facilities, and emergency preparedness. So we'll come back in 10 minutes. Oh, and there is some dessert that was delivered to the back. And we'll be the next presentation as we get everybody seated here. I'll tell you a little bit about it. It's going to be organizational development, priorities and strategies. And let's see, do we have all of our supervisors? In a moment, I'm sure. Okay, and we can get our slides up so we'll take your time because we're still making sure that we have everybody in place. Okay, all right, so our slides are up and we're just waiting for one more supervisor. And so at the front of the panel, we have Martin is going to be with us again and Ariel's with us, but we're bringing in Aaron is the new face here. And let's see. Shall we give just another moment? We'll wait just another moment. And what I'll just let you know what we're going to be doing is we're going to continue with the format of 30 minutes for the presentation. And then we've got 30 minutes as part of the discussion, open discussion. So that's how we'll set up the clocks. All right, so at this point, I will go ahead and hand this over to our panel. Ariel, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, and actually I'd like to turn it over to our CEO, Allison Lehman, for some opening comments.
Great, thank you, Ariel. I appreciate that. So the presentation that we're going to hear next really complements the information that we heard on core services. And we're going to take you behind the scenes and talk about operations and how we provide these services. I really appreciate Supervisor Hall's comments regarding about leaning into not only challenges, but opportunities. And that's truly what we do every day. We look at what can we do and how can we do it better. We call that process improvement. So we're going to give a couple examples of areas that we see as opportunities that, yes, we could do this better, and how we're going to take a team and holistic approach to provide a higher level of service, or what can we do on the back end to make sure that those services are provided in the best way possible. We also are looking at how do we continue to attract and retain talent. We are fortunate that compared to our other counties that we have very low vacancy rates, which I think really reflects the management of our supervisors of how do we create a culture where people want to come and work and stay. And then also, how are we responsive to community needs and addressing gaps in services? So I just want to set the stage as I hand it over to Ariel and the panel as we look at the operating tools and strategies that your senior executives use. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Allison. Yeah, and good afternoon, Bullock and board. And I don't think I introduced myself before. I don't know, but for the video and everything, my name's Ariel Lovett, and I serve as the project administrator in the CEO's office. And like Allison said, you know, and just backing up a little bit in terms of how we frame this workshop is really we listen to our senior executives, our agency directors, our department heads, and then of course, Allison meets with each and every board member to learn about kind of priorities and discussion areas for this year. And so we were really understanding as the themes emerged today that this was going to be something that we wanted to talk about. So how do we create a framework for those conversations about how we approach continuous quality improvement to address those, you know, really challenging areas of contract, staffing, and efficiencies. So the goal of this presentation is to provide information to the board about those operational tools and strategies, and really a framework for a discussion about the ways that we approach continuous quality improvement around those key areas, like I said, staffing, contracts, enterprise resource management. Do I have the power? So quick overview, we'll contextualize this conversation in the county's commitment to operating as a high-performing organization. And so we'll be sharing some brief background on this framework, including goals and tools and the why we've embraced this approach. We'll also share some key outcomes and strategies that have emerged from our staff survey, as well as specific tools and systems in place to achieve those goals related to the identified areas of improvement, which you'll hear more about. And those are diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, staff development, community and collaboration, communication and collaboration, excuse me, and staff capacity. We'll then hear from Martin and Aaron leading our contracts team, and then there will be plenty of time for discussion and questions with your board. So really fundamental to our commitment to operate as a high-performing organization is that we have a framework for identifying both strengths, but also those opportunities for improvement. I think Chair Bullock just said it really well, that testament to an organization's health and strength is the speed to which we can both identify and respond to challenges. And so this is the framework that we embrace to intentionally engage in that process. The other piece is that engaged and satisfied employees are more effective and more efficient. In short, better equipped to serve our community. What this means for us is that we recognize leaders at all levels and that we're dedicated to supporting staff and their engagement, their continuous improvement and learning. So the HPO concept was initiated by the county, as you can see on this slide, in fiscal year 19 and 20, really in the response to the 2018 staff survey. Sidelined for a little bit in terms of in-person trainings because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but 2 years later, it kicked off again and we're going strong. We're now at a place where we have over 200 staff trained in the HPO model. There are multiple process improvement initiatives, both completed and in process, that I'll share a little bit more about later, and positive impacts that can be seen in terms of subsequent survey results and other feedback. So as I said, Nevada County's commitment to HPO framework was really catalyzed by the staff survey in 2018, and I want to share a little bit about that survey background. As you know, we just completed the community survey that your board will be hearing more about, and we engaged the same firm, Polco, which is a national survey, to conduct this staff survey every 3 to 4 years. Polco merged some years ago with the National Resource Center, which conducts a national employee survey. So what's important about that is it gives us the ability to benchmark our outcomes with about 300,000 government employee responses. And what's important for us is this survey gives us the opportunity to listen to our staff and our workforce about what's working well for them and also those areas for improvement. So a quick snapshot in terms this. So this is our most recent survey from 2021. And really looking at these areas of employee engagement. So about 9 in 10 of our staff report feeling satisfied overall. Also about 90% plan on continuing working for this organization a year from now. They feel positive about working for the county, gain satisfaction from their current job responsibilities, have good friends at work, and I think really importantly, feel that their values, their personal values, align with the values of the county. About 8 in 10 also see a career path for themselves. And in addition, 82% said they have the opportunity to do what they do best every day at work. I wanted to share this slide, again, back to this theme of engagement. So an organization of engaged employees is one where employees feel motivated to do their best possible work each and every day and where they hope to continue to work in years to come. To impact employee engagement, an organization will typically want to see which of the other elements of the organizational climate impact those engagement ratings. So for our Nevada County employees, the organizational characteristics found to be most closely correlated with employee ratings of engagement are these: access to technology that helps employees do their job effectively, the overall quality of services provided by Nevada County, generally acting in the best interest of the community is really important to our staff, and the other paramount key engagement for our staff is providing a clear vision for our organization, which is really what you're doing here. And I think really reflects the comments that Supervisor Schofield made in the previous presentation about Nevada County staff really care about the work that they do is why they're doing it. And a few others listed above. So these are areas that we want to continue to focus when we know they're important for our staff and our team. We want to have intentional strategies to move them forward. I mentioned national benchmarking and just wanted to share really quickly some comparisons to national benchmarks from our 2021 survey. As you can see, out of the 101 survey items for which employees provided ratings, 60 received ratings higher than the national benchmark, 40 received similar ratings, and just 1 was benchmarked lower than that national average. The researchers really affirm that while this is important, what's most important is our benchmarking against ourselves. So I'll share about that, but this does provide us just some perspective and, I think some really positive perspective in terms of what it means to Nevada County employees to work here. This slide really reflects, like I said, benchmarking against ourselves. So the 3 years after the 2018 survey, in the 21-22 survey, we see that 30 elements received ratings statistically significantly higher than the previous survey, and then 70 received similar ratings, and we only declined in one area. To kind of highlight a couple of these really significant upward trends in that 3-year period. Work schedule flexibility, recognizing our high-performing employees, managing low-performing employees effectively, applying discipline fairly and consistently. And, again, our biggest one, the 83%, encouraging employees to come up with innovative solutions to problems. So in 2018, we had some real clarity in terms of where those needed growth areas were. And I think we can see through this that there were actions applied and some really good outcomes. With this most recent survey, with some overall really positive feedback, we still had 4 thematic areas emerge that were identified both through that survey and through several subsequent tools that we have, including our leadership meeting, our department head senior executive meetings, our organizational excellence council. So continued feedback from staff that really guided us toward 4 improvement areas that I mentioned at the beginning. These 4 areas of focus are about communication, focused on strengthening communication at all levels, affirming alignment with that mission that we heard was important to our staff. And again, this is really internal and external, and a theme that you heard throughout the core services presentation as well. The County Executive Office's PIO team provides support to many staff-led initiatives, and we have PIO teams throughout our organizations or our agencies. Employee development is another key pillar, so an ongoing commitment to provide all of our staff at every level the opportunity to learn and grow. And this is really led by our HR department, leading staff development and training initiatives for continuous learning at all levels. The third initiative is the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Initiative. That's really focused on building an infrastructure of inclusion and belonging. And I think this relates to some of those, relates to recruitment, relates to retention, relates to having high functioning employees. And this staff-led initiative is really aligned with the board's adoption of the equity and inclusion value of 2022. Some of the key initiatives within our DEI-CB strategy include employee resource groups, training workplace allies, our county onboarding plan, and fostering an overall culture of celebration and gratitude. And then the fourth pillar is staff capacity. And I think, we keep coming back to this theme about workforce and really looking at implementing initiatives that address workload and also process improvements to improve efficiency. So I want to talk about staffing in a little more depth. As we've heard, this is a continuous theme and comes up in our policy conversations. We heard it in the core services presentation earlier and in the survey, which consistently addresses workload. We've talked a lot about seeing staffing pressures related to state and federal mandates and legislation that requires more robust services, more robust compliance, more robust reporting, as well as responding to emergencies, as well as implementing programming in response to board policy direction. I think we talked a little bit about earlier, the county responded to the 2008 recession with significant staffing reductions to support fiscal priorities. And in some instances, those levels still remain below, our current levels remain below those levels. We are fortunate to have strong community partners. We have some of those with us here today for service delivery. And the practice of contracting for services increased during that time and remains a really important tool for the county to be able to deliver services in a cost-effective way while maintaining staffing. Contract management, though, still requires additional management and administrative support. We also have seen improvements in information and technology and expanding structure for managing departments that have led to some efficiencies. But staff capacity, kind of looking at this and continuing to address what are appropriate staffing levels, continues to be important. So I wanted to talk about And I realize this is a long slide, but a great one, right? Seeing the great work that Phoebe's doing, so we can hang out on that for a while. But I wanted to talk a little bit about a couple of the tools that we have that we implement intentionally to address staffing. So I think our annual request for staffing change process was mentioned briefly by Martin, and as he shared the annual budget cycle. So we call this the RSC, but it's a very intentional, forward-looking process. Through this process, department heads request new staffing or changes, exchanges of staffing starting in October. Those requests are reviewed by Human Resources, by the County Executive Office, really assessing fiscal, efficiency, equity, and human resource considerations, and also looked at collaboratively by our agency directors. This analysis is really looking at, what is the most efficient way to deliver the needed services, including considering the use of temporary positions, temps, limited term positions, contract positions. Are there efficiencies when we're seeing a need across agencies that we can work to address in a collaborative and efficient way? So, and then approved positions are recommended to the budget subcommittee. The other tool that I wanted to briefly touch on is throughout the year, we have a process called vacancy review. So when any position is vacated for any reason, whether it's retirement, resignation, promotion, etc., that position is also reviewed with those considerations in mind. What is the need? What is the most efficient way to deliver that? What is the best fit? So these tools are in place to support fiscal health and appropriate staffing levels. And I just will mention that this year, the staffing requests are primarily focused on those central service needs that we return to. So that administrative and backbone support that even as we increase contracted services or grants to do these great services, those have an impact on human resources, on the auditor controller, et cetera. Moving forward into a couple of the tools that are used, I want to introduce the term microbusiness. And this isn't the Small Business Association use of the term, but it's how in our HPO framework, in our high performing organization framework, we define a working group that's focused on addressing a specific challenge or opportunity with a concise outcome and a clear definition of success. So this is really how we frame a set of folks, usually or often cross-departmental, working to solve some of these challenges. The charter, Allison mentioned earlier, these will come back to you with each of your objectives, but the charter is really the tool used to guide this process and ensure alignment. So charters are going to contain project justification, grounding us all in the why of the project, the scope, the goal, participants and their roles, identification, importantly, of resources needed and any risks inherent in that process. This provides a foundation for process improvement initiatives. And I'd love to share just a couple quick examples. Martin mentioned the grants team earlier. What a great initiative to both support our continued, sorry, I'm struggling with this mic a little bit, continued expansion of accessing those grant funds to support our community priorities and also ensuring that we're doing so in a way that supports fiscal health. Another example is Kermit, or the Climate Resilience Microbusiness Team, which is a staff-led initiative that is looking at ways both to reduce waste and to reduce cost in county processes. Another great example is our social services team. We've been talking about staffing and vacancy levels. Allison mentioned we have actually quite low vacancy levels, and I have a little bit of data on that as well. But one of the really creative tools was our eligibility team, wanting to, Brian mentioned actually some of the need for increased Medi-Cal applications, so needing to hire an eligibility, how are we going to attract people quickly? And staff got together and made this video about what they love about their job and the impact that it has in the community. And that tool, that was their microbusiness, their idea, and it actually impacted, staffing levels. And the other thing, always remembering that these are actually efficiencies, right? It's saving the county money. It's providing better services to our community when our staff come up with these creative solutions. I also wanted to mention, as we kind of talking a little bit about vacancy and staffing, our human resources pit crew microbusiness really reduced the time to hire. And a couple data points around that. So right now we have no vacancies in our deputy sheriff category. We have no vacancies in nursing, which is also amazing. We only have 2 therapist vacancies, which is down from 6 or 7. Really challenging to recruit, as many of you know, behavioral health workforce across the state. zero wastewater vacancies, and actually zero bus driver vacancies right now. So that's due to, you know, a lot of factors, right? And making this organizational development that makes Nevada County a place people want to work and stay. It also has to do with these targeted quality improvement initiatives and creative ways to solve those problems that our staff engage with. So actually our vacancy rate overall is 8 to 10%. And thanks Steve Rose, our HR director, who's here with us today, who gave me that fresh data this morning. So I'm going to conclude with a current example of a quality improvement initiative, which is a focus of contracts. So we recognize that this initiative responds to challenges presented by increased contract volume, which is also, you know, reflective of organizational growth and service delivery, but it also comes with administrative burden and then concurrent with staffing limitations. An influx of grant dollars in the last few years driven by COVID and also driven by a renewed energy around seeking these grant opportunities that we've talked about as these resources available through Inflation Reduction Act or bipartisan infrastructure law. We want to take advantage of those for our community. So it brings that increased compliance pressures. So I'm going to turn it over. Really, Martin has led this along with Aaron Metler, your Health and Human Services Agency Chief Fiscal Administrative Officer, and they're going to share with us about the contracts team microbusiness.
Thanks. I'll start out by saying I've shared the limelight in these last two panels, and having done just passively standing by, I'd say. Aaron Metler has taken the lead on this project. Definitely the contract, she's going to talk a little about this related to contracts and high performing organizations. I'm definitely, it's critical to me and the CEO's office and our fiscal team in general, but I'm going to let Aaron take it away and talk about some details. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin, and good afternoon, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Thanks for having me today. I want to talk a little bit about contracts as a tool. So in county government, we use contracts as a tool. It doesn't just benefit the county organization, right? It also has benefits to those that we're contracting with, which could be building capacity in our nonprofit sector and our local service providers. It could also mean facilitating a regional coordination where we're sharing limited resources. And the contract is just that mechanism that sets the level playing field for us. It also supports economic development through investment in small business and helps keep dollars local. Talking a little bit about how the county uses contracts. We have, I want to say, a bazillion. I think that's a pretty accurate number, but not really. It really want to reflect on the very different types of contracts that the county uses across all of its agencies, from specific capital projects where we're hiring a general contractor to construct a thing that is visible and we see it, to requiring a need for specialized skills or knowledge to solve a current problem that's emerging that might not stick around. And so we don't need a prolonged expertise, but we need a very specific skill set to help us manage that problem. Also, as volume of work can be fluctuating and sometimes significant and sometimes not, contracts are a great way to hit the highs and help us navigate that workload increase. And then there can be some cost benefit savings through contracting that we look at usually pretty closely. Contracts are still money out the door. And so we're looking at, is this the most efficient use of the county taxpayer dollars or not? So if you apply the lens of the high-performing organizational opportunity for improvement to contracts, which is something that hits every agency and department across the county, we have an opportunity to have a cross-section of staff who can meet monthly to identify tasks and actions, to draft some training materials, possibly some templates, and also look at what are the gaps and where can we make improvements to meet those gaps, and how successful are the tools that we implement in order to evaluate that success. And so we've created this contracts improvement team, or microbusiness, as Ariel talked about, really to address some of these identified challenges. These challenges are not new, and we expect that there might be more challenges that come to light as the team continues to meet. But up here you can see from stretched administrative capacity, we've talked about that a lot today. So still having that stretched administrative capacity, an influx of dollars. Well, how do we do that? How do we manage those appropriately? We don't currently have a consistent centralized contract tracking database. Say that 5 times fast. We each have our own. And so where are the efficiencies and where can we learn from others how best to navigate? Is the contract term correct? Is it coming up on expiration? Do we need to extend it? Those type of administrative check boxes we're not consistently looking at across the county departments. And so how do we put some process in place to achieve that level of consistency is what we're looking at. And then also contracts are pretty complex documents. And so they can range from a very simple memorandum of understanding where you're talking about a concept and you're all agreeing to do the thing. They can also be very complex and 200 pages strong of legal language that only an attorney could try to interpret. And you're asking county staff who are not lawyers to figure out how to not only interpret that, but also implement and hold a contractor accountable for the scope that you're asking them to do. And so how do we figure out how to demystify some of that contract language with the help of our county council partners and also lessons learned throughout the county? I do want to highlight some improvements that we've had to date. Like I said, these challenges aren't new and we continuously try to work on them. So in the past 4 years that I've been with the county, we've standardized contract templates. So now we are consistent in the template that is used across the county. That has significantly improved clarity. We've also included risk profiles for insurance coverage. That's just come to light now, where our risk services division has taken the types of contracts and the level of services that we're asking for and made consistent requirements related to insurance to minimize risk to the county. COVID brought us Adobe e-sign, which is the greatest invention because now we don't have to print out those contract pages and get a hard signature and route it for days or weeks on end to get all of the different signatures needed. We can just route it electronically through Adobe and that signature is secured. And then also most recently, we did a nonprofit due diligence checklist and toolkit. So some of our nonprofits are more robust than others. Some have been around for years, are well-oiled machines, and some are just starting out and need a little bit of help in certain areas when it comes to navigating state and federal dollars. It's come with an extra level of heightened risk and heightened awareness and scrutiny. And so some of our nonprofits need a little bit of extra assistance from county staff on how to navigate those federal and state guidelines. So where we're the experts, we have to figure out a consistent way to apply what we consider a due diligence checklist. Does the nonprofit have the capacity in the right places? And if not, are we building in some risk mitigation measures into that contract to help us be successful on both sides? And then finally, the most recent improvement to date was the creation of a sole source or non-competitive procurement checklist. So right now, the county is obligated to do competitive bidding when we go out to contract. And sometimes that's impossible. Like there isn't a competition, or what we need is such a specific service that there's only one contractor that could respond. In either case, we have to document that justification of the exception to that competition. And so in partnership with our auditor controller and our purchasing agent, we've been able to put forward a templated form that helps staff identify what that justification is, why that exception is necessary. So building upon those improvements, we've created this contracts improvement work group. We kicked off last week with our first meeting. All of the agencies are represented in some capacity, and we are really looking at a true leadership at all levels, which is another HPO term, which just refers to we're not only looking at the top senior executives to help us navigate this challenge, right? We're also looking at the line level staff that are on site at a construction project and needing to navigate the construction contract. They're part of this group and informing others about how they've figured out how to make that work, as well as we're bringing service provider program managers to the table who are navigating a service contract. And that's a totally different animal than construction, still a contract. We're still using that same tool. So really the intent of this work group is to work through the assigned tasks, identify any other gaps that we are not necessarily aware of right now, but come to light through discussion. We did an exercise last week where we said what's working well and what needs to be improved upon. And we were already sharing best practices across departments that the other didn't know about. So it's already being a very positive synergy has been established. We also are partnering with our auditor controller to really look at how do we develop an audit and evaluation plan so that departments themselves can not only self-evaluate and audit, but also navigate what's working and how well is it working. That, I'll hand it back to Ariel.
Thanks, Erin. That really concludes our presentation, but I wanted to wrap it up with our leadership philosophy, which I'll leave up on the screen as we welcome discussion and questions. This philosophy is, again, an outcome of our organizational development HPO initiative, and really was developed probably with over 200 staff voices coming up with this aspirational philosophy and commitment. So I'm not going to read that, but like I said, we'll leave it up and welcome questions and discussion from the board.
Yeah, it is excellent presentation. This is the fun part about seeing our organization from the inside. And I haven't been here as long as many of the board members, but that's the first time that I've gone through end to end and I've heard about the HPO, and I read the book when I first came here. And so I'm really proud of the work that we've done. And I think when I first talked about being the kind of best county in America, what comes to mind is this is the roadmap. This is the tool that we give to our team and our staff members to be the best that they can be. And it's awesome. I'm just looking forward to hearing more about how we can support it, and have a couple questions, but obviously I'd like to turn it over to my colleagues to see if there's questions or comments and go from there. Would you like to kick us off?
Thank you for the presentation. I know that we've been going through this, but this is the first presentation I've seen on it. And several of us have just gone through a NACO leadership class, which was really wonderful. I've been through leadership classes long ago, but it's been a long time. So it was really refreshing to sort of see what the industry is saying about how to be a great leader and to be in a great organization. So I'm going to commend the county for taking this on. I know this can be tricky. People really need to buy into it, and to buy into it, they have to be open and already like where they are and feel trusting of their colleagues. And I feel like we have a really great staff here, and I hope this is helpful. I would recommend, based on some of the things we've been reading, some of the other literature out there, Colin Powell's books and his little strategies, his little 20 rules that he had on his desk all the time. No surprises, be positive. All those things are really great helps to everyone, I think, or to all of us to be the kind of people we want to be and create an organization that is high functioning and happy, and where people stick around and do their best work. So I guess I don't have questions, mostly just comments that this is exciting. And I think, I guess I would say one of the pitfalls that I've experienced in the past with programs like this is that an agency will take it on, but that they don't provide the support to keep it going and keep refreshing it. So I hope we do that, because this requires maintenance also and so let's commit to do that as well. Thanks.
Yeah, and Carol, I could just like to speak to that this isn't a new initiative. Really, the backstory to this is that I really give credit to Molly Legault, who's the assistant CEO, and Steve Rose. And it was very intentional to go out and look at our counterparts all over the state and see what organizational development tools are being used to really foster a high-performing organization. We're very fortunate to have Steve Monahan, who really leads the way in a lot of ways of using these tools, not just in the last 5 years, but in the last, 20 years. And to build on that success. So what we tell staff, that this is not something you're going to walk into the Roots Center and there's going to be a sign saying we're now high performing. We're already working towards and using tools of being high performing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And what I really appreciate these examples is we recognize that definitely there's improvement that could be done. We're very looking forward to taking on those challenges. And then we have a process which is very inclusive across the organization, where we're able to tackle these issues and make sure they're longstanding. So I appreciate the sensitivity of not having a initiative that's a light switch off and on, but something that is sustainable. And I'm really proud of the team that we built in the work to make sure that it continues to grow and evolve. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'm kind of like you guys. I've heard the term, but this is the first time that I've really seen it. But I think we've been seeing it in the last really several years. I think we've been seeing. I think there's a there's a new energy, a new vitality. I've had the opportunity to work with Caleb and with the new orientation with new members, and it's kind of exciting to do that. And I know I came back from one of those one time, and I just one of the young ladies in our office, and I said to her, "Do you feel you have the opportunity to move up within this organization?" Her comment was, "From day one." So I think it's wonderful what's happening, and I think you see it. That picture of Phoebe, you know, it's our team and what we're able to do, and it starts right here at this level. So thanks for the work that you guys have put into this.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And for me, it's great to have a better understanding of what the high performing model looks like, you know, as having never worked in that environment before. I think, you know, one of the things, again, being newer, is to kind of understand the relationship between us as the Board of Supervisors and the county employees, and have them understand the work that we do and what the relationship is. You know, last year, after you go to the ethics training, and Kit scares the hell out of you about what you can say to people, and, you know, talking to, and so I'm going back and I'm like, oh, I can't ask them about their vacation, or have it just a general conversation. I'm really like trying to check myself, and I'm very curious. So I always like to ask people a lot of questions. And so I probably haven't had the best understanding of what goes into all of those relationships at a large organization. I mean, this is the biggest amount of employees I've ever worked in that environment. So this, I think, gives us a great understanding of what's going on behind the scenes. I think from your office, and I haven't had the opportunity to do the employee orientation. I think I'm scheduled for one in the next couple months, and I'm really looking forward to it, because I want them to understand the work that we do, and that we are approachable, and that, you know, we're just regular people in the community, and they can ask us questions, and understand a greater level of the work that we do at the policy level. So I think this model leads into being able to have that open dialogue. So I look forward, you know, moving forward, to have a better understanding with the employee relationships, and, you know, just get to know people a little bit better. So.
Oh, nice. I remember when Molly went to, she struck out on a venture to this symposium about this. And I remember her, she came back so excited. She could hardly contain herself. And then we went into COVID, and it kind of slowed down, but how impressive that it didn't, we might have slowed down, but you guys didn't skip a beat. This is really important. I think it's one thing we talked about is how you all have to work together, because we all touch each other somewhere in the day. On any given day, something comes up and we all have to figure out how to, I think somebody used that word, be nimble. The ever-changing things that are happening in the community. And these are the things that make you all work better together. And like I said, what you guys do makes our work more complete, right? We can't do it without you. And I think that, I guess I'm just saying, it just is building that kind of trust and looking at the different perspectives all across the county, making these contracts more complete. What a big job that was. That's huge. And we know that that's been a issue. And how do we make that better? How do we make, you know, I'm always talking about that. How do we make those easier for locals to be competitive? You know, you guys are working on those things all the time, and I think that's an important component. So yeah, this is exciting to see happen. Like I said, I'm gonna send Molly email, because I think she knew this could be amazing. I remember she's talking with Allison, and you just proved that it was worth every bit of it. You know, you have so many of you that gone through CSAC leadership, and this is just an even larger component than that. So congratulations. I think that that hard work, and Aaron, it's another thing, again, out of your regular work schedule, right? You guys step out of the box and do so many other different things, and this is very exciting to see happen. So yeah, good presentation. Thank you.
Any other staff comments, or I just was thinking in the back of my mind, I'd like to substitute HPO for the CSAC training personally. It would be really fun to do that in addition to or supplement. I went through the CSAC course as well, and there's a lot of good content there. I was just going to touch on, Lisa, some things you brought up. For me, I think when I first started, I had a good conversation with Molly about kind of what is leadership, and how we work together as a board. And we everybody in this room wears a different hat, right? We're wearing a different hat than senior staff or other people working in the organization, elected, appointed officials. But we really at the end of the day, we have to form a team to get the end goal completed. And I think it's a testament to our ability to work together as a team, even though we wear different hats and even though we disagree. Because in my mind, a team doesn't always agree. It's how you respectfully disagree and get to that solution set that really makes a really quality team. And the diversity piece I thought was interesting, because diversity comes in many forms, right? It could be cultural, it could be racial, it could be religious, it could be sexual orientation, but it also could be the way I feel about how I come to work every day and what I do and what I produce for the organization. And we all have to produce something beneficial to get paid for it, but at the same time, that diversity in the way we feel and act around each other can make us stronger in the end, if we can get there. But it takes understanding and conversations and time away from your day job to get together and talk about all that. So much appreciation for putting in the hard work to make it worthwhile here. I just had a couple quick questions on the ERP solution that we're investing in and we talk about. Is that going to solve our the single contract portal challenge that we face?
So we're hopeful. It's on our list of requirements and we're in the RFP process right now. So we
Okay.
don't know an answer right at this moment. That's certainly something that we are looking at with a keen eye of, can it solve like the routing issue and the questions of what we find now is, without a centralized contracting database, there could be a vendor that HHSA is contracting with, and then perhaps CDA wants to also contract with them, and they don't necessarily know that the other has a contract. And so with a centralized tracking, you could see with the vendor, oh, there's 3 other contracts. I can either piggyback on one of them, or their insurance is already in the system. There's efficiencies that can be gained with that knowledge that we wouldn't necessarily otherwise have, and we don't currently have unless I'm picking up the phone and saying, hey.
Yeah, yep. So the ERP process that we have actually has that in its scope requirements. So we're going to require that of the vendor. We're going to find a vendor that can provide that for us. That's the goal. Yep. Okay, cool. Sounds like that's one step. And then could you just briefly describe the nonprofit checklist included in a healthy organization that we would do business with?
Sure. So that came out of some challenges that we had with meeting our federal obligation. When federal dollars come into the contract, there's a requirement for a single audit, perhaps, depending on the level of contract. And not all nonprofits have enough money to warrant a single audit. So there's additional items that if you've never worked with a nonprofit or never worked with federal dollars, that just are odd. And so that nonprofit checklist is intended to kind of capture those oddities and ask questions so that the staff person can take that checklist and ask those questions of the vendor and then identify, is this a red flag? Is this a yellow flag? Is this a green flag? What is the level of risk that I'm assuming as the county by contracting with this vendor who may or may not have the capacity for what we're asking them to do? So again, it's streamlining that conversation for someone who's brand new to contracting, brand new to the county, brand new to the funding source. It's trying to get at those gaps that if you haven't been contracting for 25 years and you're not super comfortable with all of the terms, you might not know to ask the question of the vendor as you're looking at contracting.
Yeah, thank you. Just had one more quick question. I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hall. If out of the employee survey, there's a lot of data there and it's in our books as well. One of the pieces that comes up is this request for staffing levels, but I just want to confirm that I understand that correctly. That would be an employee or a staff member, team member coming in saying, hey, we need additional staffing levels. That's how that ranks. That's an internal request for support within a team.
Yeah, the request for staffing change process, yeah, so the requests for additional staff or exchange staff come through the department heads and the agency directors on an annual basis. Is that your
Yeah.
question?
And then the data that's reflected for us, essentially that was one of the highlight areas was, hey, we need more staff. Am I
Yes,
summarizing that
exactly.
properly? Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That was
thank you.
elevated by staff.
I guess since you took a foray into the Grand Tracks piece, I think this is related, somewhat related. I don't know if this is a bike rack issue or not, but I just want to comment again and I think what we're doing with contracts, organizing them better is going to be super excellent. I think you're going to love it and we're going to all benefit from it. Again, from my previous hat as a state employee with big contracts that I helped manage, large contracts that went on a long time and we became dependent upon it. And I can see that possibility here. And in rural areas, I know we don't have a lot of choices sometimes. We have great nonprofits and contractors who help us implement our program. Sometimes we can't do without them or we feel like we can't. Sometimes we don't have a lot of competition. But the danger so I just want to throw that out for your contracts work group. If you can think about this, the danger there, of course, is that you become so dependent upon them that you're afraid to raise issues. Because if you raise issues and shut it down or slow it down, our services won't get delivered. It's a balance that we always have to have. Especially if there is no plan B, no other agency who can do that work or other nonprofit or contractor. And I think one of those, as you're doing lessons learned, and I think the key is that's where you have to get on top of problems immediately, because if you let them go, then you're even more stuck with a problematic contract. And it kind of snowballs from there. And so I'm excited to hear what this group will learn. And I want us to see us be successful and have good relationships with all our contracts and nonprofits. And I hope that's something we can talk about. Maybe that's another topic for this group when we are dependent upon only one contractor for one service or nonprofit. How do we back that up? What do we do to make sure that we aren't jeopardizing our own programs if we have issues with them or they have issues with us? So just throwing that.
Yeah, that's the supplier diversity thing that you bring up is kind of core to really successful businesses, right? You're always going to have some sort of backup plan or diversity in that supply chain. And it will be fun to hear your group handle all that. Any other questions, comments? We have plenty of time. We can get ahead of schedule too, but it's definitely your time to touch base on any of this. No, okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Excellent work.
Thank you very much. And Carissa, can we have a 5-minute? We're going to take a 5-minute tech break because we've got a big panel coming up. So we've got 5 minutes, but please be back in 5. We do have a few folks that we're waiting to come into the room, and then we'll announce our panel. All right, I can hear voices. Hopefully they're on their way. Okay. Need one more supervisor. I'm not naming names. And we will have one mini break after this panel, which is a 75-minute panel. Alrighty, so this next panel is capital facilities and projects updates. And so there's lots of good information in here, and we're going to break it up a little bit. You'll notice on the countdown clocks, the most important thing for you to know is there's plenty of time at the end for discussion, but we will have, Justin's going to lead this and he'll introduce his panel. And we're going to start with 20 minutes to hear the first part on enterprise. Well, I'll let you introduce what you're going to talk about with a short discussion afterwards, and then additional 5-minute presentations, and then at least a 20 to 25-minute discussion period. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Justin.
Now, my clicker is not working. There, okay. All right, great. Good afternoon, honorable board members and other folks that are here in the crowd. My name is Justin Drinkwater. I'm your facilities director, and we've assembled a dream team here to introduce and talk about some various projects that are going on in the county. So I'm going to go ahead and brief you on our, and don't try to read that. I know the font's pretty small, but first we're going to I'll give a brief update on our progress with our National Forest Service headquarters project. Then I'll go ahead and brief the group on our countywide security camera replacement project. Next, we'll hear from our Chief Information Officer, Landon Beard. He's going to give us an update on our Enterprise Resource Program, or ERP, as we like to call it in the acronym world. Following the ERP update, Steve Monahan, our Information and General Services Director, Agency Head, will brief us on the Truckee Library design progress, as well as the new Bear River Library facility. Mr. David Garcia is here from afar to give us an update on the transfer station, otherwise known as MERTS. Then I've got a few more project accomplishments for this past year that I'll give you an update on. And then we're going to move into, after that, we've got a few items that are of more of a discussion nature. The sheriff would like to brief the group on the reuse of the juvenile hall facility, and I'll let them share the acronym. I don't want to steal your thunder on that. Next, we'll brief the board on future airport development opportunities. Mr. Caleb Dardick, our Assistant Chief Executive Officer, will give us an update on the courthouse feasibility and reuse study and the RFP and where we're at with that project and how he's taking that project on and is leading all the community discussions. And next would be Craig Griesbach, our OES Director, on the Nevada County Animal Shelter operations and design discussion. Then I'll end the discussion session with a briefing by briefing the board on how facilities has a continued interest in renewable energy sources such as biomass, cogeneration opportunities, and briefly touch on our 5-year capital project schedule. Going with our first discussion, or first kind of update item, the county facility staff's been working with the Tahoe National Forest supervisory staff since 2021 on a ground lease for a new headquarters building. Everyone knows that the existing National Forest building is quite aged if you've ever been there, And so we've been in talks for a number of years with the National Forest on the opportunity to build a new headquarters on county property and have them as a long-term partner. And we located a site on county property. It's a 9-acre parcel next to the old juvenile hall facility. And we're in the final stages of entering into a 30+ year ground lease with the National Forest. The property has been annexed by Nevada City, and we're in the review stages for the CEQA process, as well as the National Forest is finalizing their design on the structure. And we look forward to bringing this lease that I mentioned to the board in February. There's a kind of the newest version of the site layout of the design, having this being 49, the entrance to the juvenile hall with the juvenile hall off back this way, and this is the existing kind of gravel road that goes into the site with public parking here. So they really wanted a facility or a property that was, you know, close to 49, the 49 corridor, and we feel like this is a great spot to have visibility from the highway, and you know, folks with RVs and all their camping gear can pull in, stop off at the National Forest headquarters and do their business in the office here. There's also a community meeting space here, which was another important feature that the county and the National Forest wanted to include into the design. More parking, access to the remaining part of our parcel back up here, and then their staff parking and everything there. So a quick overview of that project. The next is our county security camera project. So the countywide security camera project has been a long-term goal for the 5+ years. This has been an interdepartmental project, as it's been an equally shared program with facilities and IS due to the nature of cameras and it being you know, a very computer-based you know, amenity in our facilities. The county has had multiple systems in all the different buildings, the different departments through the years. If, you know, as need has arisen, have, you know, gotten various camera systems. And so right now we're stuck with having multiple systems and, you know, aged systems that's requiring a lot of time and maintenance. So the goal has been to combine all those systems into one so that we have one common operating system, one common vendor to help service our camera system. So the interdepartmental team has brought us to the point of formalizing a project scope, putting out an RFP, which went out this past fall, and the project team selected a particular vendor, and that contract will be coming to the board in the next couple of months. All right, let's go ahead and turn it over to Landon.
Good afternoon. Landon Beard, your Chief Information Officer. I'm excited to be able to talk about this unique opportunity that the county is in front of right now, where I get to discuss a project that really and truly affects every department across the county as it impacts our fiscal operations. At the 2023 workshop, your board received a presentation on the proposed finance system replacement, or ERP project, and that presentation included estimated timelines and costs. Just for clarity, ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning, and this is an integrated software package that encompasses core financial operations such as general ledger, treasury, budget, procurement, reporting, and a variety of other functions. The county's current system, FinPro, has been in operation since the early 2000s and will soon no longer be supported by the manufacturer, which leads us to the need for this project. FinPro is also we found it to be a very narrow solution, only focusing on finance, which created a variety of manual processes and manual operations that staff have to undertake. And an ERP system is expected to unify these processes and see some efficiency in the day-to-day operations. Since January of 2023, the CEO's office has led the effort to assemble a project team to shepherd this project forward. One of the initial tasks was the identification and hiring of a project manager to ensure continuity and forward progress and to ensure that we maintained a good schedule. This was challenging, but one that was concluded in late 2023 with the hiring of a full-time contract project manager. The project team did not rest on its laurels in the meantime, and instead continued forward progress to complete items such as needs assessment and planning for staffing backfill. The current project status is that we're on track and operating within the planned budget and with an active request for proposals in the hands of our vendor community. We have received significant response and had over 20 vendors represented at our pre-proposal kickoff, which is very encouraging, and we anticipate a good variety of options for the county to select from. As you can see here, our next update for the board is expected to occur in June of this year as we bring forward an update around a full project timeline, fiscal forecast, and proposed contract for the implementation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Landon. Go ahead and turn it over to Steve down there at the end and give us an update on all things library.
Justin, Steve Monahan, your Director of Information Services. We've brought to this meeting, I think this will be talked about Okay, I'll start all over. Thank you. Steve Monahan, your Director of Information and General Services. And what I was saying was, I believe this is the 4th or 5th year that we've brought the Truckee Library as a topic to your board. I believe Supervisor Anderson was a real champion of it back then, and now Supervisor Bullock. So we've been working with the Truckee community actively for many years on their new library project. And as an update from last time, your board allocated or committed $1 million to this project to support funding as part of the community initiative. We're partnering with the town and the Friends of the Truckee Library. That $1 million was split between two portions, $500,000 for pre-development, planning, architectural services, and then $500,000 for capital construction. To date, we've been working really, I think we do monthly meetings with the partners on this project. We have been working on the Joint Powers Authority very closely with County Council and the City Attorney. And that's going to be a JPA between the town and the county initially. We may bring in other partners as we progress, but that'll be the initial JPA structure. And the JPA would own this facility and manage the facility, and the county library system would run the library services out of the new facility. So this JPA will be coming to your board in February, and with it will be a MOU with between the town and the Friends of the Truckee Library. And that's really to memorialize the long-term relationship between the Friends of the Truckee Library and their strong role and participation in this new facility. Legally, a nonprofit, which is the Friends of the Truckee Library, can't be a member of the JPA. So we have this MOU structure to kind of fill that gap and to make sure that they're memorialized long-term in this facility success. And we worked really closely, again, County Council, KIT staff, and with Town's Council on that as well. So that will be coming in February to your board as well. The Friends have been doing a really great capital campaign. They've received grants. They received a lot of donations. So they're in a good fiscal position for this first phase. So we broke it up into phase 1 and phase 2 of the development of this new facility. We went out to RFQ for architectural services. We had a panel. We were in the final selection of the firm that we want to design this new building. We have a budget of about $1.5 million that'll be broken up from 500K from the county, 500K from the town, and 500K from the Friends. That's our initial budget. We're hoping when we open that cost proposal that it'll be within that budget. If not, we'll have to retool and figure out next steps from that. But that's all going forward. And then the town is working very closely with the Park and Rec District where this site will be located in their regional park. And they're working on some boundaries and parcel adjustments so that the park owns this this lot. It's about 3-acre lot that the library will be on. So it's all going forward. Really want to thank Supervisor Bullock for being a leader on this project, Ariel for really helping out, and now Carissa is helping out as well. And the Friends of Truckee Library are really the driving passionate force behind it. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. We didn't want to leave out an update on the Bear River Library. I know Supervisor Schofield mentioned it this morning in his briefing. So here's a recent picture, kind of a before and after. Here's the one side of the existing storefront, and here's a similar perspective with all the new shelving, carpet, paint, ceiling tiles. So we're down to the final kind of stages of preparation to have the ribbon cutting next month. So really excited about that. Next item is the update on the merch. So I'll hand it over to David.
David Garcia, Solid Waste Program Manager. So first, I feel like I cheated because if you want to go to the next slide, I get to use all kinds of really cool pictures. That's the cool thing about capital projects is lots of neat pictures. So I cheated. A little bit of background about the project. There's 2 objectives for the McCourtney Road Transfer Station project. One is the facility is 30 years old. We've outlived our original design capacity, so we have capacity issues with traffic and with material, and then also with SB 1383, which is our other objective. So we don't have a place at the current facility to segregate food waste and deal with food waste. So project has 2 objectives. This is a really good time to check in because it's been about 1 year since the board awarded the contract for the McCourtney Road Transfer Station project, and we've been really busy. So we broke ground in May of 2023, and throughout the summer, we've moved something like 30,000 cubic yards of fill material, which is a lot of fill material. We've completed dynamic compaction, which was a really neat process. If you have a 14-year-old inside of you like I do, where you drop a giant heavy weight on the ground over and over again, really cool. And we've completed about 95% of the utility undergrounding and drainage work on site. So right now what we're doing is we're moving into all things concrete. So we're doing lots of rebar, form work, concrete work, and that'll probably take us through the winter time. Couple of highlights I would say is the traffic situation at the McCourtney Road Transfer Station. We really planned ahead of time for worst case scenarios. We coordinated with waste management. We had a plan in place, and knock on wood, it has been going surprisingly well. Obviously, there's always issues here and there with an operation like ours, but generally speaking, traffic has been fairly good at the facility considering what we're doing out there. A couple of things that we're keeping an eye on or challenges with the project this big. One is weather. We're moving into the wet season. We can't predict what kind of weather we'll get, and obviously rain means delays, but we built that into our schedule. The other thing is we have a pre-manufactured building, so it's a really big building, and obviously making sure we coordinate all that and get that all in time. I'm happy to say that right now the project is on schedule, on budget, and hopefully this thing is going to be ready for folks to take advantage of next summer. So at least phase 1. So that's my update.
All right, thanks, David. Quick few other updates. Wanted to update this group on facilities work on making as many of our buildings power resilient, and we're doing that through the installation of new generators. We've completed the Root Center generator last year, and we're kind of midstream on 3 other generator projects we wanted to make sure this group knew about. The Wayne Brown Correctional Facility, Crown Point, and Brighton Greens are three of our other really crucial facilities that we wanted to make sure have full backup power generation. So we've purchased the three generators for the facilities I just mentioned. We're in contract with a general contractor for the installation. We're just kind of in the waiting phase of getting the generators delivered. We have one of them delivered, which is Brighton Greens. We're waiting for Crown Point and the jail generator while the contractor's working on all their submittals, and there's a lengthy process they go through with PG&E and getting all of their equipment signed off with PG&E. So we're hoping to see those installed within the next kind of 12 to 14 month period here as we move forward to have that resiliency in those facilities. And one of the last projects that's been a project on our long-term unmet needs for some time is a private conference space and lactation space in the district attorney's office down in Nevada City. We've been able to finalize the design, and we're in the process of getting this project out to bid with our contractor community, and we're hoping to have this project completed by the end of the fiscal year in June. That's the end of kind of our project briefing, projects that are nearing completion, and the next kind of discussion items that we have. We've kind of set up more time to have a little more back and forth discussion, but if there's any questions on any of the project we just briefed the group on, we have 5 minutes.
Anybody have any questions? Good. Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Good presentation. A lot of things going on. So the camera system is going to be on all properties for the county?
That's the eventual goal, is to have all the cameras on the same platform going forward. So we're going to be slowly replacing the existing camera systems in the various buildings, and then as cameras get added to, say, new buildings or to buildings that may not have cameras, we would use this system that we've got under contract.
And so then is that kind of centralized, or is it centralized in each building?
It would be centralized in each building. So each building will kind of have control of their camera system. They'd be able to, go back and review, and that's part of the goal, is to have each building have, owners of their camera system so that they can manage it to their best needs.
Okay, great. And then just want to clarify, in here it says it's a 50-year land lease, but is it only a 30-year land lease?
It's a
correct?
30, yeah. It's a 30 with options, like, potential 2 10-year options or a 20-year extension. So yeah, it could get up to 50 years.
Justin, can you just clarify the cost share agreement for the Forest Service building, or just the basics?
Yeah, so the basis is it's a land lease. So the county owns the property. Like I mentioned, it's a 9-acre parcel. We've done a lot of the kind of the upfront feasibility, some of the environmental studies, basically to make and to show the Forest Service that this property is developable. It's ready for you guys to come in with your design and then fund the construction of the building. So the federal government or the National Forest Service is funding the building and building the building, and will own the building, but it's on our property, it's on county property for that lease, that ground lease term. And then after that term, which none of us can predict, they may want to enter into an extension. We may be agreeable to that. So it could be, 50, 60, 100 years, who knows? But the county has the first option to, potentially purchase the building. If they said, we've done our 30 plus years and we're deciding to move on, then the county would have the option to potentially take over the building.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
And just for clarification, that is a lease agreement that'll be going to the board in February.
Correct.
And then, David, thanks for the update on the landfill. I just a quick question. I think originally we went out to bid, bids came back too expensive. We rebid it and saved money. Can you just describe that process a little bit? Because I think we got that cost reduced, which I'm really proud of.
Yeah, the first bid happened at maybe the worst possible time as far as markets go. I mean, at that time, if you can recall, there was a lot of instability. The interest rates were at an all-time high. And so we bid the project and it came in, I think it was, and I'm winging it here, but in the ballpark of $3 million more than we had anticipated. We went back to the drawing board, worked with our design team, and we were able to simplify a little bit here and there. And when we rebid it, we got it down, I think, $4 million. So we got it below even our original hopes and best estimates. And like I said, right now we're on schedule and on budget.
Yeah, nice. Thank you. Thanks for summarizing it. 70. Great. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll go ahead and move on to some more exciting projects once they give me control back. There you go. All right. Go ahead and turn it over to the sheriff.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Justin. Good afternoon, board members and Chair Bullock. Appreciate the opportunity to bring some awareness to some of the projects that we have going to the sheriff's office. We always have plenty of those. We have a couple of facilities of particular interest. One is more to just bring awareness to the projects that we'd like to move forward on. And then another one is to bring you a brief update on where we're at with another project. The first one that we want to discuss is our Wayne Brown Correctional Facility. That's our main jail right here in Nevada City. The projects that go along with this facility are largely deferred maintenance projects. That building is roughly 30 years old now, and it certainly has its share of deferred maintenance projects that are needing to be handled sooner than later. For example, we've got a number of ADA facility improvements. The exterior finish needs to be redone. We have plumbing replacements, entire HVAC, fire sprinkler maintenance, modernization to our commercial kitchen and laundry facilities. We have a full facility security upgrade that needs to occur. We have some site drainage issues that need to be looked at, and then just replacement of individualized items at the kitchen. At this point, it's really early on. It's difficult to say exactly how much it's going to cost. The county did do a study a number of years ago, what it would cost to bring that building up to specs for the deferred maintenance at that time, and it was estimated to be roughly $20 million. We've worked with our finance team to cost that out as best we can from where we sit, and we're looking at roughly $25 million. Our finance team has been in good conversation with the CEO's office looking for funding opportunities. Some of those opportunities potentially involve maybe a general fund revenue bond, but certainly those discussions need to continue. But what we do know is that that facility is in dire need of some upgrades. I will like to bring everyone's attention to the fact that the sheriff is constitutionally mandated to run and operate our jail. It's not only a legal requirement, but definitely a humane requirement. We need to run a high quality jail, not only for the health and safety of the incarcerated population, but our staff as well. The second project, which I spoke about last year, if you would remember, is what we're terming the Sheriff's Office Regional Dispatch and Training Facility. This was the old juvenile hall that was shuttered approximately 2 years ago. We had already moved our dispatch center into that location when the determination was made to have probation pull out and close down the juvenile hall. Some discussions were had with what the future potential would be for that building. Ultimately, the sheriff decided that she was interested in taking on the entire facility and that we had multiple uses for that facility, generally speaking, revolving around training. Shortly after the sheriff was elected, she made it a priority for our agency to really concentrate on high quality training. She's increased our budget specifically to bring about high quality training. For those that are familiar with law enforcement and other public safety sectors, when push comes to shove and you're dealing with emergent situations and you're responding to disasters, your staff are going to fall to the lowest level of their training. And so the idea there is that you want to keep a high level of training. You can't provide high level training without quality training facilities. Right now, we lack a lot in our training facilities. We've been using aged buildings in a variety of locations around the county. So this building really does provide a lot of opportunities for us to bring those training facilities that have never existed and then to consolidate the ones that we do have into more state-of-the-art facilities. That building also gives us an opportunity to consolidate a lot of the services that we currently have that are scattered about, some of our specialized units. That facility certainly has enough room to move a lot of our disparate units into one place so that we have all our equipment in one spot. It's also centrally located right here in Nevada City. It's right across the highway from our main jail and from the sheriff's office itself. One of the key aspects to that training facility, something that we really want to dig into and look to see if there's a potential for it, is an indoor firing range. This is something that has come up a number of times over the years. I've worked here 24 years now, and our office has never had our own firing range. However, that's one of those things that you don't want to skimp on training for that. If your officers ever need to resort to that, you want to make sure that there's quality training that's been put into that. And unfortunately, over the years, we've had to resort to traveling long distances just to get training. Currently, we have an agreement with California Fish and Wildlife, and we have to drive all the way to Yuba County just to do our firearms training. Depending on weather and time of day, it can take us 45 minutes to an hour just to get our staff to the location, and then obviously that same amount of time back. So that increases staff cost, vehicle wear and tear. We have to get our folks down there. There's not a lot of food opportunities for breaks. Restrooms are limited down there. So this location, the property itself, is a great opportunity for us to bring together a firing range with the existing facility. We don't believe that we have the room within the current confines of the building, so it would be a facility that we would look to construct. So what we want to do is we want to start engaging with contractors and consultants to start costing out what it would take to build a facility like that to the scale that we need right there on that site. Basically, there's a lot that's involved with that. There's going to be community discussion. Some of the priorities for that range, obviously, are going to be the impact to the neighborhood itself, noise pollution, the environmental impacts and whatnot. But first and foremost, we need to see if it's even feasible to put that range at that site. I know that we have a scheduled tour coming up with Congressman Kiley's office, and that we are moving forward a request for a federal earmark to potentially help offset some of the costs to build that facility. But at this point, it's too early to understand just how much that's going to cost, but we know it's going to be substantial. So any funding opportunities that are out there that we can take advantage of, we certainly want to do that. And I'll be available to take any questions on either of those facilities at the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Captain Jacobs, on that. Go ahead, move on to the next item. I'm going to fill in for our airport manager, Kevin Edwards. He wasn't able to make it today. He's in Florida taking care of a family member. With the airport, the objective is to make the airport as self-sustaining as possible. And it's an enterprise fund. We want to make it so that it generates enough revenue that it's able to sustain its annual operating budget and also build a surplus budget for future capital improvements and needs. An airport has a lot of infrastructure, mainly pavement. Pavement's expensive, as everyone knows. So making the airport as self-sustaining as possible is very important. Developing infrastructure projects which also increase airport operations and the based aircraft. This leads to new opportunities for land leases, fuel cells, and when you have based aircraft at an airport, that brings the tax base to this county. So you want to have a good mix of all those revenue streams. Also supporting further CAL FIRE expansion. That brings in new capabilities for CAL FIRE, whether it's new aircraft, fixed wing aircraft, or rotor wing aircraft is a benefit not only financially, but in the public safety realm. So one of the current projects that we're really focusing on is to work with the FAA to get approval for a helipad expansion. So this picture shows this helipad if you've been up to the airport, you know that generally the fixed wing aircraft are parked right out here on this ramp. Here's their their office, and there's always been this unused space right here. This purple spot is a dirt area, is a gravel area, so aircraft can't operate on this space currently. It's just an area that we have to maintain for weeds and obstructions and things like that. So by us seeking approval from the FAA, and this is done through, and every airport has what's called an airport layout plan. That's a document that's submitted. It's developed by a airport consultant and engineering firm and submitted to the FAA on a multi-year basis to get approval for future projects. And so one of the things that we wanted to do was this hasn't been on previous plans, but we wanted to get what they call a pen and ink change, which is kind of like, hey, we're just going to make this change and submit it to you without waiting for that official update time, which can be multiple years. So we've gotten approval. We're actually worked with Congressman Kiley's office to get a letter submitted to the FAA for them to allow us to do this, which was very beneficial. A lot of times the FAA is, a larger bureaucracy, and it's hard for them to, see the needs that we're bringing to them. And this was a very helpful way to say, look, this is supporting public safety and a CAL FIRE expansion opportunity so that we can bring CAL FIRE rotorcraft to this pad as well as fixed wing aircraft and allow more aircraft to respond to fire incidents. That's one of the short-term expansion goals that we have for the airport. We've also developed and issued an RFP for an airport revenue sustainability study that will go out to the aviation consultant market. And this study will look at existing airport operations and lean on the consultant's expertise to evaluate new revenue generating opportunities and identify operational efficiencies. So we're in the process of, we've released that RFP and we'll be receiving those responses and look forward to working with that consultant to develop some of these different revenue opportunities. So that's our airport project update. And go ahead and, there's the RFP. Go ahead and go to the courthouse.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Bullock, board members, Caleb Dardick, Assistant CEO. Real pleasure to give you a quick update on the Nevada County Courthouse reuse. As you all know, this is really an iconic building in the center of downtown Nevada City and is of great importance to all of us, but especially to the Nevada City. And so I just want to thank Supervisor Hall for convening, along with Mayor Daniela Fernandez, a joint task force. I get to co-staff it with City Manager Sean Grayson. And we've had a number of meetings and quite a bit of work sort of setting the stage for what we know will be the eventuality, which is that the courthouse plans to build a new facility at a new site. So we don't know the new site, but we do know roughly the timeline, which is somewhere 2028, 2030. So that seems like a long way off. But actually, as you all know, doing large capital projects, it's smart that we're keeping this thing moving. And so one of the our focus right now, and this really I want to commend Steve Monahan here. This has been something he's been aware of and working on for a very long time, and I think came to you. I think it was 2 years ago, where we got your approval for ARPA funding. To use ARPA funding to conduct what's called a highest and best use study. And so the idea is that we would attract an architectural firm or develop, different teams that would bring in expertise to evaluate how could this building be reused for what purposes, and that would actually be not just, aspirational and wonderful, but actually would pencil out and that a developer would be interested in developing in using this project. And so really want to thank Des Belding in purchasing. She's been invaluable in putting together the RFP process with the team. And we conducted a tour. It was great to see that there were a number of firms, local as well as from the Bay Area and Sacramento, very well qualified firms that came and expressed interest in this project. And we're hoping that we will get some very interesting and competitive proposals by the end of this month. That's when the highest and best use study will be done. Then we have a team of staff and a community member from Nevada City who will review those. And then our goal is to bring back to you a recommendation and obviously cost, approve the expense for conducting this study. And then it's envisioned as a 1-year study that would also feature community engagement, that stakeholders and residents, business people in Nevada City and elsewhere would have a chance to weigh in on what they thought were the highest and best use of this building. And so that is the trajectory that we are on right now. Steve, I didn't know if I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you could talk a little bit about how, once we get the highest and best use study, it would be viewed and used, we hope, our intention at least, with prospective developers.
Thank you, Caleb. Really appreciate that. So typically the next phase after a highest and best use is to put together an RFP to request for proposals, to have developers come in and propose projects on that. And the developer at that time may say, we need funding, we need public assistance to make this to work out. So we might look at block grants, redevelopment type funding that might come from the state or federal government, and put together a project with all of the community stakeholders, because the county can't do this on our own, and with the state of California, which owns 51% of this property. So that would really be the next, once we have a better timeline when the courts are going to move out of this facility, when it would be empty. Kudos to CEO's office and Caleb for being proactive on this, as this is going to be a 2-year project at least to figure out what the community wants to do with the property. So having that figured out ahead of time makes a lot of sense.
All right, thank you for adding that. Then the other piece that's sort of ongoing that we want to just let you know about is the site acquisition process, which is what the governor funded the courts to conduct at this point. Steve and I did meet with the rep from the courts, who they've come up with a short list of properties. They want 5 acres within Nevada City, sort of general area. The Rood Center has been mentioned as a potential site as well. And so we're supporting them as they evaluate these sites and hoping that they, what is it exactly that they're going to do? Basically, what did they tell us? They're going to come up with a short list and rank them. So we should be hearing, hopefully by this summer, where they stand.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quicker than that. I mean, this is the community meeting that they're having this week, right? Or next week, next Tuesday evening, they're having a community meeting on the siding of the courthouse. And so I think it's going to move faster. They've already sent out scoring criteria to kind of the committee, and they have a community member group that is helping them kind of score this, and they'll go from there. But really, there's only a handful of properties that meet their criteria. So I think it's going to be a short list.
I think one of the key challenges, as those of you who are familiar with this project know, is that the courts, although they are the majority owner in the building, if you read their study for evaluating whether they would rebuild or move, in there's a section on what was their intent for the current building. And their current intent, as in their report, is to quote unquote mothball it, which is simply to secure it from people breaking into it and from it being damaged. And so we already know that the building is challenged. There's pretty significant issues with the roof. That's a multi-million-dollar project that really needs to happen. And, the county, of course, is prepared to partner with them, but that's been an ongoing dialogue in the short term with just the roof. But the last thing we want is what people have called a zombie building in downtown Nevada City, an empty building. And so we are doing everything we can to be proactive, working with the community and under your leadership to continue to move forward. How do we use this building? Can we find a team that would reuse it and make it a jewel for our community? And thank you, Steve.
All right, thank you, Steve and Caleb. We'll go ahead and go to the next briefing on the new animal shelter operations and facility design. Turn it over to Craig Griesbach, our OES director.
Yeah, good afternoon, Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services. You've heard a lot of this information at your last meeting on January 9th, that our current animal shelter facility is ending its useful lifespan. The new shelter facility is a priority on our capital facilities plan and is needed to really provide core animal shelter services for our community. Given the fact that Grass Valley Shelter is reaching the end of its useful life, they're in the same place that we are. This has presented us with a really unique opportunity to collaborate in our community. At your last board meeting, you recognized this by approving the memorandum of understanding with the City of Grass Valley and the City of Nevada City for collaboration with animal shelter development and services. The cities also approved the MOU last week. Over the next year, we will be working hand in hand with the cities, developing a shelter design, operational model, governance model, and some draft budgets. We'll be reporting back to your board regularly on this over this next year.
All right.
Over the past year, we purchased the property on LaBar Meadows Road. That is an ideal location for the new animal shelter development. It's over 21 acres right next to our operations center and has a ton of mixed use development potential. Our team is currently working on a site development feasibility study of this property to optimize its use and development. The timeline for this new shelter development is starting from project scoping all the way to opening this facility and operating this facility is estimated to be completed within 4 to 5 years. At your last board meeting, you approved a contract with LDA Partners that will help drive this effort forward. This includes starting with scoping and contractual design development all the way to completion of construction documents to bid. And we'll toss it back to Justin to talk about biomass.
All right, thanks, Craig. One of the things that kind of brought this topic up, and we looked at the LaBar Meadow site for green waste processing early on, as well as the animal shelter. It really kind of checked off 2 boxes on our list of facilities that we were really interested in. And so the biomass cogen topic keeps coming up as is something that we really would like to pursue. It's something that we see as being in alignment with the board objective of sustainability, the climate objective. So as we go through the process of designing the animal shelter and looking at the site, this biomass idea and cogen is definitely something that we're going to consider and see if it is feasible. There's been a lot of we've worked with different vendors and consultants to look at what could go on at that site, and really things are kind of narrowing down to more of a site specific type of biomass boiler system, so that it basically generates heat for, say, the animal shelter, and could potentially generate power as well. So it potentially would offset the power use and would save energy by generating heat by burning wood. So that's really kind of the direction right now we're going. Obviously, there's bigger discussions on bigger facilities, and it feels like the bigger you get, the more concerns there are, the more challenges you have. So right now we're definitely in the site compatibility and zoning and use permitting for a facility that could benefit from this type of technology, and further vetting, this process to see if it will end up working with our design for the animal shelter.
Just, Justin, if I could add for the board, this site, the backside of this Labar Meadows 5-acre site was originally evaluated for a biomass facility that the community and Steve Eubanks with Fire Safe Council led a biomass committee, I think starting over 10 years ago, looking at this. So the county's involvement, there's a lot of different ways we can go, as Justin said. If we're looking at a small scale facility that's provides power and heat for our own facilities on this site, or do we go to a larger scale for the community? That's a bigger project. That's like a $60 million facility if something like that got built there. We have a need for green waste out of Greg's programs. How do we get the green waste out of our community? So there's a lot of tangent needs here to bring together. And Chair Bullock, what we really need is some policy direction on how deep do we go into biomass as a county. It's not a core service, but we have a lot of interest in a facility like this coming together. But like we said, when we talked about core services, that's staff time, that's overhead, that's all that. So how deep do we go into this and try to pursue what's a worthy cause, but is it in our lane? Are we a partner on the side? Are we the leader? We kind of need that direction. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. But go ahead and we've been on the last item here before we kind of open it up for open discussion. So you may have seen it in your packet. I don't know how it ended up printing out. It's a bigger spreadsheet, but we wanted to give you kind of an update on our most recent 5-year capital project schedule that we update each year. Wanted to highlight a few of the bigger projects, and we've talked about a lot of them. These are capital facilities funded projects. That's generally a general fund budget line. We've got the county camera project in there. We also have a large access control update coming up here on our list. Animal shelter design, Truckee Library design, the generators that I spoke of. The old juvenile hall facility has a need for a roof replacement. That's a nearly $1 million project, but that's on our short-term list to get that roof redone so that when all this work happens to reuse the building for the sheriff's department, it has a new roof on it and will last the next 20-30 years. We mentioned the courthouse roof and our challenge with that. When the state does build a new building, what do we do with this old building? And it really has really bad roof problems. And so just mothballing the building and leaving it with a leaky roof is really not a feasible way to approach it. We know that we need to, if there's going to be any reuse of the building at all, we need to have the building kind of left with a viable roof so that it can be reused. And then we have a focus on countywide parking, pavement replacement, and ADA compliance components in a lot of our parking spaces, sidewalks. And so that's kind of just a rough overview on our next kind of 5-year and large capital projects. We'll leave it at that and go ahead and go into the discussion period.
Nice work. Thank you. There's a lot of content there. Thanks for providing all the pre-read material. It helps us parse it out. I know if you're not in capital facilities, things don't come to the board frequently, but I know individual board members probably meet with each of you on specific topics. So thanks for bringing it all here. And, I have a couple I want to talk about, airport and biomass. And then Heidi, maybe we can start with you on the courthouse because that was where Justin ended up. And I just had a question on the courthouse roof. It's in the fiscal year 25-26. So that's essentially programmed and that's a go.
That's a hopeful.
Hopeful.
We've got it programmed in there. It, like we mentioned, it's a cost share with the state. We've issued reports to them and request letters to fund that. And so we know that our share of that is close to $500,000 and so we're kind of submitting as a hopeful.
So we're at stalemate right now with the state and really I compliment Steve Monahan for elevating the issue. But we've gotten to a point where we really need to elevate it to the board and talk at our next steps in terms of advocacy, because if you look at the timeline, at the soonest that we will probably have a new courthouse is 5-7 years. In the meantime, we are really struggling with workplace conditions for our staff with a leaky roof and mold, and it's unacceptable. So this is something through capital facilities. My recommendation is that we could work with the board members to talk about how can we elevate this issue.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that we were at a stalemate. That's disappointing to hear. And I don't know if this would even be eligible for a federal earmark, but we ought to ask if there's any way to, I know it's a state project, but we should be looking at every avenue, I think. And I think we need to start budgeting some minimal amount as well, because we can't have folks working in those conditions. So appreciate you raising it. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Good question. Cap facilities in the budget process. Is this 450 going to be identified for us to discuss through the budget process?
It's in the budget. Yeah, it would be something that would
Okay.
come up in discussion.
Lots of content. Any other? Ed, would you like to? And
No, just one question. Where's the large tree that's gonna cost $75,000 to remove?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's not a large tree, so we've been experiencing, and you'll see, we've been having a lot of beetle kill pine trees on county property over the last 2-3 years. So we've been, it's not 75,000 a tree, but I mean, it's at 4,000 plus a tree. It can add up when we've had over 20 to 30 trees in a fiscal, year to remove. You'll see another group of them right on 49, almost just as you're coming to the route on the left, just past the county's evidence storage facility. There's another group I've noticed over it happens very quickly within 2 or 3 months. So
Happens quickly and you need to get rid of them quickly.
yeah.
Thank you. Oh, man, that's a big tree.
Lisa or Sue?
Thanks. Presentation. Yeah, a lot of these are really great projects. I'm a real supporter of the juvenile hall. I think that's exciting. We could talk about actually the fact that there are some trainings going on there, which I think are very exciting, and some innovative things that happen to bring that together with the dogs. I think that's incredible. So, and of course, and I don't know if anybody that hasn't been over to dispatch anyway, just to see that facility now is amazing for the folks that have to work there and the hours they put in. So, airport, all of these things are good. I think the county courthouse, we're gonna have people working there. We probably are definitely gonna have to find a roof. Can't figure, that's kind of interesting that courts, that system is broken. So whatever we can do to advocate for that for sure. So many projects, just a little money.
Yeah, and just to let you know, we're not walking, just because it needs a new roof doesn't mean we're not doing the maintenance that
no,
we
no.
can. And we're, if there's a leak, we'll address it. It's just, it needs, long-term, a roof replaced beyond just a patch job here and, chasing leaks, which is kind of where
I know
we're
that
at
building's
mode.
been around. So there you go. But yeah, so a lot of good projects. We're excited, of course, with the animal shelter. I know that's something long range, but definitely needed. Thank you, Craig, and OES, something you guys taking the lead on that. I think that's going to be some important conversations and stuff. The airport one intrigues me. I'd love to see that move into, I'd like to see that one moving forward. sooner than later, probably at some point with our airport. I think that there's a lot of, I think we can start really making some dollars there and making it real self-sufficient up there. The Forest Service one intrigued me too, so I'll be glad when that comes to our board so we can really understand how that was gonna work. We've had some conversations. I'll be interested to see how that really has dialed in. Going on, there's a lot of great things. We need a lot of money. So I appreciate the work you're doing. Biomass does, and I think that's something we talked about for a long time. My concern is where are we gonna be by the time we have the ability to build it? That always is a challenge to me. Why, and over time, we didn't look more like to digesters. That intrigues me more with getting rid of some of our food waste and some of the things we have to do more sufficiently. Do it in different countries. I'd always wonder why that's always on the back burner. But I'd like to see something happen sooner for some sort of green waste as we go through this next year, possibly. We'll be looking at something through air resources with the curtain burner or something. So anyway, thank you for a great presentation. You guys do good with what we have, and it is sad to see so many trees. There's a lot of patches all over the place coming up. So do you guys do that yourself, or do you have to you put that out too?
That's something we contract out. The trees are so large and it usually takes much heavier equipment than we have. Those trees that I mentioned that I noticed, those are potentially Caltrans that are in the Caltrans easement. And they've been more active in their maintenance. So it'd be something that we would hope that they would get to quicker than we're used to.
And maybe we could have a conversation about that, because I have some dead ones coming down on Highway 20 now, and I noticed the ones at the root. I didn't think they were on our easement.
Yeah, the ones at the root, we've taken out over 30 trees up. If you ever, go up to the ball field up to Bison Park, you may not notice it unless you go up there all the time. But yeah, over the course of 2-3 years, we lost over 30 trees.
But I think we're just have to deal with it for the next few years for sure.
Justin, you have a lot on your plate. The two projects that really, I think stand out to me are the training center for the sheriff's office and then the animal shelter. And I think part of the importance of these is they don't just serve the county, they're regional, they're collaborative with the cities and some other partners. So I think finding the funding and finding the means to do those projects could be really important. I think having a state-of-the-art training facility uplifts everybody, because that's how you attract good people to come work for you and how you keep them. But then there's also the potential for some revenue stream to come in if we share those facilities with Grass Valley, Nevada City, and even parts, and even Truckee. I know that the shooting range has been a huge issue. When I was still on the city council, unfortunately, you guys got kicked off the city of Grass Valley range because of the noise and the impacts on the Wolf Creek Trail and the animal shelter over there. So I think looking for a solution for that is really important, because that aspect of your training is very important. Also, with the animal shelter, I've been involved with this for a few years, and it's just good government for us to collaborate and build one animal shelter to serve the whole Western County. And people are very excited about this project since we went to the agencies last week for the MOU to be signed. I've gotten a lot of phone calls from people saying, this is great. We're really happy that the counties are doing it. We're happy that they're going to be partnering up potentially with the cities to do it. It just makes a lot of sense. So yeah, finding the money for all of this stuff and being creative. And I think that you guys do a really great job in respect to that. So we as the board need to welcome that innovation and make sure that we're giving you the support that you need to move these projects forward. So, I mean, I look at this and I don't see, there's not a single project in here that I would disagree with. I think that they're all important. I think what happened with the transfer station, still want to say the dump, I'm sorry, but I think that the creativity and what we did there is a model for how you move forward with some of these projects. I really want to thank David, and I've had to go out there several times recently, and I've been very, very pleased to see that even though there's a big construction project going on out there, it's still working really well. So kudos to you for yeah, all the work that's been done, I've been really happy with it. So, yeah, just I'd say keep up the good work. And as we move forward with some of this stuff, you know, as a board member, I'm here to support you guys to help figure out how we're gonna get out everything that's on our wish list.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll go.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I had other comments too besides the courthouse, so I just wanted to come back to that. I mean, one of the exciting things is, and Ed, I don't know if you noticed this, but having been here now 7 years, I've seen stuff come from our vision in our heads onto paper being done. It's actually really exciting. This list looks really, really different than when I started here all these years ago. So it feels great to know this stuff gets done. It just feels daunting when you're sitting here planning 5 and 10 years out, but it gets done, except for maybe lot 6. See, that's what's up with that? That's still on there.
Supervisor Hall, thank you for bringing up lot 6. We do have movement on lot 6. As you recall, we did a highest and best use study, which talked about aviation use as the #1 use on that. We looked at a mixed use, we looked at a commercial use. So there were some dominoes that had to fall first to free up that lot. So we're under construction on the county storage building. So that's moving forward. That was the lease that your board approved last year. So that's moving, and there's foundation work going in there that was really exciting. And then we had the issue of the old facility maintenance building, and the snowmageddon caused huge damage. So we're currently working with the insurance company on a possible rebuild and reconfiguration of that, which could jumpstart the lot 6 development. And we could end up with actually 2 fixed-based operators, FBO hangars built in that new facility, funded by the insurance replacement of the one that just got taken down by the snow. So there is some movement. It's, you know, you go slow to go fast, and creeping up to where some things are going to happen.
That's Snowmageddon really put a kink in things. So good. And then I share this story all the time, but one of my first days on the job when they were touring me around to show me some of the CAF facilities projects, David took me out to the field out by the Mertz. Look at what's going to be here someday. It was just a field, and I was so excited. And look at what we have being built out there. So that is really positive, and a great job on getting that done. And I agree. I think all of these projects are important. I don't see a single one that we shouldn't be moving forward with. My question is on the biomass facility. So I love that you're planning to connect it to the animal shelter. That's really a great idea. I think the need is huge, and it's a potentially an economic opportunity. If we look at a bigger facility, we're not gonna lose the need for a place to put our green waste for many, many years. And we're surrounded by other areas that also need that. I know transportation could be an issue, but the need is so huge and so going to be constant. The question is, do we know yet? I know it doesn't pencil out for a lot of builders. So do we know yet if there is commercial interest in building and operating something like that? Or are we looking at ways to make it more attractive?
Supervisor Hall, I've been jumping into biomass and have been working with our partners at Fire Safe Council on this, and we've had some meetings with the city of Grass Valley. They're interested in something to do with biomass. We all have this issue with getting vegetation out of our neighborhoods. That's kind of the main driver that we take from OES perspective. Facilities is interested, and that's just one possibility. You know, we could do a small scale kind of plant to provide heat and electricity. We're also working with transit. This goes back to what Justin talked about on the master plan for those 23 acres that we purchased recently. Robin has a need for electrification charging area for the new transit fleet. It's all going to be electric. So, you know, so there's a lot of possibility. What we don't have is the solution yet. You know, what is the best solution? Do we go big? Do we go small? Do we do something in the middle? No, we want to be able to process green waste, get that, so it's not just chips on the ground. We have a use for heat and electricity if we can do it. If we can do something bigger and do forest management, vegetation processing, that'd be great too. So we do have a couple of companies that are interested in looking at that. I think they're going to want public-private partnerships to make it pencil out. We don't know what that looks like yet. That goes back to the policy direction that we really need from your board on how far do we lean into this as the county of Nevada? And eventually we'll have to figure out where does it make sense? Is this something that sits in IGS? Does it sit with David and Tricia and solid waste? You know, if we're going to really lean into it, what's the best team to put together to make this happen?
Private-public partnership is probably going to be inevitable and maybe a larger APA type organization. I mean, I think possibilities there's options, but maybe we need to be looking at a feasibility study or a comp study to look at what would it take for these different options. And
right.
So we have a better sense of what it would look like. And what it would cost.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in these conversations in East County, and really when Wisewood came to us, one of the operators we had at the CAP facility meeting, one of the operators of a small plant biomass solution, it really became apparent to me that the best location for that would be in West County at this facility. So I mean, we've all kind of thought about getting to a solution, and in my mind, the large scale technology to process biomass and turn it into heat and power outside the realm of possibility financially for us right now. What comes to mind is that next small plant that can do power and heat to provide assistance for portions of our building infrastructure there. And then, you know, the actual processing of green waste, when we bring in all the debris that we get from tree removal in the other parts of the county, may have to slowly become modified into that biomass type utilization model as technology changes and as we integrate it, because the feedstock to keep the biomass plant going it's really specified. It can't have a bunch of needles in it. It's got to be clean. It's got to have a certain humidity, you know, moisture content and all these things. And that's not without a lot of cost and kind of trial and error and site, you know, constraints. So I think there's really, the other piece is on the feasibility side, Placer County is about ready to kick off their plant at the Eastern Regional Landfill. So we've got partners that are in, you know, already doing this, North Star and SD. And I think theirs is going to be online really, really soon. So we have some partners in East County that have kind of modeled what's going to work for different scales. So I think the information's there. You know, I would definitely be in favor of looking at some modest investments to enter into the kind of the start of it, get it started. It doesn't necessarily need to be able to total processing of all of our green waste in Nevada County. I mean, when I fly over the site on Brunswick and I see all that green waste, it's like, that is a massive, massive amount of material. That's not what we're looking for in biomass, in my opinion. But I think Wisewood brought us a series of grants that I think Ariel's-Been and Craig have both kind of looked at these, but brought us a series of grants looking, saying, hey, we want this public-private partnership with you. We'll go to the state, we'll get this grant money. We need a place to land, and we need a public partner to help us get there. So I think we're kind of on the precipice of doing some really good work.
That sounds great, and I'd love to know more about it. I think at this point, I would not want to rule out something bigger, moderate size, maybe not large, moderate, because of the economies of scale. It's going to cost a lot to build that thing. If we just add a little more capacity and can do a little more of that work, or allow others to pay us to bring their stuff in, I think that's worth just looking at.
Sure.
So that would be my
Yeah,
thought.
I would just add, Supervisor, yeah, we're tracking with all those Eastern County partners, and I think they have a meeting coming up, you said. And we're working, we have a meeting coming up with Western County partners. David brought up a good point too. There's an opportunity with food waste as well. I mean, how do we integrate all these challenges we have into a solution? I think our site on LeBar Meadows is going to be, the scale is going to limit what the solution is going to be there, because you need so much stockpile to keep a 24/7 plant going. We don't know how big that is yet on that facility. Steve Eubanks, they did a study, a feasibility study. It's about 6 years old now. And it really talked about the stock in the forest and how much material could come. We really need to dust it off, update it. I know Craig has put some money in a grant application that would help fund something like that. Maybe some of the other partners would have some money. So it's coming together. We just don't have a solution, and but we're working on it.
Yeah, and
I look forward to learning more about it. I'm very interested in.
yeah, I mean, it's the same here. And definitely would be willing to spend a little bit to try and get to the next phase of whatever project we can bring forward. Yeah, could we just, really quickly, I just want to back up really quick. Can we first gain some consensus on the courthouse roof? And I think what I'm hearing is worth to provide funding and fix that roof. Does that sound about right? To some degree, let staff come back with a proposal.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I still think we need to pursue the state paying their fair share of it as
That-
well.
Yeah, important point. Yep.
On the biomass issue, I concur. I actually had been at 2 meetings with Steve and the city of Grass Valley. And at the last meeting, we talked about touring the facilities in the Eastern County and just getting more information about what they're doing up there. I believe the city, they are willing to commit some dollars to this based on their tax measure that they have going forward in March. That's part of the plan that they had. And one of the council members, Tom Ivy, is really interested in pursuing this. So I concur with this and getting this on our radar screen. We have to have a solution, especially for the green waste. And that green waste is something that everybody in the community has an issue with. Whether you live in the cities or you live in the county or you live way out, we all have green waste and we all have to figure out how to get rid of it. So I think moving forward and having the county be a part of the discussion on this is really important. So I totally support giving staff direction on this one to move forward.
So just so I'm clear with the board discussion is to direct staff where we could convene with partner agencies. I heard from Supervisor Hall that maybe a JPA model or maybe a coordinated effort. And at this time, we will not commit resources until we bring back a proposal to the board.
I would just add, excuse me, that it comes back with some like modest level of design so we know what we're looking at. So like maybe small, medium size. That makes, I mean, I'd like to see something on paper illustrating, basic schematic design of the site layout and potential partners and potential, cost ranges.
We could come back with some options. What I'm hearing from previous staff conversations, probably start with a study so we know in terms of size and cost. And then we will go back to capital facilities to review before bringing recommendations to the full board, if that's the direction we want to go.
And I wonder if, I love the idea of doing a tour. I think it would be great if a few of us could do a tour before it comes to us, so we know what we're looking at and what we can reality check what
Right.
comes before us. And
I think that was the intent, is to, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's see what, our other communities are doing that potentially could be the same size as what we're looking at. And I think that was the idea of going up to Truckee and actually also, I think it was the North Star project that we were looking at potentially touring. I think Ariel was working on setting that up. But when it comes on doing a study or some funding for it, we really need to lean on the city of Grass Valley to help contribute to that.
So we could work with you on that. That'd be helpful.
And there was a couple of ideas that came up at our meeting to find some funding for that one through Pioneer Energy potentially, because they give money back in the community for these types of projects. And then also through, if their fire tax passes in March, they might have some income for something like that as well.
Did you get enough direction on the courthouse as well?
Yes, I have the direction we need both on the courthouse roof and then also next steps in terms of biomass.
Okay, I just have a couple of quick points. So are you done? Okay. Thanks for the biomass. Lot 6, the 100K, that's in the facilities plan, is that for
Design work.
redesign work for the two potential buildings? Okay. And the piece on the airport, I just want to point out that while I appreciate the pen and ink changes to the ALP set, that's great to get the helicopter pad built. I think we all agree. I'm kind of the mindset that if we're going to make major changes, we ought to plan for the master plan of some sort at the airport. And that's kind of the comprehensive document that brings in aeronautical, non-aeronautical, community input, our fire partners and fire stakeholders on the aeronautical side too. So just throwing it out there that if we could get maybe a modest placeholder in the ACIP plan to have that, it would be my recommendation on the airport side. Because the FAA is, they may do it once, but they probably won't do it again. So the next time we need something done at the airport, that's probably going to be a hard no on the pending change. And then you brought up a good point about this curtain burner, and Ed and I have talked with the AQMD board, and they're really willing to work with us directly to do some permitting flexibility for that type of technology. So I think there's some ground to tread there in the biomass space too, if we chose to go back into that. I know it wasn't feasible for a while, but AQMD is really set. Julie Hunter, the new ED, has told us that she'll work directly with us. So that's kind of an opportunity for us.
Supervisor Bullock, we worked on a grant real closely with Jamie Jones from Fire Safe Council a few years ago on an ACP, air curtain burner. And the easy part is getting the curtain burner.
Yeah.
The challenging part is the logistics of running the operation, getting the equipment operators, those things, how often do you fire it up and run it? Because you probably don't have enough. Our real goal is how do we provide year-round greenways? And when I say year-round, Craig will probably go into this in his OES presentation, but how do we make affordable greenways drop-off available to the neighborhoods all year round? That may only be open 2 days a week, but all year round. That's the goal for us, is how do we get that vegetation out of the neighborhoods? And then the air curtain burner is a solution of how do we not leave chips on the ground. So.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts. And just one more thing I'm just gonna mention, and I'll be quiet. The sheriff's office dispatch, the range training facilities and others. I had a great conversation and asked Georgette to provide kind of a comprehensive, she had a master plan of sorts on that building. So I would encourage the other board members to maybe meet with you, Sheriff, sometime to talk about your kind of ultimate vision of that facility, because I as well support the training portion. But there's a lot more to that building. And when I'm there, seems like there's a lot of opportunity there for all kinds of different things. So it was fun when I met with you just to understand all the different potential uses of that building, and it's a big facility. So I would also encourage future discussions about that. And again, I as well, just like the other board members, really support everything here. I don't see anything here that is, in significant disagreement with where we want to go. Thanks a lot. A lot of work went into this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're going to take a 5-minute bio break and a tech break, and then we'll be right back by 4:50 to stay on track. All righty. We're getting ready to start here, and this is our last presentation. And this is on emergency preparedness. Let's see, do we have all of our supervisors? I think we do. And so this is our last presentation. It'll go for 60 minutes, and then we have a few minutes of wrap up at the end. We'll end by 6 o'clock tonight. So I'm going to turn this over to Craig Griesbach, and he is going to manage the 60 minutes. Thank you, Craig.
Oh, man, you're trusting me with a lot with that. Good afternoon, Chair Bullock, members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services, once again here with you. I know it's been a long day, so thanks for hanging in with me for our last item and allowing us some time to present our emergency preparedness objective at your workshop. We have a great group of presenters and partners here today. I'm happy to introduce them all. First off, we have Chief Brian Estes with the Cal Fire Nevada Yuba Placer Unit right next to me. Then your Nevada County Sheriff, Shannon Moon. We have Jeff Lauder with Sierra Streams Institute, Chris Friedel with the Yuba Watershed Institute, and Jamie Jones with the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County. But I would be remiss if I didn't highlight everybody sitting in the back of the room there. I mean, it sounds cliche that emergency preparedness doesn't happen just through OES. It happens through the entire community and with our partnerships we have. And it really shows the investment that they have, that they're here for our workshop and really participating. Really appreciate everybody back there being here. As of this year, your board has been investing in emergency preparedness for a decade. This highlights the value and investment that you're making really in this important area. For a refresher of the Emergency Preparedness 2023 objective, I will read it real quick for you. Lead the community in all hazards planning, preparedness, response, recovery with a focus on wildfire. Do this by focusing on improving countywide evacuation routes and safety, continuing to strengthen early alert and critical communication systems, partnering closely with resident and community partners in emergency preparedness, defensible space, home hardening, green waste disposal, and fire safe land stewardship. Reviewing our conversation flow for today, I will be providing a brief presentation regarding our Office of Emergency Services annual roll-up and also highlighting our 4 strategic areas of emergency preparedness. This includes planning and preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. I will end with some opportunities for your consideration as we move forward into 2024. We'll then have a presentation from our Cal Fire partners, the Nevada County Sheriff presentation, and last but not least, further opportunity for discussion with your board and our panel, as I want to be sure that we have plenty of time for that together and chat with you all back and forth with any questions that you may have. Last year's workshop, we talked a lot about looking forward in OES and a lot of our programs. Now we're moving forward. This means taking action, making positive impacts for our community, making them more resilient, regardless of what we face together. Our team, organization, and community are taking action, moving us forward. We're doing the work in our forests and communities with fuel mitigation projects, removing green waste, proactive community education, and getting resources into our community's hands. We are working together to ensure we are taking action long-term with our strategic planning efforts. We are unified in emergency response, aggressively hitting emergencies head on, as well as providing resources to impacted residents so they can recover. Ultimately, we are taking action together as an entire community. At your past board meeting, you heard about several of the successes and positive progress made this past year. The great work of our team and partners through our efforts of strategic planning, pulling down resources, community engagement, and so much more that will continue to bolster emergency preparedness efforts throughout our community. As we move forward, it's important to strategically think and plan for both the near and long term. With this in mind, we've been leaning hard and investing a lot of our capacity into our strategic planning efforts. That is our roadmap to resilience. This includes our local hazard mitigation plan, our community wildfire protection plan update, and our evacuation study. Essentially, what we are doing is we are reverse engineering emergency preparedness by investing on the front end of these efforts. We're being proactive instead of being reactive. These are not shelf documents. These plans provide day-to-day utility, but they also build social and political will along the way so we can dive into doing real projects right away as soon as these plans are completed. Our partners in the entire community will be able to lean on these plans for project priorities, identifying key community needs, and seeking resources for the many years ahead. Essentially, we are creating a project pipeline. All of these planning efforts are slated to be completed this year. Our team has extremely aggressive goals to get the most amount of work done, not just this year, but in the following years to come. We ask ourselves questions every day with the goal of ensuring our approach is sustainable for our team and our community as a whole. How do we ensure our project pipeline is realistic based on our capacity? How do we make decisions on what resources we go after? How do we decide when to implement projects and do them well? The answers for us are through collaboration and leaning into our levers of sustainability. This includes accounting for true costs and projects, ensuring we're scoping projects for the foreseen future, capturing administrative costs, and including indirect costs, as you heard through several discussions earlier today. We phase projects, if at all possible, to ensure implementation is realistic based on project timelines. We know we can't do this alone, so we lean into building a diverse portfolio of partnerships throughout the community. We are streamlining administrative processes with our contracts, as you saw earlier today, establishing qualified vendor lists and implementing other efficiencies along the way. We continue to be thoughtful about match, so we're getting the best bang for our local buck for the money that we're spending. And last but not least, we are always reviewing our realistic capacity to manage and implement projects well. We've done this through working proactively with our county teams, consultants, contractors, community partners, and utilizing temp and limited term positions. And it doesn't understate just the partnership that you have in this room, but it isn't just OAS, it's a county organization. We work regularly on bolstering our capacity with CDA, HHSA, all our partners on our EOC team. It really is a county and community effort when we talk about capacity. Looking at our grant site picture, we are currently managing 15 awarded grants, have 8 others pending, and have 6 conceptual grant projects in the queue. Looking at this slide, it shows our wildfire risk assessment priority map from our CWPP update and our larger fuel mitigation projects. This has indicated that the work we are doing today are in those key priority areas. The top map also shows a variety of project partners partnership projects being planned and completed in Eastern County. This has been capped off with our recent roadway storm debris abatement project with our CAL FIRE partners and our partnership with the Colorado National Forest Truckee Ranger District with our Good Neighbor Authority agreement. Looking at our current mitigation project picture happening now and into this next year, it is a bit of a beast, but it's exciting that we're going to be kicking these projects off. That includes wrapping up our South County Fuel Break project, Woodpecker Ravine Phase 1 and 2, Ponderosa West Grass Valley Defense Zone projects, Sierra Foothills Forest Climate Resilience Project, Winter Storm Cleanup Project, our next round of Firewise micro grants, Roadside Vegetation Abatement Project, and our community green waste drop-off events that we'll be planning this spring. In addition to that, we have our roadmap to resilience. That is 3 different projects with several grants. Our Homeland Security County Coordinator and our Emergency Management Performance grants. Also, we are continually managing throughout the year. Projects that hopefully will be coming online soon and funded will include the South Yuba Rim Fuels Reduction Project, Phase 2 of the Access and Functional Needs Program, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant, and our Regional Fire and Forest Capacity Program in partnership with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Project maintenance is crucial and we'll this issue for projects and sustain them long term. First, we've been successful in obtaining resources for maintenance, and we need to continue to normalize this with our state and federal partners. Second, we need to continue to engage and educate our community on how they can steward their land. The responsibility of maintaining private lands with those private property owners. We need their help to be successful in this entire effort. Lastly, we need to continue to advocate for economical fuel mitigation practices, including low-cost green waste disposal solutions that Mr. Monahan was mentioning earlier, prescribed fire, pile burning, livestock grazing, and the use of herbicide when it makes sense. Green waste and biomass solutions are a challenging piece of the fuel mitigation puzzle that your board was just talking about. The community, our organization, and partners need these resources to remove hazardous vegetation from our landscape. This isn't just at a large level, it's all the way down to the resident level to our large fuel mitigation project level. We will continue to build on the resources of our community green waste program approach as funding and capacity opportunities are realized as we move forward in this effort. As we dive into response and recovery, the next few slides, think back to how you felt during last year's winter storms and the highway fire. What were you feeling and hearing in the community? What resources were you, your neighbors, and your constituents needing? Over the past year, our Emergency Operations Center team were activated and responded to these emergency events for 25 days. Our team, along with first responders and our partners, were providing critical resources to the community to help ensure the protection of life and property. There have been several enhancements to our emergency response approach that you've seen and heard at recent board meetings. These are highlighted by continuing investment in our EOC team, enhanced community messaging, investing in equipment, and continuing to leverage our strong local partnerships and relationships. As we transition from response to recovery, we know that fully recovering from emergencies commonly takes years. We have several ongoing recovery projects that we're managing, including the River Fire, 2021 December winter storms, the COVID pandemic, and the 2023 February-March winter storms. Common tools that we leverage to help our community recover more expeditiously include leveraging state and federal public and individual assistance resources where we have qualified successfully by gaining information proactively from the public. We have implemented tax relief options, building permit fee waivers, and implemented direct programs, including green waste disposal support. Moving forward, we will be looking to continue maturing the Nevada County Relief Fund, leveraging partnerships with the community foundations, and investing in recovery consultants as needed for increased capacity. Your board's and CEO's leadership and vision with emergency preparedness has built the structure that is supporting and making our community safer from the threats that we face. Moving forward in 2024, let's prioritize project implementation. We have a lot of success this last year pulling down resources. Now let's get to work and implement these projects well. Continue to invest in our strategic planning efforts through our roadmap to resilience, as this will create a project pipeline and really pave the way for resilience for the years ahead. Continue to aggressively seek funding and opportunities to grow our green waste and biomass resources. Let's continue to build a diverse portfolio of partners because we know we can't do this alone. Let's continue to lean in to educating our community. We need them hand in hand with us to sustain emergency preparedness long term, and luckily we have a very engaged community that we can do that with. Investing in enhanced response and recovery resources so we can remain nimble when emergency events do occur. And lastly, our team and partners have extremely aggressive goals for 2024. We have a lot of projects in front of us. We need to ensure our actions, projects, and priorities are balanced with our realistic capacity to do these well. If this is balanced, we'll have success with our emergency preparedness objective this year and in the years to come. And with that, I would like to transition to a presentation from Chief Estes for CAL FIRE, and then we'll roll over to our sheriff.
Okay, well, thank you, Craig, very much. And good evening, Chair Bullock and members of the board. My name is Brian Estes. I'm the CAL FIRE Unit Chief for the Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. And I was just reflecting a little bit when Craig was talking about the collaboration and the relationships. This is coming into my 7th year as your CAL FIRE chief here in Nevada County. And I've been honored to be part of this workshop in every one of those years. And I don't take that for granted. I don't take that lightly. And I very much appreciate the support and really the forward thinking and proactive manner in which our board approaches emergency services, both from the response, really the preparation, the response, and the recovery. It's not the norm across the state, and the sheriff and I have talked about that numerous times, and I can tell you that we really do enjoy a very special model here in Nevada County. And I would be remiss in saying that we would not be as effective and efficient as we are in Nevada County if it wasn't for the partnership I have with Shannon and her staff and their professionalism, coupled with partners like Chief Robitel in the back there and our local government fire agencies. The network of emergency response that we have between the state and the local governments and the law enforcement agencies is really something that that we should take advantage of into the future. So as I've done in the past, what I wanted to do is share with you a brief look at the past year and where we're looking into the future, talking about both emergency response as well as some of our opportunities for grant funding. So as I reflect back on 2023, the common message is, wow, it was such a slow fire season. And I've just spent the last 2 days in Sacramento with our executive leadership in the governor's office. And I will tell you that when we look at ignitions and 80% of our fire cause across our unit in Nevada County is human cause, as we've talked about before. So our ignitions, our fire starts were not down that much. Yes, we did have a moderated weather condition this last year, but we had a tremendous commitment to initial attack, emergency response that I think helped keep our fires in check. And so we saw those numbers reflected. Statewide, we had just over 7,000 wildland fires impacting state responsibility areas and about 394,000 acres burned. Most of that, frankly, was on federal lands that was impacting private communities. The big difference between 23 and 22 was the amount of structures burned. 71 structures destroyed in 23 versus about 1,500 in 22. And then obviously, you know, some of the numbers from the years prior to that. CAL FIRE as a state agency responded to over 594,000 emergencies last year, and we still maintained one of our core mission statements, which is the suppression of 95% of our fires at 10 acres or less. And here in the Nevada Yuba Placer unit, in my tenure, I'm proud to say that we've held about a 97% rate on that. And I'm very proud of that with the men and women that I serve with. Specifically here in the Nevada Yuba Placer unit last year, we had 263 fires in the unit, wildland fires. If you compare fires to the other emergencies that all of our allied agencies respond to, the Grass Valley ECC dispatched about 41,000 calls for service. 263 of those were wildland fires across the unit. So the majority of what we all do in law enforcement and emergency response is really calls for service to the public. But the fact of the matter is, in the high and very high fire severity zones here in Nevada County, the wildland fires, while maybe smaller in numbers, pose the greatest threat for large damaging impacts to our communities. We had 425 acres burned across the unit, and 53 of those fires were here in Nevada County. The big difference here in Nevada County was that our acres burned were down about 50 to 65% from previous years. So I think that's a good combination of a moderate weather pattern as well as the response from our allied agencies. Our fuels and weather outlook for 2024. Right now, our precipitation, despite the last week or two that we've had, is far below our average from 2022 and 2021. We do have an El Nino predicted for this year, but it's yet to be determined what that's going to look like. I think it's fair to say that we're going to see colder temperatures, but it's undetermined what those precipitation numbers will look like. Our grass green up right now is only about 76% of where it should be. And that's a real indicator for our front country fires, where a lot of our ignitions occur in that grass fuel model. But the one thing, as Craig talked about, the winters of 23, 22, 21 have left a tremendous dead and down fuel loading across our county. And that has not changed. And those target hazards still exist with us as we move into this next year. As we look forward to 2024, all of you have heard about the budget impacts in the state of California. The LAO's office, as of just today, is still holding fast with their estimation of a $67 to $68 billion deficit, while you heard the administration lessen those numbers considerably. The fortunate thing for CAL FIRE is that we are, at this point, are not projected to see any operational impacts to our budget. We are going to see and are already seeing some one-time impacts, primarily in grant funding. And I've talked to Allison and many of you on the board about what that could mean here in Nevada County locally. But we do have some of the best folks in our resource protection, including Chief Steve Garcia back there in the back of the room. And there's no one better to have on our side when it comes to soliciting grant funds and making those opportunities available to Nevada County than that gentleman back there. So we're going to seek every opportunity we can. Probably the two things I wanted to highlight for us is the last few years, I've really had to tell you about the unfortunate reduction in crew numbers at Washington Ridge due to a number of state-initiated actions with the inmate population. But I will say that Landon Hack, my assistant chief who runs Washington Ridge, who's sitting back here, his ability to establish the relationships with the new lieutenant with CDCR at Washington Ridge has been tremendous. And as we always say, everything's about relationships, and the collaboration that has been re-engaged up there has led to the population of inmates starting to increase back to Washington Ridge. We were at a point where we were down to one crew, and now we are at a point where we are going to be staffing 3 crews for fire season 2024. And Landon has all intentions to get us back up to where we would be at full staffing. So kudos to he and his staff there. And one of the really exciting things is this month we finally took possession from the United States Air Force of our 7 C-130 hotels, H models. And that was a long, very bureaucratic process that finally came to fruition. Our director just told us a few hours ago that we will have a C-130 flying in June of 2024, tanked and able to drop on fires. And he's committed to having 2 of them available out of the 7. One of those will be at the McClellan Air Tanker Base, which is a direct positive impact to Nevada County. And I feel obligated to say, as I always do every year, this has no impact to the Grass Valley Air Attack Base. We are not moving the Grass Valley Air Attack Base. They'll have to pry it from my cold, dead hands before they ever think about taking the Grass Valley Air Attack Base out of Nevada County. So, despite rumors that we hear every year. I did talk a little bit about the challenges with grant funding. So our fuel reduction priorities for 2024, we have active and planning stages for our projects. Our active projects for 2024 are going to continue to be the Reeder Ranch BMP and up near North San Juan and the fuel break. It's been tremendous, and one of the areas that has presented historically some of the largest fires in recorded history in Nevada County. It started in that area, as well as the South Yuba Rim fuel break, the South County BMP in the Higgins area, and then Woodpecker Ravine and the Bear River drainage, as well as the Montezuma BMP. For planning phases, one of our #1 priorities in Supervisor Bullock's district is what we're coining as the East Martis Valley Defense Zone. And that's the project that incorporates that east of Martis Valley all the way over to Interstate 80 that has been in a number of different stages over the years. We're also going to commit to the Wattle Ranch BMP, incorporating the Tahoe Truckee Airport District and the surrounding areas, as well as the Deer Creek BMP right here on the West Slope, and the continuation of the Ponderosa Grass Valley Fuel Break and Defense Zone. As I talked about, our grant status and funding is questionable at best, and I don't want to be too rosy about it because that is the first thing that will be taken off the table because it is one-time funding. Right now, we have almost $10 million in grant funding that was awarded in 23 that has a 3 to 4 year implementation process still in line. I think best case scenario, we are looking at a potential of about $4.5 million that will be very, very competitive for 2024. I did just find out from Steve an hour ago that there is a series of CFIP grants that are going to be announced, and I think Truckee's already looking at them. And so Steve is on top of that, and we're going to be fighting for a good share of that for Nevada County and the unit as a whole. Our staffing across the unit, as you well know, really has evolved to a point where we have a base level of staffing and then a peak level of staffing. Across our unit at peak level of staffing, we have 22 frontline engines that are staffed. But we always retain, besides our cooperative fire protection, a certain amount of state-funded engines for both the SRA response as well as the mutual aid and regional response. So in our area, we will have Station 50 in Truckee, Station 40, which is Smartsville, it's Yuba, but it's right on the line and very much contributes to supporting Nevada County. And then Station 20 in Nevada City will be staffed full-time all year long, as well as Station 21 in our cooperative fire protection with the Higgins Fire Protection District. This presents added benefit to our mutual aid system with our local partners, our all risk and storm response efforts with OES as a partner, and obviously our ability to contribute to fuel reduction efforts. Our prevention and law enforcement successes were really remarkable last year, and I really want to note one of our gentlemen sitting in the back of the room, Nathan Ment, who's a longtime Nevada County local and came to us from the Nevada County Consolidated Fire Protection District a few years back, worked in the Grass Valley ECC, and he moved into one of our new positions, which is a staff captain in prevention, and he runs our defensible space inspection program and has just done an amazing job managing that program. We had a total of over 11,000 inspections completed across the unit, with about 3,500 of those here in Nevada County. Over 267 active wildland fire related investigations, and we were successful in arresting and convicting major arsonists in the front country in Nevada and Yuba County. The gentleman was charged with 9 felony arson counts. And we also instituted last year the online burn permit process, which has made it much more accessible to people. As a show of how involved and integrated people are to prescribed fire and fuel reduction efforts across our area, we issued 19,037 burn permits in our unit. That was not only #1 in the state, but it was almost more than all the other units combined. So it really shows just the dedicated effort and how responsible and how people view fire protection and prevention here across our unit and in Nevada County. So with that, I want to thank, Allison has been an amazing partner, and thank you for all your support over the years. And I want to end by also just giving you an eyesight into a really unique opportunity that we've been afforded, and that is through PG&E's restitution program. We have taken possession, the unit has taken possession of a state demonstration forest that is called the Immigrant Gap State Demonstration Forest. And it's about 2,400 acres of probably some of the most pristine country in both Placer and Nevada counties. It spans both counties, with about 300 acres sitting in Nevada and the remainder sitting in Placer, from Spring Valley Reservoir down across 20 in the Bear River. And it's an amazing piece of land that over the next 20 or 30 years, we're going to have the opportunity to enhance recreation, to show how to properly manage fuels and fuel reduction efforts in an area that has experienced large fires in the past. And also one of the things we're going to bring forward is some of the history in that area, including the Transcontinental Railroad and the California-Oregon Trail, which came right through that state demonstration for us. So we're looking forward to some really unique opportunities that we will be the only ones in the state with something of that magnitude. So very much in the incipient stage, but something I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of. So again, thank you very much, and I will pass it on to Sheriff Moon.
Thank you, Chief. Again, Shannon Moon, your Sheriff's Office, elected sheriff, coroner, public administrator. We talk a lot about relationships, and I was born and raised here. The Nevada County Sheriff's Office is the only place I've ever worked. So I feel like sometimes when our state partners come in and tell us how these relationships aren't the norm, I kind of question it, because that's just the only thing that I've ever known. But it's a very consistent comment, is that in Nevada County, we do things really well within the relationships of all of our different organizations, and working in collaboration with our fire partners. It truly is the only way to work, because none of us can do this very complex job alone. And with saying that, the partnership that we've had with County OES, I think, is a highlight of the culmination of what collaboration really means. We've had 4 of the Nevada County Sheriff's staff assigned to OES since we've started this partnership. And with that, all 4 of those staff members from the Sheriff's Office has not only been able to learn more about county services and different leadership styles working within outside the Sheriff's Office, but I think it has also really highlighted the work that the Sheriff's Office has the ability to do with having those really strong administrators in those positions, and for us to able to showcase and share some of the great work that happens within our organization every single day. The part of that partnership helps us with critical communication, and alone it was very difficult to get out critical communication to our community during emergencies. We have great staff. We have great dispatch staff. We were running our own code red. We had some staff doing all of those code red messaging as they were responding to emergencies, as they were the one supervisor on scene trying to do all that. And the ability for us to have that collaboration with OES and having someone do that outside of sitting in the middle of that emergency on the side of the road, I think helps us tremendously in providing that direction for our community. There's nothing worse being in an emergency and not having information, or not having accurate information, or having inconsistent messaging. And part of our great relationship with OES is really drilling down on how fast we can get that information out on what's going on, where the emergency is, what we're asking our community members to do to give them confidence in knowing that we're responding collaboratively across the board, whether it's with our fire agencies, whether it's with our partners in our city jurisdictions, if it's a crime issue. It really does showcase, I think, that best practice, and I can't highlight that enough. Today, Lieutenant Mike Vingham is assigned to our OES partnership. We just did a switch out because of the opportunity that Lieutenant Sean Scales had, and he is now a captain with our agency assigned to operations. So Captain Scales is the supervisor for Lieutenant Vingham, who's now your OES liaison and running the EOC for the Sheriff's Office. Part of, I think, the expansion of where we go every single year on what more can we do, or how better can we create our services. And part of that is absolutely the Humane Emergency Animal Rescue Team, our HEART team that we established at the beginning of last year, providing the work of animal evacuation and taking some of that heavy lift off of some of the paid staff, whether it's with the fire departments or the sheriff's office, because what we've seen across definitely in Nevada County is that we have a county that is very compassionate and wants to make sure that their animals are taken care of, regardless of an emergency. But most of those folks will not evacuate if they don't have a place for their animal. So how can we best provide that? I think the work that the HEART team is doing and continuing to look at ways that they can provide that service. It gives us an opportunity to liaison with a nonprofit and provide a little bit of direction, a little bit of administrative guidance for them, and have them be a part of the sheriff's office. It is unique, I will tell you that. Lots of animal rescue places across the state, very few that are as connected as we are with the sheriff's office and our program. And then, of course, I can't talk enough about our search and rescue team. Definitely one of the, highlighted as one of the best search and rescue teams within the state. I constantly get that recognition from the state OES, from the governor's office, from my, during mutual aid with all my agencies that are across the state that we provide mutual aid with. By far, one of the best ran nonprofit organizations, again, liaisoned with the sheriff's office. My search and rescue coordinator sergeant is Dennis Hack. If you don't recognize the name, I think Chief Estes talked about his hack. I have my own hack. And, not necessarily on the highway fire, although we were all there at the highway fire, but it wasn't the highway fire. I was monitoring the radio late at night, and Dennis Hack, about 1 a.m., I see him get on the CAD and he's responding to an incident. Hasn't been called for on a call for service. And when I contacted my, at the time, Captain Sam Brown, who's now my undersheriff, he said, Dennis and Landon were talking and they both said, we better get out there before anybody got the call, just to make sure that they had some administrative leadership at a particular fire. Those things don't just happen, right? We understand in a smaller community, we are going to have those incidents where family members are out talking with each other on how best to provide those services. But search and rescue has also showcased for us that safety and resource deployment and the technology that they work with us on, work with our fire agency partners with, to ensuring that our first responders are safe when they're out in the middle of these evacuations or emergencies, so that we know where everyone is and that everybody makes it back home. I think, we don't talk a lot about that in that prevention zone when we're talking about evacuation routes and hazardous vegetation, but that's also part of the thought process for us. Is the safer we can make those evacuation routes, the quicker we can get our firefighters into actually deploying on a site, and then we can get our first responders, both fire and law enforcement, in and out. When we ask for mutual aid from other agencies, sometimes we get folks from police agencies that have not figured out how to navigate without a street light and a street sign and all the things that they get with their GPS monitoring. And we say, come on up here and go help us evacuate up North San Juan. Part of that is that safety factor of making sure that we know where everyone is, that they're evacuating the right areas, and that technology piece with our search and rescue team on resource deployment. I think we're really proud of how they work in that capacity. Not all sheriff's office search and rescue teams work in fire evacuations. And when we looked at our team, seeing the ability that they had at their level in a search for a missing or injured person, clearly was an easy call for us to have them help us with fire evacuations for resource deployment. Major activations, clearly the winter storms, and then the highway fire, which we worked collaboratively with CAL FIRE and with the Tahoe during that event. And again, relationships. The picture on the right is having communication issues with Littletown and making sure that they were able to get a lot of the information. We learned that, I think, in some of the other fires at Rice's Fire and up in North San Juan, being able to put those boards up so that if people don't have the actual ability to get on the internet or power's out and different things, of putting up the information board so people know where things are and where, again, that critical communication with our community. That Genesis for Zone Haven, it works wonderfully for us to have segmented areas of zones. I couldn't talk enough about how easy it is to, again, to put out that quick information for zonage, for evacuations, the planning, the liaisons, real-time increased public messaging. Again, it's all of those things that I say, that's what creates the trust that the community has that we know what we're actually doing. Because it's one thing to sit up here and tout how well you work together, but that equates into how efficiently you are when you're providing your services. So we appreciate the opportunity to present and be a part of emergency operations in Nevada County.
Thanks, Sheriff. Or just kind of bring this full circle here for the 2024 emergency preparedness objective. Staff are not recommending any changes to the current objective verbiage. As we wrap this up, I would like to pivot a little bit with our nonprofit partners. They're a big piece of this mitigation puzzle and really with everything that we do regarding emergency preparedness. But I am going to change it up a little bit on you guys so we make sure we have time for the board conversation as well. If you could just give a 1 or 2 minute brief introduction of your organization and what is your mission, vision, and focus of your organization. And I'll start with you, Jeff.
Hi, thanks for having me. Jeff Lauder, Executive Director of Sierra Streams Institute. We are first and foremost a community science group. So we actually started as a bunch of concerned volunteers that got together to monitor water quality on Deer Creek. And that was about 25, 30 years ago, and since then expanded out into other realms of community science. So really our main goal is just to connect our community to the scientific process, including where that overlaps with all of these other realms of environmental management, water quality, forest health, fire prevention, and just kind of making sure that the community has a shared understanding and vision of the terminology that we use when we talk about forest clearing, fuel treatment, watershed health. What do those things mean? And then we do have some on the ground implementation projects where we're hoping to push that type of language and shared vision forward, like the Sierra Foothill Fire or Climate Resilience Project that Craig mentioned. But we're actually more on kind of the science side. So it's actually rare for us to be involved in implementation. I think I've tried pawning some projects off on both of these guys before, but we're more on kind of the planning, research, how effective are these treatments? How do we know? What kinds of new tools can we bring into these conversations? That's kind of where it.
Hi, thanks for having us. My name is Chris Friedel, and I'm Executive Director of the Yuba Watershed Institute, which is a small nonprofit organization. We're actually, I think, the oldest environmental nonprofit organization in Nevada County, founded in 1990. And the organization was founded by folks up on the San Juan Ridge who are concerned about how BLM lands were being managed or not managed in their neighborhoods. And since then, we've developed a really robust partnership with the Bureau of Land Management and have a collaborative project on the San Juan Ridge. It's a 2,000-acre forest that we've been managing collaboratively with BLM. And since we've raised, so in recent years, that collaboration has really blossomed, and we've raised over $3 million for that project, mostly from state grant funds. And since then, other neighborhoods in the county have been asking us to get involved, and so we've gotten involved in the Round Mountain neighborhood on the south side of the South Yuba Canyon, in between Purdon Road and excuse me, North Bloomfield roads, and also in areas closer to downtown Nevada City that have, and those two projects have a combination of BLM and private lands. So we're a very small organization, but we've been really successful getting state grant funds for forest resilience, fire risk reduction treatments, and I really credit that to our relationships with the agencies, especially BLM. It's a long-term, good working relationship, and also it's really the Firewise communities that have been asking for these projects and have been reaching out to us and getting us involved in that. That interface with the neighbors is critical and crucial. And we will be partnering with the county on the South Yuba Rim Fuels Reduction Project, which has been mentioned a couple times so far. Thank you.
I'm Jamie Jones. I'm the Executive Director for Fire State Council of Nevada County. Our core mission in the community has been, helping protect and educate the community against catastrophic loss from wildfire through community loss of life and property. And so we're most well known, I think, now for our programs that we've had for the last 30 years. First and foremost, is in partnership with the county, is managing the Firewise USA program. We continue to lead the nation, and our community residents are really a testament to the work that's being done in collaboration with this public-private partnership, and community residents to focus on things like defensible space and home hardening and these fire mitigation projects that we all work on. We've partnered with the county on, multiple projects, the Ponderosa project, multiple phases of that. And as Chris made the nod to BLM, I'd be remiss if I didn't include one of our partners that's not here today, but the Tahoe National Forest has been a great partner as they're one of our largest land stewards in the area. It's been crucial that we have multi-collaborative partnering agencies as we look at, fire mitigation and landscape level treatments across the community.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes our presentation, and Chair Bullock, I will hand it back over to you for any comments or questions.
Outstanding. Thank you for all the information. And thanks to our partner organizations for coming here, providing all the information, but more importantly, to supporting our community over the past year. The river fire and successful season in preventing loss. So I just want to thank everybody up here for making your contribution to that. I just was going to turn it over to my colleagues. And Sue, would you like to kick us off with any questions or comments or anything?
Oh, great presentation. Every time I come to one of these and we sit and listen to you all talk together, it is so inspiring. And I guess having lived through numerous events here in my life now, and I watch how you just keep getting better and better. There's just, it's amazing to me. I mean, I know we still have things to learn. We're still moving forward, but like I said, I think we could have been in worse situations if we didn't have the teamwork that happens here. I'm really excited about the fuel breaks. They don't go fast enough for me. I'm always ready to get this. How come we're not on the ground? I talk about that a lot. So, but just the collaboration, how we work forward in that, there's a lot to do. I'm happy to see that all that funding didn't get cut, because you always worry about that as years go by. So thanks for bringing that up. I know that'll be competitive for that 4 million, I'm sure, when you look at all the vegetation and issues all up and down the state. I am struggling when we look around Nevada County at all the dead and dying trees that we have this year. And with El Nino, that can bring bigger grasses and fire starters for the spring and early summer. So while we did enjoy a year off, I'm going to call it that way. And I would say, though, because of some very quick responses, they could have been much different. So next year, we just have to never we just can't ever be complacent. We have to keep on working forward and making progress. And I think the county's stayed pretty ambitious in some of this with managing all the grants that we are looking for. And anyway, and I'm an advocate for the work that we do. And I think that the maintenance side of this is going to continue to challenge me. I talk about it at Sacramento when I'm at RCRC. I talk about it with the Cal Fire. I met him the other day. It was great. And how we're challenged. How do we manage this once we keep it going? There's so much work doing. I'm excited what you guys are doing at Sierra Streams. I think that project's going to be fun to watch, because you're using multiple uses as you manage that fire break. So I'm excited to see that in action. I think that's going to be very inspiring. I love what the RCD is doing and teaching the use of prescribed fire and how they're working with Cal Fire. I think those are the important things, is reminding people how important it is to work with the agencies that actually know how to do it, not going off half-cocked, because that does happen a little bit in our area. So, and I do appreciate the work that's being done there. And just, I guess that's the thing. I think education is a big component of this. And sometimes I get a little bit set back that we don't be more pushy maybe at having people take care of their own issues. But you guys do a good job of that. I think we were just talking about that with vegetation management, because that's something else that comes out of this team, is that how many visits actually are positive and proactive. When you get 90% of people actually doing what they're supposed to do, that's pretty good. You guys, I said, what was it, 1,100 or quite a few from Cal Fire side too, on top of what Nevada County did. It says people are listening. People are trying to do the work they're supposed to do. finding an inexpensive way to get rid of some of this green waste is another challenge for people, because that's one thing I want to thank you all for when we look at this is people that go to burn that don't go on YouTube and see how you're supposed to do it, right? There's ways to look. Come talk to your fire departments, come talk to CAL FIRE, because a lot of the fires we had this year were escape burn piles. That didn't have to happen. So we know we have burning is important because we don't have a way to get rid of a lot of this green waste. We know that a lot of people can't afford to do that. So the education that you guys, I think education is going to continue to be real high priority. And anyway, thank you for everything you do. I feel blessed that I live in Nevada County that has a team that works so passionately and works with the community to really keep us safe. And what you guys do, it's like I said, remarkable. I look back to Lobo and before. I look back to 49er fire and where we've come. We've made great strides in keeping this community safe, and that's all because you guys sent up there. So thank you very much, and the ones back there too, by the way.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Thank you all for the presentation today and for all the work that you do. The nature of the collaborative efforts that go into this, I think are really unprecedented when you talk to other counties, other cities, communities that don't have the kind of relationships that we as the county have and that our partners make possible because of the spirit of cooperation. So I think it makes a huge difference. I really want to thank the Fire Safe Council for the FireWise communities. I think we have more FireWise communities per capita than probably any county in California or close. But as an elected, and I serve District 3, which probably has the least amount of, I don't want to say risk, but it's different because it's more urbanized. But when I get phone calls from people saying, I want to do something, what can I do? Having the resource to be able to send them to the Fire Safe Council or to the Sheriff's Office for evacuations or to CAL FIRE or to our Office of Emergency Services, that is huge. It's a huge resource for us to be able to have you all up there, the professionalism and the help that you give to our citizens. So I really appreciate it, and fingers crossed that we have a mild fire season this year, or lack of a better term.
And Supervisor Schofield had an appointment he had to step out for. Ready?
I think my colleagues said it all. Great presentation, very exciting to see what's happening. And I couldn't be more pleased with the collaboration and the way everyone is working together and how many projects you guys have on the ground and planned. And that probably couldn't have happened if you weren't all working so closely together and collaborating and not competing. And it's really impressive what you've done. I think back a couple of things. I think back just a couple years ago, I know I would be talking to Craig and I would know which projects were happening in the county. I no longer know. There's so many. I have to go back and look. We have so much that's going on. And it's not just ours, it's all of you on the dais there, everybody, all the projects that you've got going. So I hope we can keep it up. And the other thing I'll say is I remember a few years ago also Allison and I talking about how we were going to sleep at night when the wildfire risk was so high, feeling like, did we do everything? Did we really do absolutely everything we could possibly do to protect our residents here? And really nervous and worried about all the staffing we needed and all the projects that we needed. I think we are absolutely as prepared as we could be. I'm really proud of where we are and preparation for wildfire. Also with how we've learned to deal with the winter storms that I'm really impressed with how everyone's come back and learned from every incident that we've had and incorporated new learning in the next one. And so I have such great confidence in this whole team, and it helps me sleep at night when we're getting into wildfire season. So thank you all so much. And I look forward to seeing a lot get done this coming year.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the comments. I was just going to mention when I went to the OES office when you guys were tilted up last winter, it's really impressive when you have a group of individuals contributing to our community when it's just as tough for them at home. You know, you have you face the same problems we all face, right? But you're there, you're contributing, and you're serving others first. And so I just want to say thanks, Craig, to you and your staff, and to actually everybody up on the panel there for committing to that. In East County, you know, thank you, Brian, for working through the process in the ignition plan. We had multiple conversations, and Craig supported those about trying to get the East Martis and the Woodell Ranch kind of zone covered with multiple different kind of plans of attack. And that's the whole eastern flank of Glenshire, which goes to Highway 80, which is kind of the mainstay of our working community that lives there permanently, right? So that whole zone that goes down to the freeway. So I'm really looking forward to getting that in there. And it wasn't a long throw. I mean, we started that conversation in earnest, you know, maybe back in the fall. So it's really nimble and productive. You guys just jumped right on it. So I just want to say thank you for that. And then thank you so much to the Fire Safe Council for bringing forward Jason. Pronouncing his last name is a challenge for me, but I'm sure you can do it for us. But Jason has been a pleasure to work with so far, and I really appreciate that because he's pulling together a bunch of different stakeholder partners to get around the table. And I think in East County, that's it's needed right now. It's really needed, and I think it's going to be the catalyst for us to do great things there. And really kind of integrating the community. We don't have necessarily that vibrant Firewise community coalition base that you have in West County. So I'm looking forward to kind of tilting that up there. And I just wanted to say thanks to the scientific community for pointing out and kind of really watchdogging the most important asset in the process, which is our natural environment. It's kind of why we live here. It's why we love it. It's why we recreate here. It's why we all stay here. And everybody up there is protecting that on a daily basis. And I was just kind of looking back at the initial attack piece and understanding how vital it is to stop a fire at 10 acres, right? And you're at 97% based on our base there and the airport and that whole connection to aviation that I just know and love. And I just want to say thanks for keeping our community safe and coming here and doing it. And I think, Craig, I just end with this, but you made a real, you described it in a great way, how we're focused on what we have in front of us. You have the projects, you have the plans. And I'm really excited to get out of your way and see what you guys can all achieve this year. Just please keep us in the loop and let us know what we can do to support you going forward. It's very important. Thank you.
So Chair Bullock, this is an opportunity for the board to review the policy objectives, if there's any changes that you would like to see, and then also discussion if this is a priority you want to move forward for this calendar year.
I think you have consensus on this particular item. Yeah, I think you're going to get board consensus on this. And again, I would just reach, you know, through the staffing and the budget process. If there's things we can do to support you additionally, we understand that there's not a lot of resources here with CARES and ARPA, but free money is really expensive. And it's going to take a lot of effort on your part to capture that money and still administrate those grants. So we don't want to lose it either. So please ask for what you need so we can keep all this moving forward. We're here for you.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so very much. We'll acknowledge our panel. And I just need like 3 minutes of your time to touch back with the day and the accomplishments that you've had. You began your workshop with public comments at the state of the districts, the state of the cities and towns, discussion with the cities and towns, financial update by Martin Polt, his last one, Core Services panel moderated by Ariel King with Tricia Tillotson, Steve Monahan, Sheriff Moon, and Ryan Groover. And also that's where Martin was too. Organizational development priorities with Ariel King, Martin Polt, and Aaron Medler. Capital facilities panel with Justin Drinkwater, and there were just a lot of folks. I didn't write everybody down. Emergency preparedness panel, a wonderful panel that just presented to you. I do want to I'll get that later, check in with your expectations, which was open communication today, follow agenda and state a time for full discussion, candid and provide direction to staff for annual work plan. I am going to pass out a mini evaluation for the supervisors. Thank you very much, Chair Bullock. And if we met your evaluations, you can just circle yes. If there's something we can do to make your day better tomorrow, anything, please note. Tomorrow we will start at 8 o'clock for breakfast, but the actual event doesn't start till 9. We'll have public comment, legislative update, state, federal, and a panel, behavioral health, a systems transformation, homelessness, and housing. And we will end a little earlier. So that's all I have to say, and I'll turn it over to our chair to recess us unless our CEO wants to say anything.
Nope. With that, we're done. A huge thank you to the support staff, all the senior staff, everybody who showed up here today. Job well done.